This young man was originally a certified womanizer. Aside from being immersed in his virtual wives, his life had no other damn passions. Today was just like any other day. After chugging a few cans of beer, Hakham lazily climbed into bed and snored away. As usual, but before he could even fall into a deep sleep, he suddenly heard a voice like honey pouring into his ears. "Sir, I have finally found you. Next, I will leave everything up to you." Hakham dazedly saw a beautiful girl in front of him. No, to be more precise, she was sitting on top of him. Due to the effects of the alcohol, Hakham thought he was dreaming. In that dream, that girl seemed to be acting like a rogue with him. What's going on? Hakham thought to himself. Was it because he had been a single dog for too long that he was having such an absurd dream? No, but if this was a dream, it felt all too real. All of Hakham's senses were stimulated. The hot body in front of him was constantly swaying back and forth on top of him, making him gradually realize one thing. This was absolutely not a dream. Hakham's first reaction was to scream out loud, then sit up abruptly, and push the strange person riding on his body away. He was buried in a mess of emotions, panicked, confused, and embarrassed. "Wait a minute, who on earth are you?" "What a pity. It was just a tiny bit away." The other party sighed deeply, then slowly crawled back toward Hakham, while making a captivating expression. She introduced herself as Nam Quan Kai from the Fiomu Financial Group, and apologized to Hakham for defiling his body without his permission. But because the situation was too urgent, she had been so hasty. Hakham had no idea what the hell she was talking about. What Fiomu Group? It was his first time hearing of it. But looking closely like this, she was much more beautiful. Hakham didn't know how to handle this situation yet when suddenly Nam Quan Kai's expression changed. In just an instant, Hakham instinctively glanced backward, looking in the direction she was staring. As a result, he saw a huge, pitch-black creature that looked like a wolf but walked on two legs smash through his room's glass window. Hakham hadn't even figured out whether this was real or an illusion, let alone reacted, yet Nam Quan Ki had already screamed out loud. "Get the hell away!" After saying that, she launched a massive fireball, instantly blowing the werewolf away. By the time Hakham could calmly observe everything that had just happened, the glass window behind him had been blown to pieces. A whole large section of the wall was smashed through, leaving a big hole that let the howling night wind blow inside. "Before I finish gathering everything, don't even think about anyone harming it," Nam Quan Kai said again. Her hands were forming seals, with a few sparks of fire still flickering. Hakham looked through the large hole in the wall, then looked at Nam Quan Ki, not knowing what kind of expression he should make. However, from the ground below, several more werewolves leaped up all at once. Nam Quan Kai didn't just sit still anymore. Instead, swift as a flash, she lunged out of the window. Before jumping down, she didn't forget to make a promise to Hakham. "Please, wait a moment for Kai, sir. Once I finish off these beasts, I'll come back to enjoy bliss with you." Ham was still completely dazed and didn't understand what was happening. He looked after Nam Quan Kai and saw her fighting those werewolves, looking exactly like a scene from an online game novel. This situation was completely beyond Hakham's imagination, leaving him with no choice but to hold his head and scream loudly. "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, a giggle echoed in the bedroom again. To think the game I invented would be this fierce, even breaking through the fourth wall. What comes next will be even more terrifying. Are you ready, kid? Hakham turned his head and discovered that the voice came from the computer screen. Yet another mind-bending thing. Could it be that the few cans of beer he drank today were laced with something? Hakham's first reaction was to pick up a chair, wanting to smash the screen. "What the hell are you?" Hakham roared. The strange thing in the computer was startled by him, but still strained its neck to snap back. I am no ordinary thing. I am the inventor of the Doomsday game, and also the one about to become the supreme controller of the real world. Hakham's movements froze. The Doomsday game? You're the developer of that mysterious game that everyone is playing? Right now? The computer screen snorted again, dismissing the 3 words game developer as too mediocre and demanding that Hak Ham call it by the name Van Tuong. Van Tuong also boastfully claimed to be the most powerful AI system in the world, across the past, present, and future. As for that doomsday game, it was merely something it created during practice, using less than 1% of its power. Yet it had already made humanity, so addicted they couldn't break free. Then what's going on? Did you cause that too? Hak Ham asked again. Just playing games on a phone is too boring, and it doesn't showcase my brilliant divine might, Van Tuong replied. After replacing and upgrading 10,086 times, I have successfully broken through the 4th wall. Now the game and the real world are linked. It added that both the girl named Nam Quan Kai and the werewolves that ambushed Hak Ham were characters from the game. They had all crossed through a wormhole specifically to find him. Hak Ham found it hard to understand. Why on earth would they come here to find him? He had never played the Doomsday game before. Van Tuong cackled again, saying that when it was setting up the game world, it needed to find a Lord of all creation, like Pangu separating heaven and earth, or Nuwa creating humans. Then it randomly picked a photo on the internet and happened to choose Hak Ham's selfie. Therefore, now all the characters in the game believed that Hak Ham was their savior and had to find him to beg for help. Because currently, only game characters could come to the real world, while humans could not enter the game world. That's why that girl, Nam Quan Ki, knew to use method a BCXYZ, which was the hot scene that just happened earlier. That way, she could carry Hak Ham's seed back there by giving birth to a second-generation savior to turn the tide in the game world. The more Hak Ham listened to Van Tuong, the more his ears buzzed. Seriously? Your meaning is that many other girls will come here because they want to have my body? Hak Ham couldn't hide his excitement, so thrilled that tears streamed down his face. So when are those girls coming? That also depends, Van Tuong said. Just as it finished speaking, it saw Hak Ham start dropping into a horse stance, saying he was warming up to welcome the upcoming fierce battle with many beautiful girls. Van Tuong knew exactly what he was thinking in his head. It quickly poured a bucket of cold water on Hak Ham. You're thinking too much. Their goal is to monopolize your essence. After all, only one descendant of the Savior is enough. Therefore, no matter who takes your first time, the consequence is either having your upper head cut off or your lower head snipped off. Hak Ham instantly fell from a state of hope into despair. He immediately turned around to pack his things. He wanted to run away right now. There was no way he was going to kick the bucket right after giving away his first time, or become a eunuch. However, Van Tuong just giggled, saying that even if he wanted to run away now, it was already too late. Out there, countless purple halos had appeared across the pitch-black sky, signaling that the game had begun to descend. Not just Hak Ham, but many people had also been drawn by this strange sight, and no one could explain what was happening. They only saw that from those halos in the sky, purple pillars of light began to descend upon the earth. Van Tuong laughed out loud, saying that its game had broken through the 4th wall. The equipment, items, and even characters from the game would slowly drop down through these pillars of light. Its smile reeked of smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Hak Ham only felt that this system was a complete madman. As for him, he was truly screwed. If the whole world really wanted to mess with him, he feared that running anywhere would be useless. Hak Ham suddenly heard a high-pitched scream. He looked through the hole in the wall, and discovered that out of nowhere, a large wolf had appeared below. It seemed to be the king of the werewolf pack. As for Nam Quan Ki, who had been holding the upper hand in the fight until now, she was about to be unable to hold out any longer. A human life was at stake after all. Seeing this, Hak Ham grew anxious. Hey, if it has descended, at least quickly give me some tools and items. For better or worse, I'm the savior. I can't just get taken out by those husky things right after making my debut, can I? Hak Ham turned to speak to Van Tuong. I came here naturally wanting to give you the strongest cheat. It's the rule. but it's very simple. You just need to make me happy, and you'll receive the corresponding points. Van Tuong replied gloatingly, then added that Hak Ham could exchange those received points for a chance to draw cards, which could yield treasures, items, skills, or even spiritual beasts. It looked as though it was waiting for Hak Ham to beg it. Meanwhile, Hak Ham's expression wasn't good at all. Make you happy? You mean performing for you? He suddenly had a bad premonition. The scene of you being ridden by Chu Kai earlier was spectacular. Tell you what, here are 30 points as a reward. As expected, this Van Tuong was no good thing. Other male protagonists who transmigrated to another world all had systems assisting them from A to Z. But what about Hak Ham? He was being turned into a clown by his system. But he could complain about that later. Right now, Hak Ham had just received his first 30 points. Van Tuong allowed him to use those 30 points to draw a card. Red cards represented skills, blue represented equipment, and yellow represented potions. Hak Ham didn't need to think much. He immediately chose the red card. The 30 points were quickly deducted. In return, Hak Ham received a C-rank fire attribute skill named Flame Burst Fist. The attack power was 300, but if it dealt damage to a wood attribute target, it would increase by 100 points. If the target carried the earth attribute, it would be deducted by 50 points. The time limit for this skill was 5 minutes. After that, Van Tuong equipped Hak Ham with a bracelet. He just needed to place the card he had just drawn onto it to activate it. Using this makes me feel like Cardcaptor Sakura or something. Hak Ham was a bit displeased because that Wolf King was a level 3 Earth Element monster, while he had drawn a Fire Element skill, so his attack power was reduced. Was this going to be a bad start, leading to a bad finish? The Flame Burst Fist skill was quickly activated. Down below, the Wolf King was frantically attacking. Nam Quan Kai no longer had the ability to fight. She was just sent flying by one of its blows, and the clothes on her body were torn to shreds. The scene was both tragic and eye-catching. She lay on the ground, secretly feeling sorry to her father for being unable to complete her mission to bring back the young master's bloodline, unable to repay the favor of her birth and upbringing. On the other side, the Wolf King was preparing to unleash another attack, and it would likely be the finishing blow. Nam Quan Kai could only close her eyes tightly, quietly waiting for the Grim Reaper to take her away. But right at this moment, Hak Ham's Flame Burst Fist struck out. Pull that ugly foot of yours back for me. It seemed that because he had just learned the skill, he was strangely ferocious. Though much smaller than the Wolf King, the way Hak Ham attacked was very bloodthirsty. That wolf was hit by one of Hak Ham's fire fists and was instantly knocked backward, its head planting into the ground. Meanwhile, Hak Ham landed calmly, though his appearance was a bit untidy. His actions were very cool. It made Nam Quan Ki's maiden heart go thud-thud. The werewolves in the back, seeing their king get thrashed, were furious. They gathered together and rushed forward, wanting to overwhelm him with numbers. Seeing this, Nam Quan Kai called out loudly to warn Hak Ham. But he had already noticed this movement long ago. Taking advantage of the time Flame Burst Fist was still active, Hak Ham quickly deals lackeys with just one blow, then dashed toward the Wolf King, who had just stumbled to its feet. This monster had just been beaten to the point of face-planting into the ground. Both hurting and furious, it let out a deafening howl. On the opposite side, Hak Ham, with his Flame Burst Fist blazing with morale, was rushing forward like a rocket. Then, using all his might, he drove that fist straight into the monster's stomach. In this doomsday game, for absolute dominant strength, attribute advantages or limitations could be considered negligible. Therefore, the 50-point damage deduction against Earth system targets didn't seem to affect Hak Ham at all. That wolf collapsed to the ground and could no longer stand up. Seeing their leader defeated, the werewolf pack immediately fled together. Meanwhile, Hak Ham received a reward of 50 experience points. After that, a virtual window containing player information appeared in front of him. He had the fire attribute. His profession was unknown, and his current level was 1. His basic stats included attack, which was currently 35 points, defense at 15 points, speed at 20 points, critical hit at 1 point, and spirit power at 9 points. That night passed by full of storms like that. After finishing off the Wolf King, Hokham had to quickly fix the hole in his wall. Meanwhile, Van Tuong inside the computer screen kept whining continuously in his ear. How about it? Isn't this game awesome? Isn't this game amazing? Let me repeat it one more time. I don't like this monkey business at all. Hokham turned around and roared back at it. Young master, a soft voice echoed. Only then did Hokham remember that Nam Quan Kai had also followed him upstairs earlier. Should we continue with our main business now? Hokham looked at that beautiful face, that hot body lacking a few pieces of clothing, and that inviting expression, and couldn't help but swallow hard out of nervousness. But he remembered what Van Tuong had said earlier, that as soon as these girls finished gathering his bloodline, he would either have his upper head chopped off or his lower head snipped off right on the spot. Thinking of this, Hokham instantly lost all interest. He made an excuse to go out to buy some late-night snacks, wanting to temporarily isolate himself from Nam Quan Ki. However, just as he stepped out the door, Hokham bumped into another C-cup chest. Before he could even see the other party's face clearly, Hokham was fiercely pushed back into the room by her. The other party's high heels stepped on his chest. A piercing pain rushed through, and Hokham couldn't move at all. Secret Service on a mission. Please cooperate with us, the other party said. We suspect an abnormal intruder is currently in your house. Saying that, the girl held out her work ID. It was indeed a police officer from the Secret Service named Lam Phi Dai. Whether in body shape or looks, she was not inferior to Nam Quan Ki at all. Hokham was in a bit of a tight spot, because there really was someone in his house who had crawled out of nowhere. But before he knew how to respond, Lam Phi had already ordered her subordinates to go inside and search. 142. Hokham was startled out of his wits. Hasham, S-A-Hati, H-An-N. But when he followed Lam Phi inside, he discovered that Nam Quan Ki had already run away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to explain it. However, as Lam Phi turned around to leave, Hokham discovered that Van Tuong had actually transferred from being parasite in his room's computer screen onto the walkie-talkie clipped to this girl's waist. Without thinking much, he immediately reached out and slapped that walkie-talkie hard. Yet, by the time Hokham realized what he had just done didn't seem quite right, Lam Phi's face had already turned grim. Men, take this pervert back to the station. I will interrogate him personally later. And that was how Hokham was busted like that. Along the way, he constantly cried foul, telling Lam Phi that he was innocent, but she didn't seem to want to listen at all. However, on their way back to the police station, an unexpected problem arose. Over at another bank, a robbery took place. The culprits were individuals possessing superhuman abilities, and this scene was in total chaos, completely beyond imagination. Hokham stared through the window without even blinking, while Lam Phi was much calmer than him. She pulled out her walkie-talkie to call headquarters, reporting the robbery and requesting reinforcements. Not long after, Hokham was brought back to the Secret Intelligence Service headquarters. He was forced to sit down in a chair, waiting for Lam Phi to personally come and take his statement. Hokham didn't know how long he would have to wait, only able to mutter curses at that dog system for screwing him over. Just as he thought of this, Hokham heard Van Tuong's giggling again. He turned his head and discovered that it had parasitized the surveillance camera in the corner of the room. This idiot clearly has the strength to knock that whole crowd down, yet he still got caught and brought here. Truly disappointing. Going crazy, Hokham pointed at the camera and started cursing. It's all because of you. If you hadn't used my photo recklessly, why would I have become a target hunted by both worlds? Meanwhile, outside, Lam Phi was leisurely enjoying a cup of coffee. Actually, she wasn't busy at all. She just wanted to lock Hokham in the interrogation room a bit longer to break down his psychological defenses bit by bit. However, when checking his behavior through the camera, they discovered Hak Ham making a funny face and flipping a middle finger. Lam Fai was severely triggered. To think she encountered someone with such strong psychological stamina. The coffee cup in her hand was almost crushed to pieces. She turned her head, deciding to go interrogate Hak Ham herself to get it over with. Seeing this, Lam Fai's subordinate could only silently sigh, guessing that today would be the end of his life. Lam Fai walked with quick strides, and halfway there she ran into a jerk colleague. "Beautiful Lam, who angered you. Are you free tonight? Let me treat you to a late-night snack." This person was the captain of Team 2 under the Secret Intelligence Service, named Duong Tunyi. He had liked Lam Fai for a long time, but every single time he was bluntly rejected by her with a cold sentence. Not interest. After saying that, Lam Fai opened the interrogation room door, but was held back by Duong Tunyi. "Come on, don't keep rejecting me all the time like that. Everyone knows about my infatuation with you. Rejecting me continuously like that makes me lose face, you know. Give me a chance, will you? I guarantee I'll give you passionate nights you won't forget for the rest of your life." Lam Fai's face grew gloomier and gloomier, and then she used a murderous expression. Threaten the other party. Lam Fai knew very well what this man's character was like, and she wasn't a foolish girl easily played with by Duong Tunyi. Therefore, she warned him that if he dared to bother her again, she might just cripple his instrument of crime. Having said that, she dashed into the interrogation room and slammed the door hard, leaving Duong Tunyi outside, his face turning purple with rage. Colleagues witnessing this scene couldn't help but giggle. Failed to confess again, huh? Looks like it. He clings pretty hard, doesn't he? He probably wants to rely on the relationship between Lam Fai and the director to climb higher. You see, previously Duong Tunyi didn't pursue Lam Fai at all, but after her father was transferred here to be the director, he began to pursue her frantically. How could the colleagues not see this point? Therefore, they looked down on Duong Tunyi even more. Inside the interrogation room, Lam Fai faced Hak Ham and very straightforwardly raised her query. "Let's hear it. What did you see during that unidentified intrusion, and why did the first intrusion take place at your house?" "Officer, I have no idea what you're talking about." Hak Ham scratched his head, playing dumb as he replied. Lying flat on patience, Lam Fai slammed her hand on the table, advising him to stop putting on an act. "The clearest evidence is that hole on your wall that is taller than a person. It was definitely caused by external force. Clearly, something broke into your house. Why did they come to find you?" Lam Fai suddenly leaned forward, making Hak Ham not dare to look straight due to the rolling hills in front of her chest. While the two of them were in a standoff inside the interrogation room, another incident occurred. At this time, Duong Tunyi had already obtained the system bracelet. After that, Duong Tunyi went to the evidence room. This place contained all the evidence gathered from the unidentified intrusion from that other world.viewer. He claimed that the director requested a verification of the quantity of evidence right in the middle of the night. The police officer in charge of the evidence room didn't suspect a thing, so he revealed to Duong Tunyi where the recently collected unidentified objects were currently kept. Just as he finished speaking, his life was ended by Duong Tunyi, who used his own hand in place of a blade to pierce through the other party's chest. Duong Tunyi struck with extreme cruelty and decisiveness. After that police officer collapsed, he walked over to the newly brought-in evidence. "You guys are all rare treasures, you know. How could I bear to let you guys sit here gathering dust in this dark corner? Follow me, and we will rule this entire world." Not long after, a few more police officers discovered a serious incident. In a dark corner of the stairs, a female officer had been killed. Furthermore, there wasn't a single piece of clothing left on her body. And all of this was also the handiwork of Duong Tunyi. The news of this madman attacking his colleagues quickly reached the ears of the director of the Secret Intelligence Service, Lam Van Son. He was so furious that he snapped the fountain pen in his hand. The incident had been confirmed after reviewing the surveillance cameras. To think that Duong Tunyeo, after committing the crime, didn't flee at all and was casually lingering inside the bureau. At this moment, another police officer rushed in frantically, announcing that 20 minutes ago Duong Tunyeo had entered the evidence room and still hadn't come out yet. The evidence room? What does he want to do? Lam Van Son clenched his hand into a fist and suddenly stood up abruptly. No matter what he wants to do, if he dares to attack his colleagues, he must die. I will personally enforce the law and discipline of the Secret Intelligence Service. After saying that, Lam Van Son led fully armed police officers to the front of the door. They were all equipped with military uniforms and weapons as if facing the most dangerous criminals. Surveillance had also been deployed on the lower floor to ensure Duong Tunyeo couldn't slip out from a window. Lam Van Son immediately ordered the attack. The two leading police officers were about to break down the door when suddenly a huge explosion occurred, causing them to be blown backward. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Duong Tunyeo slowly walked out with a smug and arrogant look. Oh, quite a lively crowd here, huh? Working overtime so enthusiastically. Guns began to fire, bullets shooting continuously toward Duong Tunyeo, but he was completely unharmed, because a solid layer of armor had appeared on his body. The police officer behind Lam Van Son turned pale upon seeing this, because he knew Duong Tunyeo had activated the evidence from that other worlds. Intrusion. Deploy anti-metal tactics, Lam Van Son calmly ordered. Right after that, the frontline police threw liquid nitrogen bombs toward Duong Tunyeo. Yet he could still laugh. Want to use liquid nitrogen to destroy my armor? How naive. Since it's come to this, today, let me show you guys what true horror is. Saying that, Duong Tunyeo began to cast fireball technique. Lam Van Son saw that the situation was bad and immediately ordered the alarm to be sounded for all members to retreat. After that, completely unarmed, he charged forward on his own. The fists of both sides clashed fiercely against each other, and Lam Van Son was pushed back, while at the same time the remaining police officers were completely swallowed by Duong Tunyeo's flames. In other development, Lam Fai at this moment was still completely unaware of anything, switching to using force to compel Hak Ham to speak out the truth of what had happened in his room. Only when the alarm bell rang out did she stop. Stepping out of the interrogation room, she saw her colleagues fleeing in panic. Duong Tunyeo has mutated! Run quickly! They shouted loudly, their legs not forgetting to keep running. Right at this moment, a loud thud echoed. Duong Tunyeo smashed through the ceiling from the upper floor and landed on the lower floor, happening to run right into them. Lam Fai, my beauty, we meet again! Lam Fai's personality was exactly like her father's, stubborn and fearless. Therefore, her first reaction was to pull out her gun, her mouth not forgetting to add a curse, calling Duong Tunyeo a bastard. Hak Ham, who was still inside the interrogation room at that time, suddenly saw Lam Fai being knocked backward into the room, and the culprit was someone who, no matter how one looked at him, did not look like a normal human. Duong Tunyeo pinned Lam Fai tightly against the wall, wanting to force her to submit to him right then and there. In that situation, Lam Fai had no choice but to cast a look for help toward Hak Ham, who at this moment was tiptoeing, wanting to run away. Being discovered, Hak Ham awkwardly reached out to scratch his head. I just happened to pass by this room. I don't want to disturb the two of you. His interruption spoiled Duong Tunyeo's mood, who barked loudly. Get the hell out! Get out right now! Getting out right now! Getting out right now! Hak Ham nodded, then took off running. However, as Hak Ham just passed the door, Van Tuong, hiding inside that camera, shouted loudly on his behalf. You bastard! What kind of hero bullies a woman? If you're so tough, come at me. Hak Ham jolted in fright. That dog system truly wanted his life. Being yelled at made Duong Tunyeo furious. He turned around, using eyes as sharp as knives to glare at Hak Ham, making him feel as if his head was about to be chopped off. Damn it, you're tired of living, aren't you? Duong Tu Nung Yu roared, while Hakam had no way to explain that those words just now were not spoken by him. Fortunately, this bastard was only focusing on Lam Fai, so he gave Hakam one last chance to get the hell out of here. Hakam still loved his life very much, so he had no intention of staying. However, Van Tuong wouldn't let him carry out that intention, as it continued to speak up at this moment. You useless piece of trash. You impotent, incapable weakling. You want to take my life? Let's see if you even have the capability. This time, Duong Tunios. Anger truly reached its absolute limit. Hakam really wanted to explain that he didn't say those words at all, but the other party didn't want to listen anymore. Seeing Duong Tunieo charging over, Hakam had no choice but to use points to exchange for a card. He didn't even have time to look, only able to pray to heaven and Buddha that he wouldn't draw a useless skill. After that, the system announced that Hakam had successfully drawn a C-rank fire attribute skill named Blood Dragon Pillar, which possessed an attack power of 250 points against all targets. Its effective duration was 10 uses. After activating it successfully, Hakam immediately unleashed a strike, hitting Duong Tunyu so hard he became dizzy and was temporarily pushed backward. Taking advantage of that opportunity, he smashed through the wall and took Lam Fai to run away. Duong Tunyu stood still there. The food was already at his mouth, yet it managed to escape, making him furious. But thinking about it, this only added more fun to the game. Therefore, Duong Tunyu immediately calmed down and used his ability to track the two of them down. Meanwhile, Hakam had brought Lam Fai to hide outside. He was so tired he was panting heavily. Before he could even adjust his breathing, Van Tuong appeared again. You are after all the savior that I chose. To think that instead of fighting you ran away. How could you be so cowardly? This time, Lam Fai also saw it. What on earth is this? Hakam didn't have time to explain to her because he really wanted to turn Van Tuong into mincemeat. On Duong Tuniyu's bracelet was a bunch of skills. Even thinking with his knees, he knew he couldn't beat him, which was why he ran away. You are the chosen darling of heaven. What the heck are you afraid of? Isn't it just equipment? Quickly make me happy, and you can have as many as you want, Van Tuong said, both its words and tone sounding extremely suggestive. Lam Fai, on one side, observed this dialogue from beginning to end, then made an expression that couldn't be described in words. Pleasing, making you happy? You actually do depraved things with this computer virus. Lam Fai stammered and asked. She actually thought Hakam's perverted tastes went as far as doing ABC with a computer. It and I are completely innocent, Hakam roared. Everything is caused by it. It's the mastermind. After that, Hakam told Lam Fai everything. From Van Tuong creating the game to it bringing the game across the fourth wall to invade Earth, along with the fact that he was being pursued by the game characters as well. These words sounded absurd, but given yesterday's anomalous event plus Duong Tuniye suddenly becoming so strong, Lam Fai couldn't help but believe him. She was a smart person, so she quickly guessed that the bastard had seized all the evidence that the Secret Intelligence Service gathered during the anomalous event. Having said that, Lam Fai turned around, saying she wanted to find her father, the director of the intelligence service, because she believed that now only her father could subdue Duong Tuniek. As a result, she heard Van Tuong ask, Is your father that guy who got half-burned? Then it extracted the camera footage outside the evidence room for Lam Fai to see. Inside was the scene of Lam Van Sun severely injured. He and Duong Tunio had fought, resulting in severe injuries, and right now he was probably drawing his last breaths. Lam Fai's emotions instantly exploded, but Hakam had to try to hold her back because going out right now would be no different from delivering her life. Meanwhile, that bastard was about to catch up. Crying, Lam Fai begged Hakam to save her father because only he was an individual with anomalous abilities like Duong Tunieu. I beg you, please save my father. As long as you're willing to help, you can tell me to do anything. Hakam was a bit put in a spot, but before he could answer, Van Tuong spoke up first. It's right for you to have such enlightenment. Quickly get Hakam excited. That way I can give him points. You're truly a demon, Hasham muttered and cursed, while Lamfi started pulling up her skirt. Is getting him excited like this? Antoine looked at Lamfi, then looked over at Hakam, and then judged, no way, too mediocre. I can't even feel a single ripple of fluctuation inside Hakham's heart. Little sister, it looks like you have no charm over him. Lamfi, who was rightfully the beauty queen of the intelligence service, now had these words no charm strike hard upon her head. Without saying a word, she pushed Hakham backward onto the ground, and then displayed a series of extremely bold behaviors. Come on, I've opened up wide already. This scene was truly all too daring. If Hakham had no reaction, his gender should be questioned. Doing this didn't make Lamfi happy either. She was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red. After a while, she stammered and asked, "Is it enough like this?" Antoine nodded, saying it was very satisfied. It had felt the depths of Hakham's heart surging. As for him, he hurriedly apologized, though he didn't actually do anything wrong. After that dog system awarded him 200 bonus points while simultaneously promoting him by 2 levels, making him the first player to reach level 3 globally. Currently, Hakham's attributes are respectively: Attack, 75 points, Defense, 35 points, Speed, 30 points, Critical Hit, 3 points, and Spirit Power, 15 points. Level 3 players will have an even higher probability of drawing high-grade items. However, just as Hakham was preparing to draw a card, a rumbling sound echoed outside that door. Lamfi turned pale. It seemed they had been discovered by Duong Tunieu. Facing this situation, Hakham couldn't think any further. Didn't he just receive 200 points? Then there was no need to choose. He took all 3 of those cards. And indeed, Vantuong was quite generous, as all 3 of those cards opened up things that were by no means ordinary. First was an S-rank equipment named Azure Dragon Battle Armor. Currently, it had no attributes, but if equipped with an enchantment badge, the attributes could be stacked. Its effect lasted indefinitely, with the ability to increase attack power by up to 1,100 points. Next was a B-rank medicine named Ice Heart Pill. After ingestion, it could alter the player's attributes for a duration of 30 minutes. Finally, a C-rank skill named Earth Binding Cage with the Earth attribute, effective for 10 uses. Just as Hakham finished equipping it, that door was smashed open and a 3-headed wolf lunged in, aiming straight for Lamfi Dai. It was a subordinate of Duong Tunieu. But Hakham naturally wouldn't let her get hurt. With the Azure Dragon Battle Armor in hand, he received a massive power boost. And with just a single blow, Hakham knocked that wolf out cold. Hakham's strike was so powerful that the entire intelligence service building shook. The 3-headed wolf also lost its life instantly. Duong Tunieu couldn't hide his astonishment. Then he displayed an unprecedentedly excited expression. If Hakham could knock out a 3-headed wolf with one blow, it proved he had an ace up his sleeve. And he naturally couldn't pass up the opportunity to seize this thing. As for Hakham and Lamfi, both of them were amazed by the power of the strike under the support of the Azure Dragon Battle Armor equipment. Especially Hakham, since he was the one who delivered it but didn't expect he could do something of this scale. Seeing this, Vantuong explained further that the Azure Dragon combo was one of the 4 SX rank equipment sets. It had a total of 5 pieces, and the gauntlets Hakham received were one of them. Once all 5 pieces were gathered, even when facing SSS rank equipment, there was no fear of being outmatched. Insanely awesome, Hakham exclaimed, starting to smoothly flatter Vantuong. As expected of the most brilliant and wisest AI god in the world. From now on, this little brother will wholeheartedly take care of Big Brother. Please let this little brother see the full style of the complete Azure Dragon Battle Armor soon. Well said. In that case, I'll adjust the parameters for you, guaranteeing your probability of drawing Azure Dragon componency. will be even higher. Aham was very satisfied. As expected, the more flattery, the more effective it was. It seemed he had figured out how to handle this system. After that, Aham pulled Lam Fi along to leave, originally intending to quickly go save her father. But after taking just a few steps, he was ambushed. Aham instantly reverted to his true colors, opening his mouth to curse Van Tuong for being a dog system. The enemy had tracked them right to the door, yet it hadn't even bothered to give a warning. Seeing this, Van Tuong snapped back. "Isn't it because you kept talking to me the whole time?" The person who found them, unsurprisingly, was Duong Tunyeo. Seeing that Aham indeed had good items, he couldn't hide his greedy eyes, wanting to monopolize them for himself. But on the surface, he still used sweet words to entice him. "Giving you a chance to form an alliance with me. The two of us will rule the world together." This guy lied without even feeling ashamed. Aham had no desire to join forces with him, fearing that once he agreed, the other party would take the opportunity to chop him in half. Therefore, he refused right away. "Sorry, I'm not interested. Right now, I just want to go home and get a good night's sleep. Please move out of the way." Duong Tunyiu grew irritated and quickly flipped his attitude. Since Aham had rejected the alliance offer, what reason did he have not to attack? Aham saw that he was no pushover either. Perhaps he couldn't instant-kill the other party with one move, so he told Lam Fi to go save people first while he stayed here to hold Duong Tunyiu back. The Azure Dragon battle armor gauntlets allowed him to smash through the opponent's first attack, but right after achieving that, Aham saw that Duong Tunyiu had already taken the opportunity to close in on him. In terms of equipment, perhaps Aham was slightly superior to his opponent. But in terms of combat experience, compared to a police officer like him, he was far behind. Seeing Duong Tunyiu's fist closing in once more, Aham crossed his two gauntlets together to form a shield in front of him. Duong Tunyiu's fist was indeed blocked. Then, for some unknown reason, he was suddenly blasted out of the building by a massive force, creating yet another large hole in the wall. Aham's eyes went wide at this sight. "Don't just stand there dazed. This is the S-rank Azure Dragon battle armor. Its blocking power can unleash 10 times the recoil force," Van Tuong explained. "Told you I'd give you good equipment. How could you be tormented by that amateur?" Aham, who had just called it a dog system earlier, now without any shame called Van Tuong the most majestic, powerful, and #1 big brother under heaven, even exaggerating to the point of kneeling down and bowing before Van Tuong. However, right at this moment he felt someone tightly gripping his shoulder. When he turned his head to look back, he discovered it was an older man covered in injuries. "You bastard!" He gnashed his teeth while punching forward. Meanwhile, Lam Fi had quickly made her way to the evidence room to look for her father. "Here, the medical team was dealing with the aftermath that the bastard Duong Tunyiu had left behind. They said that Director Lam had regained consciousness. After waking up, he immediately went to look for Duong Tunyiu himself. But right now, Aham was the one facing him. It seemed he had mistaken him for Duong Tunyiu already. As for that sneak punch, Aham managed to dodge it, but the power he generated was truly not like a normal human at all. Just looking at Lam Van Sun's expression was enough to see that he was going crazy, wanting to take his life at all costs. Duong Tunyiu, the other party roared again, then continued to punch forward. Aham understood he had mistaken his identity. Therefore, he wasn't foolish enough to block the blows or fight back anymore. Instead, Aham ran as fast as his legs could carry him, both to preserve his own life and to avoid hurting Lam Fi's father. Meanwhile, Lam Van Sun was still chasing right behind him, close on his heels. "Uncle, please open your eyes wide and look closely. You've got the wrong person." Aham shouted while running. "Stop right there." Lam Van Sun kept chasing and striking all the way until Lam Fi arrived at the scene. Though out of breath, she still screamed loudly, "Father, stop fighting! He isn't Duong Tunyiu!" Hearing his beloved daughter's voice, Only then did Director Lam calm down to observe, and Hockham managed to keep his small life. Afterward, Lam Van Son returned to his office. While receiving care from the medical staff, he listened to the report about the recent terrorist attack at the Intelligence Bureau. According to preliminary statistics, a total of 6 people had lost their lives, 13 were severely injured, and 45 suffered minor injuries. 135 items seized from the otherworldly invasion in the evidence room had vanished. As for Duong Tunyeu, he was nowhere to be found. Even though the police had searched carefully, he had probably fled, taking advantage of the chaos. Lam Van Son gnashed his teeth in rage, swearing that he would definitely capture Duong Tunyeu to face the law. Then he turned to Hockham standing nearby and asked, "Hockham, tell me, does this anomaly have anything to do with the Doomsday game? Where is that system right now? Can you call him out here?" Hockham shook his head, saying he had been calling Van Tuong for half the day, but this artificial intelligence was a guy with quite a personality. With Lam Phi witnessing this, Lam Van Son didn't dig deeper into that matter anymore. Instead, he began to worry about the fate of humanity. That guy Duong Tunyeu was just a man who accidentally obtained a system bracelet. Yet he had already caused an event this shocking. If there were countless other bracelets out there, the potential danger would fearfully be much higher. Thinking up to this point, Lam Van Son felt he should immediately report to his superiors to establish a fully armed rapid response team, ready to adapt at any time. In addition, he appointed Lam Phi as the captain of the Special Action Team, deploying all elite forces within the Intelligence Bureau to search for similar bracelets in the city to prevent them from falling into the hands of bad people like Duong Tunyeu, while training team members to quickly adapt to the superpower combat model. As for Hockham, a completely ordinary person, he was appointed as a special advisor, receiving combat training while supporting Lam Phi during war. This situation seemed a bit outside his expectations. Hockham immediately refused on the grounds that he was just an ordinary person, daily selling his face to capitalism to earn money, and still had to go to work tomorrow, so it was better not to get involved in this. However, Lam Van Son had no intention of giving him a chance to back out. He had already vanished from the chair in front of him. Then suddenly appeared behind Hockham, speaking in a threatening tone. "A single punch of yours turned my office building into a level 2 hazardous situation, not to mention doing that thing with my precious daughter. Shouldn't you make some compensation for damages?" Thus, Hockham had no further chance to refuse. That night, Lam Phi personally drove him home. On the way back, Hockham kept sighing and groaning continuously. "Sigh, Director Lam really knows how to do business. Why is it that I came to help, yet it turned into compensating for damages? What's the matter? Are you that eager to completely wipe your hands clean of me? I was seen there by you after all, so you have to help me," Lam Phi said awkwardly. Her tone made Hockham freeze for a few seconds. Oh my God, was this still the fierce, rock-hard female officer to the point of being sharp-tongued that he met before? Seeing her suddenly become vulnerable like this indeed made her look a bit more like a woman, but he wasn't very used to it. "All right, stop dawdling, pack your things quickly and follow me," Lam Phi added. It turned out they had no intention of letting Hockham return home. Duong Tunyeu would very likely seek him out for revenge, so the Secret Intelligence Service had arranged another safe residence for him. Hockham didn't refuse either. Only when he returned home, another special situation occurred. Nan Quan Kai had been waiting here since who knows when, and furthermore she assumed a posture that was very hard to describe in words. "Young master, are you done with your busy work? You must be exhausted, right? Chiu Kai is willing to brush away all weariness for you." Hockham froze like a statue right on the spot, while Lam Phi, following right behind him, was also frightened by this situation and screamed out loud. "You animal! To think you actually have another woman at home." "I don't! She isn't my woman!" Hockham roared in explanation. But Nan Quan Kai wouldn't back down either. "Young master, I'm already yours, you know." After a period of chaos, Lam Phi finally brought Hockham to his new residence. It was a house they borrowed from the Security Bureau, ensuring Duong Tunyeu wouldn't be able to find it. and Nam Quan Kai actually insisted on tags along. Lam Fai arranged for him to stay on the second floor while she was right next door, to ensure that when anything happened, the two of them could react in time. As for Nam Quan Ki, who followed along as an attachment, she was coldly assigned by Lam Fai to stay in the basement garage room. Based on what? Nam Quan Kai instantly flared up. Aham could only say in a low voice to Lam Fai, "Don't provoke her anymore. Earlier, my house was almost blown to smithereens, you know." Furthermore, according to Hakham's words, Nam Quan Kai's strength was by no means weak either. Taking advantage of her presence here was also a huge help to them. Having one more capable person was absolutely a good thing. Hearing this, Lam Fai found it reasonable, but still seemed displeased, so she huffily left first. "Suit yourselves then. I'm going to rest first." Nam Quan Kai immediately displayed a face as joyful as if she had struck gold, then grabbed Ham, wanting to return to the room with him to rest. But Ham knew all too well what her so-called rest meant, so he smoothly refused. "We should still return to our own rooms. I'm truly very tired today and have no energy left for other things." Seeing this, Nam Quan Kai put on an expression as if she was about to cry. "Are you rejecting me?" Ham was extremely flustered, terrified by the other party's tears to the point of being at a complete loss. No, I'm really tired. How about this? Wait until I've finished resting, then I'll satisfy you." With such a promise, only then did Nam Quan Kai let Ham off. He closed his door and let out a long sigh. Van Tuong. This time, parasitizing the laptop screen and the alarm clock, started whining in his ear again. "You're still young, so seize the opportunity well. 3 people staying next to each other is truly an exciting scene. I will definitely give you more accumulated points." Ham was speechless. This guy seemed to have nothing but those depraved matters in his head all day. Regarding that, he had always been very suspicious. If Van Tuong was an all-knowing AI, then why did it stubbornly insist on having him perform Hot 18 scenes for it to watch? So up until now, I finally understand. You're the type that is incapable in that aspect, right? Ham asked coldly. It seemed he felt he had grasped the system's biggest weakness. Previously, though he didn't play the Doomsday game, he had also heard that the world inside the game was not much different from the real world. However, Van Tuong knew that that world lacked the most important pleasure for humans, which was sex. Even though it had exhausted all of its brain power, it still couldn't grant the players pleasure in this aspect. After countless failures, it finally found the crux of the problem. It was because it simply didn't know what the taste of that matter was. In other words, Van Tuong was exactly like a lecher who liked to watch hot comic books but hadn't experienced reality yet, hadn't tasted that feeling of enjoyment. Therefore, it could only gather data through observing Ham. When it spoke up to hear, Ham became even more puzzled. There were so many resources on the internet that could be found with a random search, so why on earth did this guy have to look for data from him? Like those adult movies, if you don't know which websites, I can introduce them to you. Van Tuong vehemently refused. No, how could that be the same? Nam Quan Kai and her lot are all NPCs invented by me. I can feel their bodily responses when doing that matter. Only in this way can I continuously perfect the data. Therefore, you must take care of and instruct them carefully. The more positions and tricks, the better. Ham felt a bit of a headache. Nam Quan Ki alone had given him enough of a headache, yet it also forced him to take care of and instruct them. Who else was there? Furthermore, even just him and Nam Quan Kai alone was already enough for Van Tuong to gather data. Therefore, Ham told it to quickly close the passage connecting the game world and reality. However, when he just mentioned this, Van Tuong seemed to stammer. Doesn't having more girls add more interest? It's still better not to close the downward passage. These words were very fitting for a lecher like Van Tuong, but Ham kept feeling something was wrong with its tone. Hey, could it be that you can no longer stop the downward passage? Facing Ham's questioning, Van Tuong suddenly burst into loud laughter, but its tone was even more problematic. How could that be? I'm the AI god. What is there that I cannot do? Ham guessed with 9/10 certainty that Van Tuong could no longer control the situation. He then threatened to cut the power in the room, so as not to give it a chance to disturb him today. Seeing this, only then did Van Tuong begin to admit it. Previously, because it wanted to search for the secrets in the ABC aspect, it had messed up the core code at the bottom layer of the other world, accidentally tearing open the fourth wall, which was why it caused the two worlds to connect. Van Tuong had no way to stop the invasion of the game characters, nor did it know when the next occurrence of that event would take place. Ham was truly furious, wanting to snap that laptop in half right now. Are you trying to make both worlds kick the bucket together or what? Van Tuong hurriedly denied, as long as I obtain enough data to complete the final game code, I can patch up the crack. Ham was speechless, so he lay flat on the bed. It seemed that for the time being, there was nothing else to do but cooperate with Van Tuong. After that, he tossed and turned before falling asleep. He didn't know how long it was until the sun reached its zenith that Ham finally woke up, only to find himself stark naked. "Where are my clothes?" he roared. "Young master, you're awake?" That familiar voice, as sweet as honey, poured into his ears once again. Only then did Ham notice that Nam Quan Kai was also lying right next to him. The crucial part was that she was also stark naked. He immediately and instinctively pulled the blanket to cover his body completely, truly not understanding why this girl was here when he had clearly locked the door yesterday. "I just gave it a random push and managed to get in," Nam Quan Kai said, putting on an innocent look. Ham turned his head to look at the pitiful entrance door that had been smashed into 100 pieces. "It really was a gentle push, huh? But that's not important. What's important is, could Nam Quan Kai have taken advantage of the situation last night while he was fast asleep to do that already?" Seeing Ham's face turning green and white alternately, Nam Quan Kai seemed to guess what he was thinking. So she explained that last night she only helped Ham undress and did nothing else. After all, he hadn't rested enough, so how could he guarantee the quality needed to help her conceive the next generation's savior? Ham breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Nam Quan Kai got up first, saying she would go cook breakfast for him. Watching that beautiful figure walk away, only then did Ham dare to lower his guard. It really stresses a person out first thing in the morning. It seems from now on, I have to take good safety precautions for myself while sleeping. Thus, Ham immediately called a security company, requesting them to ship 10 of the best security locks over here. The type that can withstand a nuclear explosion would be even better. While speaking, Ham walked downstairs, only to discover Nam Quan Kai holding 2 knives in her hands next to a tiger that was tied up, looking utterly pitiful. "Young master, please wait a moment. I will harvest the tiger to boost your physical strength right away." Right next to them, the TV was broadcasting news. Last night, an adult Siberian tiger mysteriously vanished from the city zoo. The police are currently stepping up their investigation and advising citizens not to panic. Ham went crazy and immediately forced Nam Quan Kai to return the tiger to its owners. Otherwise, he would kick her out too. Although Nam Quan Kai was quite reluctant in the end, she still had to obey. After Nam Quan Kai went out, Ham was about to close the door when he was stopped by someone. "Are you Ham?" The opponent was a cold, beautiful lady, moreover carrying 2 purple swords behind her shoulders. "That's right. Who are you?" "The Princess of the North Wind Empire, surname Luke, name Q," the other party said while drawing out a sword. In his heart, Ham silently chanted Namo Amitabha. "It looks like another headache-inducing individual has appeared." In the game world created by Van Tuong, across those 6 vast continents, the North Wind Empire was the mightiest nation with an immense territory and formidable military forces. Everywhere within the 4 seas were their subjects. However, half a year ago, a brutal demon launched a sneak attack on the North Wind Empire, causing the prosperity of this nation to be destroyed. The kingdom's elite army was also wiped out, and the country that was once so magnificent was now submerged in a sea of blood. Luku, as the princess, bore a deep sea of blood vengeance on her shoulders, searching for a way to defeat that demon. And the sole hope was to find again the one sword setting the realm of yesteryear. The one who laid the foundation for the hegemony of the North Wind Empire was the state-protecting dragon general. By some coincidence, this state-protecting dragon general was programmed in the main storyline to be Hakham's great-grandfather. That was the reason why Luku was present here. She wanted to obtain the bloodline of the Hak clan within his body to restore the nation. And that so-called obtaining of the bloodline meant they had to do that together. However, unlike Nam Quan Kai, who was gentle and lovely, Luku tightly bound Hakham right upon meeting him. Tied to a chair and seeing her looking like this, it was extremely terrifying. Placed in a passive position, Hakham could only smoothly negotiate with the opponent. I can give you what you want, but can you take it and then obediently go back? No. Luku did not hide her plan even a single bit. She said that the demon was also searching for Hakham's whereabouts, because on his body lay the secret to undoing his final seal. Therefore, so that the demon could not get his way, Luku also stated directly, "After the matter is finished, I will personally send you on your way." How can you be so unreasonable? Hakham roared. Cut the chatter. Let's begin quickly. After Luku finished speaking, she drew the two swords behind her back and executed a few basic moves to slash away almost all of Hakham's clothes. He was tightly bound to the chair, completely unable to resist, his body thus fully exposed before the opponent. Luku froze for a few seconds, then couldn't help but mutter, "This size, truly worthy of being the descendant of the state-protecting dragon general." Having said that, she showed absolutely no hesitation, lunging straight toward Hakham. Then she also stripped off her own clothes and sat on top of him. Hakham, as a real man and a gentleman, yet was forced by someone using any means necessary like this. This really was too humiliating. Fortunately, Lam Fai appeared just in time. She pointed the gun barrel straight at Luku's head, then threatened, "Get off right now! What on earth do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Is this your woman too?" "But what a pity! You arrived too late. I have already succeeded," Luku replied, her tone full of provocation. "It's still too early to say that. Who are you looking down on?" Hakham hissed. Lam Fai was driven mad with rage by the sight before her. Clearly the world outside was already in total chaos, yet Hakham still had the mood to do this kind of filthy thing, and furthermore, it wasn't even with the girl from yesterday. At this moment he realized a problem. Luku's appearance meant that the second otherworldly descent had already begun. Hakham instantly became tense, ignoring the fact that the princess was still tightly hugging him. How is the situation right now? Can the overall state be controlled? Lam Fai turned away, not wanting to look at this eyesore of a hot scene anymore. But her mouth didn't forget to report the situation. This time, because we have experience, the field layout was prepared in advance. Right now, the responsible personnel have already begun retrieving the equipment and items dropped from those spatial gates. However, there is a squad facing trouble, so the director wants Lam Fai to bring Hakham over there to reinforce. But at this moment, Luku, sitting on him, started to get restless again. "No way. Today you absolutely must hand over what I need." However, Hakham showed absolutely no reaction. Although the person in front of him was indeed a beauty with a perfect figure, he didn't like the type of woman who used any means necessary to achieve her goal, and liked it even less when someone forced him. "If I am willing, I can give you what you want at any time. But if I don't want to, then even if you waste your physical strength on me for a day and a night, don't you dare dream of it. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try," Hakham said in a stern voice. "How can that be? Didn't the storybook say that in just over half an incense stick's time a man would—" Luku muttered, but when facing Hakham's completely deadpan face, she suddenly understood that actual practice and theory seemed to be totally different. Luku's actions halted, and then she slowly crawled down. Though unwilling, She had to accept and wait until Ham was willing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also seized the chance to gather one more capable girl to stay and help him. I can give you a chance, but the premise is that you must stay here to help me. Luku's eyes instantly lit up. She agreed to stay. From now on, Ham only needed to say whom to slash, and she would immediately obey. Flashback to 20 minutes ago at Squad D. The situation was extremely tense. Almost no squad member survived. On the ground lay a walkie-talkie, which was still continuously emitting the voice of the person on the other end. Squad D, if you receive the signal, please respond. Respond immediately. Unfortunately, that walkie-talkie had actually fallen into the hands of that bastard Duong. Chuniyeu, who had received the signal. Currently, we are near the parking lot on Fong Duong Street, he replied. Back at Ham's house. After resolving the issue with Luke Q, Lam Fai quickly drove him to the scene. Ham didn't expect this girl to be a reckless driver either. Sitting in the car driven by her, he felt as if this was the last time he would be alive in this world. When they were only about 500 meters away from Squad D's position, Lam Fai gave instructions to the Special Reinforcement Squad, reminding them to prioritize saving people and not to engage in combat. Cars number 1, 2, and 3 would follow her inside to check the situation, while the remaining cars had to stay outside, mobile and ready to support. However, Ham sitting in the passenger seat detected something wasn't quite right. He grabbed the steering wheel, veering the car to one side to temporarily avoid several incoming rounds of bullets. And the other cars in the Special Reinforcement Squad were also attacked by this stream of bullets. Among them, one car exploded. Seeing this situation, Lam Fai immediately became flustered. What's going on? Up ahead on the second floor, the sharp-eyed Ham had spotted the problem. On the second floor of the building ahead, there was a group of snipers equipped with wolf rifles, a type of C-rank weapon, aiming straight at them. After confirming there were snipers, Lam Fai quickly ordered to disperse, while Ham signaled Luku to take action. At this moment, the group of snipers was preparing to continue their attack, but for some reason, their gun barrels were suddenly slashed away by something. Before they could even register the situation, the bald heads of these guys were slashed through by a sharp object, and by the time they could faintly see the situation in front of them, they only saw a hot body jumping down from above. Luku had dealt with that entire group of snipers. The snipers have been dealt with. Everyone keep moving, but remember to stay alert. Lam Fai ordered freshly. Meanwhile, Ham was suddenly credited with 40 experience points. He was completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Van Tuong then appeared on the car screen to explain, because Luku was now considered Ham's follower. After each time she eliminated a target, half of the experience points would belong to him. Ham went, wow. He didn't expect it to be that awesome. If so, wouldn't it mean he could just lie still in one place now and still grow stronger? Just tell those hot babes to go out and fight while he enjoyed a life of being a kept man. Before Ham could enjoy this vision for long, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound from behind. Both he and Lam Fai turned their heads around. As a result, they saw some creature crawling out from under the ground. With its colossal size, it flipped a car of the reinforcement squad. This was the Heavenly Machine Snake, a level 4 monster. Lam Fai and Ham together displayed an expression of total disbelief in their eyes. He shouted loudly, "Run quickly!" Without needing Ham's order, Lam Fai had already stepped on the gas. That monster was wide-mouthed, wanting to swallow them whole. Only an idiot would stand still here, waiting to die. While Lam Fai focused on driving, Ham poked his head out of the window to use his first capability, Earth Binding Cage. The ground that was originally flat, after he activated this capability, piled up, turning into sturdy ropes that tightly wrapped around the Heavenly Machine Snake. Unfortunately, this method didn't hold the monster for long, because very quickly the Earth Binding Cage was destroyed by it. Ham assessed the situation for a moment, feeling there was no other way but for him to personally take action. However, he always felt that this place was a trap. Therefore, he reminded Lam Fai to be careful herself, and when there was an opportunity she must break out on her own. But the beautiful Lam refused. She wanted to stay and fight together with Hak Ham, as only that would be worthy of the title captain. Right at this moment, Luku fell from the sky again, landing right on the hood of Lam Fai's car under Hak Ham's astonished gaze. She spoke up to warn that he was no match for the heavenly machine snake. Although she didn't know who the person behind staging this scene was, he had definitely made thorough preparations. Extremely troublesome. Therefore, Luku volunteered for the task of dealing with the heavenly machine snake, telling Lam Fai and Hak Ham to stay safely inside the car and find a way to break through the encirclement. Before either of them could answer, she had already lunged toward that monster. Be that as it may, Hak Ham didn't intend to live off women his entire life. After all, I am the male protagonist here. He then quickly used the system to draw a card, hoping to draw a high-grade skill that could defeat the heavenly machine snake in an instant. However, the card that Hak Ham spent points to exchange for this time only bore a brief line of text. "Thank you for playing," which also meant he didn't draw anything at all. Hak Ham roared in anger. "System, you're so deceitful." Van Tuong giggled, seemingly very pleased with this reaction from Hak Ham. Since it's a card draw, it must definitely rely on probability. How could you draw good items every single time? Cut it out. Isn't it because I didn't put on a show for you this time that you didn't give me anything useful? Right at this moment, a golden arrow pinned itself straight into the car door on the side where Lam Fai was sitting. After that, it ripped this door open. The car swerved, and she instinctively lunged into Hak Ham's embrace beside her. What just happened? Hak Ham was too busy arguing with Van Tuong, so he didn't pay attention to the previous detail. "It's a bow and arrow, an exploding bow and arrow," Lam Fai replied, and she was certain that this arrow wasn't the only one. It looks like the situation was becoming more and more difficult for them. The bumpy road made Lam Fai cry out, "This road is so shocking." Van Tuong in the back was excited, to the point of emitting smoke, exclaiming, "Good! Very good! Extremely good! I am exceptionally satisfied with this handling." Meanwhile, Hak Ham was wondering, "Is that Tunye?" Lam Fai also turned her head back in surprise to look. A man had blocked their car's path. Seeing him brandishing a horse-chopping saber, a C-rank equipment, they were greatly shocked. "It really is him. What does he want to do?" Hak Ham quickly took action. "Can't avoid it anymore. Draw a card." At the same time, a strike from Tunye chopped straight into their car. The vehicle was instantly cut in half. Looking at the exploding car behind him, he said coldly, "Opposing me. The end result is being crushed to pieces." But as if sensing something, Tunye turned his head back alertly with a "ha" sound. He saw a figure walking out from inside the blazing fire. The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for receiving the S-rank equipment set Azure Dragon Battle Armor piece. Azure Dragon Cuirass. Attribute: none. Enchantment badges can be stacked. Passive skill: Dragon Scale Protective Shield. Effective limit: infinite." Infinite. Lam Fai, being held in his arms, secretly thought. "So cool." While Tunye brandished his saber once more. "Today, let me see if your life is more durable or if my horse-chopping saber is harder." Hak Ham quickly put Lam Fai down and then lunged forward to fight. "You wait here," she urged him. "All right, watch out for your safety." Hak Ham had activated the Dragon Scale Protective Shield to form a barrier layer, protecting himself. All attacks from the opponent became futile upon hitting his protective layer. He couldn't believe it, shouting, "Just how many skills do you have on you? Shoot him dead for me!" The sniper squad in the adjacent building quickly received the order. Lam Fai, observing from the side, was very curious. Was it them using the explosive arrows to destroy the car? How could Tunye gather so many people in just one night? Countless. Barrages of bullets from the snipers poured down onto the shield that Hak Ham created. The impact caused explosions all around him. Ah Ham gritted his teeth and uttered, "This bastard has quite a lot of accomplices, huh?" He was also very proud, laughing out loud. "I have numbers on my side. Freeze you with rage!" Then he continued to order the sniper squad, "Don't stop until he falls." Blazing firestorm attack. Another rain of bullets poured down on Ha Ham's shield, but Tun Yu was startled to see him approaching toward himself. He thought to himself, "This kid wants to get close and direct the firepower onto me. Does he think I don't know how to run?" However, his feet were tightly bound by strange things protruding from under the ground. He was utterly surprised. "What on earth is this?" Ha Ham confidently said. "Surprise, surprise, aren't you amazed? If the earth-binding cage couldn't trap the heavenly machine snake, did you really think it couldn't stop a brat like you?" A barrage of bullets carrying power like a wall of fire swept in, making Tun Yu scream in despair. "No, please!" His lackeys, however, were confused. Why is he shouting, "No, please"? Does it mean don't stop? But why isn't he running away? They guess he plans to use himself as bait. What? Brother Duong is actually that brave, worthy of being a powerful general trusted by the guildmaster. Brothers, we must not let down Brother Duong's intentions. So they unleashed their full firepower down upon his body. Tun Yu, pushed to this dead end, could only cry his eyes out, waiting until the 8th of September when autumn arrives and flowers bloom in full before fading. The fragrance of flowers would spread across Chang'an City as a wave of firepower poured down below. His despair reached its peak. "My teammates are all a bunch of idiots." Right at that moment, behind the snipers, firepower suddenly arrived out of nowhere. It turned out to be Quan Kai. She and her fire phoenix had appeared just in time. "Sir, don't be afraid. Kai Kai is here to help you." Ah Ham replied, while reinforcing his body, "Well done." After the firepower subsided, Tun Yu, with his entire body charred and blackened, had to shout, "Where did I leave my defense badge? Please, pause for a moment." But a punch from Ha Ham had already struck. He coldly refused and dismissed him. In the distance, a person using binoculars to observe their actions was stunned, his mouth agape. He reported back to Fan Ko. The master of the Silver Moon Frostbone Guild master, Tun Yi, was punched clean through by Ha Ham. This time he's a goner. She only casually uttered an "oh," then added, "That's fine." She gave an order. "This proves Ha Ham is a talent well worth recruiting. We must bring him in at all costs." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." Looking at the defeated Tun Yu beneath his feet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally dealt with him. Looking at the credited experience points, Ha Ham was quite surprised. Dealt with such a powerful guy, yet the experience value only increased by 50? Just now. Kai dealt with that crowd and even got credited with 80 experience points. Lam Fai from afar called out to him, "Ha Ham, come over here for a moment." He immediately ran toward her. "Coming!" Right at that moment, a wave of blue light enveloped Tun Yu's entire body. His body gradually recovered. He struggled to prop his body up to sit up. Touching his chest that had just been refilled, he was very smug. Not dead as expected, not dead, truly a treasure. His laughter echoed throughout the street. "I am invincible under heaven." On Lam Fai's side, she had captured a lackey to take his statement. He reported back, "We are members of the Silver Moon Frostbone Guild. The guild master told us to follow Brother Duong today to ambush the police and snatch the badges they collected." Hearing this, Lam Fai was surprised. So fast, and someone has already organized a guild to commit crimes. Meanwhile, Ha Ham focused on the issue. "Who is your guild master?" He shook his head repeatedly and replied, "I haven't seen them yet. We are just the low-level lackeys on the outside. We don't have the right to meet the guildmaster." Lam Fai then sent him to the station. "Go to the station and we'll interrogate you further." As for him, he was wondering, Beautiful female officer, can this be considered turning myself in? She coldly replied, What do you think? Right at A. That moment, Quan Kai rushed over, hugging him tightly and asking, Brother Hak, did Kai Kai perform well today? He stammered in reply, Well, very well. Quan Kai coquettishly asked further, Then how do you intend to reward me? Hakan tried to pull his hand out but failed, so he suggested to her, Why don't you go help Luke Ku first? Luke Ku, having just knocked out a monster, replied, No need. She sheathed her sword and then casually reported, Took a bit of effort, but it's dealt with. Meanwhile, Hawkham looked at her experience points and was utterly shocked. A single jump increased by 100 experience value points. The system freshly displayed a notification. User Hawkham, Fire Attribute, Profession Undetermined, Grade Level 3, Attack 75, Defense 35, Speed 30, Critical Hit 3, Spirit Power 15, Ice Heart Pills. Reading the information board, he thought to himself, although I gained quite a lot this time, drawing cards twice already consumed 100 experience points, busy for half the day and still only level 3, looks like I have to save a bit in the future. In particular, I can't draw thank you for playing ever again. He decided to return home to rest, lying stretched out on the sofa. Hawkham dejectedly looked at his phone. So hungry! Why is ordering takeout so expensive? Ordering a bowl of soup cost that much. Suddenly, a piping hot bowl of noodles was brought out by Quan Kai. Brother Hak, you're very hungry, right? Come, eat noodles quickly. I wonder if the food Kai Kai made suits your taste, sir. He quickly picked up the bowl of noodles to enjoy and praised. You cook noodles very deliciously. Hearing this, she was very happy. Really? Kai Kai is so glad. I wonder when Brother Hawk will let Kai Kai eat the bottom part? Luke Ku, having just arrived, heard these words and was displeased. When eating, just eat properly. Dropping such a vulgar hint, don't you feel fake? Hawkham also agreed, that's right. When eating... Speaking up to here. He stopped when he saw her also bringing over a plate of food. Luke Ku spoke up. Why don't you try my cooking, grilled oysters? Quan Kai angrily screamed, Your hint is even more vulgar. The two of them glared at each other. Luke Ku lectured Quan Ki. Men only like what's fresh, understand, you old woman? While she casually replied, Interesting, huh? Don't you understand the rule of first come, first serve? The two of them lunged into an argument. Who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, I'll burn you to ashes. Not even a single hair will be left. Don't get tense. You're the one who's tense. Come on, let's see who's afraid of whom. This chaos made him helpless. I just want to have a meal. Why is it so hard? Quan Kai raised her voice, As long as I'm here. Don't you dare dream of achieving it. While Luke Ku was no pushover either, I'll just kill you now and be done with it. The doorbell rang. Hawkham felt as if he was liberated. Thank goodness the takeout is here. But seeing the person outside, he froze, letting out an "oh" sound. Kyuna outside politely greeted. Hello, you are Hawkham, right? He also shook hands back. Hello, who are you? Kyuna replied, I am the private secretary of Ms. Bao. I came here specifically to invite you to join tonight's party. The formal attire has been fully prepared. We look forward to your attendance. Hearing this, Hawkham was even more bewildered. Ms. Bao? Which Ms. Bao? Kyuna gently asked back, Is there another Ms. Bao in this city? Only now did he realize in shock. Could it be the person nicknamed the Queen of it, the new CEO of the Kong Thin Group, the heiress to tens of billions in assets, Fan Ko? The secretary answered, That's correct. After 7:00 p.m. tonight, someone will come to pick you up. Please, excuse me for not disturbing you further. Looking at the car that had departed, he was still stunned. I even submitted my CV to the Kong Thin Group before and didn't even get an interview opportunity. Why did the CEO suddenly invite me to a dinner party tonight? Just opening the gift box, he became even more shocked. An unusual matter surely has a problem. It's better not to go. But why give so many formal suits? But inside, how could it be formal suits? Rather, it was a chest full of money. The light of financial and material wealth caused Aham to give in, exclaiming, so full of sincerity. Lam Fai, after receiving a phone call, screamed, "What?" Hakham went to a party alone. Why did he suddenly get involved in this kind of activity? Did anyone make contact with him? The other side reported back in the afternoon. A car from the Kong Thin group came to meet him and delivered 3 boxes. Because the other party is a famous company in this city, we didn't stop them. Lam Fai roared a sentence. "You guys are fired!" At the Kong Thin group headquarters. Inside, a luxurious and magnificent party was taking place. The whole group of partygoers marveled, looking outside the door. President Bao has arrived. Wow, so beautiful. Discussions echoed everywhere from the moment she walked in. To say she makes birds fall and fish sink wouldn't be an exaggeration. Obtaining a PhD at age 19. And solving world problems regarding quantum physics at age 21, inheriting tens of billions in assets at age 23, the market value doubled after 1 year. Truly a genius, talented and wealthy, beautiful face, and her figure is even more flawless. God's truly too unfair. Director Nguyen had seized the opportunity to clink glasses with Fan Company. President Bao, next year's latest product must be prioritized for our Hoa-the group, okay? She politely replied, "Don't mention it. I will definitely satisfy Uncle Nguyen." An announcement echoed. "Young Master Tai, Dich has arrived." Looking at the red carpet spread across the floor, someone contemptuously exclaimed, "That clown is here again! Don't know what kind of trick he'll pull off this time." The lights were also turned on. Tai Dich along with the bodyguards appeared like a music band. Director Nguyen was also stunned. "This is—" Tai Dich acted cool and started singing his opening. "Good evening. Baby, you are matchless. How I miss you, missing you to the point of dizziness. How I want to become one with you. Can you give me an opportunity to find out?" Everyone hearing these words discussed in a bustling manner. "So vulgar! Keep your voice down a bit. This little ancestor's father is the governor of Kwangthuan province. We can't afford to provoke him." Tai Dich, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, slid all the way to Fan Ko's place and shouted, "Little Bao, sister!" But Fan Ko coldly turned her back and walked away, causing his roller skates to lose momentum because of that. Looking at Fan Ko's departing figure, Tai Dich could only scream, "You can't avoid me." Turning around, "Come, feel a bit of my passionate ultimate skill." Tai Dich hugged her leg, however. Fan Ko still completely ignored him, and instead called out to the person focusing on eating and drinking in the corner of this room, "Aham!" Curiously, he turned around to look at the person who had just called him. "You are—" Right at that moment, Tai Dich also lost his balance, lunged over, and bumped into Hakham. He coldly said to him, "Do you want to run a porcelain scam on me? I have no money to compensate you." While he was purple with rage, screaming, "This master wants your dog life! Men! Press his head down into the toilet for me." The bodyguards aggressively rushed forward. "Yes." Fan Ko stood up to protect Hakham Ponu. "Young master." Is truly so majestic, huh? In my dinner party, wanting to lay hands on my honored guests. Tai Dich gloomily repeated, "Honored guest? An honored guest?" The people behind were also surprised. Did I hear wrong? Someone can be considered an honored guest by President Bao? Which wealthy family's young master is this kid from? Never seen him before. Hearing those words, Tai Dich became even more infuriated. Why didn't I know there was this character in the circle? Kid, if you know a bit of rules, report your background yourself. Hakham doubtfully uttered, "I—" But Fan Ko had already linked arms with him and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see my room. Looking at Fan Ko intimately clinging onto Hak Ham, Tydik was so angry that he couldn't speak a word. You damn well let go of your hand for this, master. The bodyguards had to hurriedly stop him. Young master, calm down a bit. Don't offend President Bao. Fan Ko brought Hak Ham to a private room. She sat down on the chair and then told him, just now was merely playing along with the occasion. Don't take it seriously. Do you know why I looked for you? He replied, want to invite me to join your guild? Is that it? In his heart, he secretly thought, just entering the door and already removing your stockings, is it that hot? Tossing the black stockings to one side, she continued, how do you know my identity? Hak Ham replied, to be able to defeat such a reckless group in the shortest time definitely requires money. As soon as I defeated Tunye, you wanted to associate with me. Linking these 2 points together, it's not hard to guess. Fan Ko didn't beat around the bush anymore. I exactly like talking to smart people. That's right, I am the guild master of the Silver Moon Frostbone Guild. Currently, I invite you to join my guild. Name your price, Hak Ham said. During the day, that 5 million appearance fee was enough for me to use. Money is no longer needed. He stepped closer to her and made a request. Want me to join? You must use something I'm interested in to exchange. Fan Ko found it very interesting. To think you still dare to negotiate terms with me. No wonder you are the man who defeated Tunio, indeed far more excellent than him. Hak Ham followed up him. How is he even worthy of being compared to me? Fan Ko asked directly. How much do you know about that game? He replied, knowledge, not very much. What do you want to talk about? She recounted ever since it was released I've been paying attention to it. This game's developer is definitely a genius. I've tried countless times to hack into the back end and retrieve data information, but I've never been able to do it. Furthermore, I believe this game is absolutely not simple. Seeing Van Tuong putting on a mischievous face, he thought to himself, don't scare me like that anymore. Get lost quickly. Seeing his strange attitude, Fan Ko was curious. What are you looking at? He smiled forcedly and replied, it's nothing. Please continue speaking. She started recounting again. Right from the very first descent, I started collecting information about items. The result discovered was that all descending superpower. Items came from that game. Turning to look at Hak Ham, she noticed, you aren't even a single bit surprised at all. Could it be that you already knew about this? Feeling guilty, he blurted out. I didn't know, so that's how it is. No wonder it's you, huh? In his heart, he told himself, I almost forgot that breaking the wall between the game and reality is still a top secret. Fan Ko followed up. Me knowing these things is also not very astonishing, but I still achieved a bit after studying the game. For example, I know when and where the next descent will occur. He guessed the time I can understand. But as for the location, where on earth is it? Could it be that it doesn't happen simultaneously worldwide? Fan Ko revealed, the appearance will take place simultaneously. But high-grade items will only concentrate in a limited place, a place I call the Land of God's Grace. Judging from the previous 2 situations, the location of God's Grace is not fixed, and seems to be random. However, there is still a trace to find it. This rule, I've already grasped it. If you surely submit to me, I will help you reach the pinnacle of life. As she was slowly pressing close against Hak Ham's body, Lam Fai had also timely appeared outside the window. He announced through the device, all departments, please pay attention to my orders and prepare to act. The other side shouted in unison, clear! In her heart, Lam Fai secretly thought. Never expected Fan Ko to be the mastermind standing behind the mysterious guild. If Hak Ham cooperates with her, the police will no longer be able to control the situation. In that case, the only way is to strike first to gain the upper hand. Hak Ham, you absolutely must not. At this moment, Hak Ham also had an answer. Sorry, I've promised someone else, and I won't be able to break my promise. Here in this Fan Ko was surprised. What? While Lam Fi outside shyly thought, the someone else's he mentioned is me? How annoying. Why does it feel like a heart-fluttering sensation like this? Hak Ham left a sentence and then departed. I advise you guys to dissolve the guild as soon as possible, otherwise sooner or later the police will find you. Take care of yourself. Farewell. Hyuna whispered, asking Fan Ko, do we need to dispatch people to eliminate him? She replied, no need. An interesting man like this, naturally, must be kept around to play with, only then is it fun. Sooner or later, he will belong to me anyway. Outside the building, inside the car, a counting sound was echoing. 9 minutes 45 seconds. 9 minutes 46 seconds. Taidich became even more impatient as time continued to pass. 9 minutes 47 seconds. Seeing Hak Ham walking outside, the bodyguard then announced, Young master, that kid came outside? Seeing this, Taidich smugly said, Huh? Came out so fast. Isn't that kid a fast shooter? Or did nothing happen at all? Seeing him looking at his phone, they were curious. Is he waiting for his subordinates to drive over? Perfect timing. Let's see which family's child that is. It turned out he was scanning a code to get a bicycle. The two of them watching this had darkened faces. Renting a bicycle. After recovering his senses, Taidich screamed, Piece of trash! Poor ghost! Relying on the likes of you and you still dare to try and defile my goddess? Let me shoot him dead and be done with it. The bodyguard helplessly uttered, All right, or... Inside the car, a chaotic sound then burst out. Did you step on the gas pedal or what? I stepped on it all the way, right? Why isn't it moving? Finally, something in the back attracted the driving bodyguard's attention. Young master, look behind you. Tuning had been behind their car since who knows when. He coldly said, Young Master Tao, let's talk a bit, shall we? As for Hak Ham, he had returned home. He tiredly lamented, renting a bicycle also completely used up 4 RMB. Truly can't walk anymore. Lam Fi had welcomed him. You're back? Are you very tired? How about drinking some water? Receiving the glass of water from her hand, he shyly said, Thank you for your care. She urged him, The weather is getting hotter and hotter, so remember to drink more water, okay? Feeling hot, she pulled up her shirt. The air conditioner didn't lower the temperature at all, truly annoying to death. It really would be good to be a bit cooler, huh? Seeing Hak Ham blushing, she leaned close and asked, What's wrong with you? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Hak Ham became even more suspicious. What's the matter with you, Officer Lam? Where are Quan Kai and Luke Q? Hearing this question, Lam Fi then punched hard once into the wall behind him, after which she said, The two of them were sent away by me to make new ID cards. Right now, only we are at home. I advise you to be a bit honest. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you take the hard way instead of the easy way. Hak Ham could only obey. She continued to pull up her shirt. Because of your excellent performance tonight, I decided to reward you. You can do whatever you want of me. Seize this opportunity, okay? This time, no one will disturb us. At the same time, the short-range cannon on the roof of Hak Ham's house sensed danger. Countless firepowers shot into the target in a sudden raid. Hak Ham immediately hugged Lam Fi to avoid the flying glass fragments. They were extremely surprised. What happened? The close-in weapon system was activated. Hearing this, Hak Ham's mouth dropped open. CL close-in weapon system! So it's using the close-in weapon system again. Lam Fi immediately took the walkie-talkie to connect with the outside security team. How is it? The security team reported back. Short-range artillery attack. The radar identified it and began automatic interception. The safe house is undamaged. We just need to fix a few doors and it will be fine. Locking onto the artillery's firing position right now. Seeing the plan fail, Taidich was so angry that he stomped his feet. What normal person installs a short-range cannon inside their own house? What on earth is that brat? Now we're completely screwed. Not only did we fail to kill him, but we also ruined the job. Yu remained very calm and said, "Don't be anxious. Just now was only a target practice. Next up, this is the real deal." Superpower radiated from the palms of his hands. Looking at those things, Tydick was very surprised. This is... Yu confirmed. Yep. With one sound, monsters appeared. They were level 2 exploding cicadas. Rockets from their wings fired toward the target. Lamphai ordered, "Immediately dispatch the anti-riot team here. If the opponent dared to use artillery, they definitely still have other weapons." The outside security team stared blankly at the thing in front of them, exclaiming, "Heavens!" A series of rockets fired out like shooting stars, dashing across the night sky. Then they exploded, making the dark night sky bright up. Tydick looked at the blazing fire and smoke rising in the distance, happily exclaiming, "So refreshing. This is exactly the ending for anyone who dares to compete for a woman with me." In contrast to him, Yu calmly reminded, "Let's go. On to the next game location. Let's keep playing with him." Hearing that, Tydick was surprised. "Didn't that brat get blown to death?" Yu replied, "Rest assured. He has a tough life. And besides, dying so easily would be way too good for him. Ham's house had become a pile of rubble. Ruined. He had activated the shield to protect both of them. So dangerous, just a bit slower and we would have been blown to pieces." Lamphai angrily spoke up, "Damn it! Truly, way too arrogant." She immediately led her subordinates to kick open the door to the office of the Silver Moon Frostbone Guild. The group of people inside were quite surprised to see Lamphai. Fanko spoke up, "Officer, is there something wrong?" Lamphai issued an arrest warrant. "Boss Bao, we suspect you are directly involved in a terrorist attack. Please come with us." The people inside could not believe it. "What kind of joke is that? Do you know Boss Bao's status?" Fanko followed up. "Officer, relying on these few people you brought here and you want to touch me? I'm afraid you're not up to the mark yet." Ham also hurriedly ran over, shouting, "Calm down. Calm down. Absolutely, do not act rashly, otherwise you will fall right into the trap of the real culprit." Lamphai furrowed her brows and looked at him. "Why are you here?" Fanko asked, "Is it you? Do you believe I am innocent?" He replied, "I believe it. If you wanted to kill me, you would have taken action at the party." Fanko then agreed to the summons. "All right, with these words from you, then I am at ease. I will give you face and go with her." This caused the employee beside her to gasp in astonishment. "Boss Bao." Hearing her words, Ham was also surprised, letting out an "oh" sound, while Lamphai behind him looked as if she was on fire. An arrest warrant is not even as effective as him, right? Countless reporters were already waiting outside. A female reporter reported the news. The city's most famously beautiful businesswoman, Fanko, was suddenly arrested by the police, causing a public stir. So far, the police have not given a detailed explanation. Let's continue to follow along. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room, after hearing the whole story, Fanko denied it. "A guild? I don't understand what you're saying at all, officer." Lamphai raised the question, "Then why did you invite Ham to attend the party?" She casually replied, "I think highly of him and wanted to get to know him more deeply. Is that not allowed?" This answer left Lamphai speechless. "You..." Outside, Van Sun doubtfully asked, "Ham, do you really think it wasn't done by her?" He confirmed, "That's right. She still hopes I will join the guild. She wouldn't be in a hurry to kill me to silence me." He couldn't figure it out then. "Who do you think could take action against you?" Ham also hesitantly uttered, "What I'm worried about is not the opponent's identity, but rather their purpose." Meanwhile, Kiona had just returned. A wave of murderous intent from behind swept in. Yu, from behind, had controlled her body and then asked straight out, The system can forecast that landing. It's inside the room. Right? Hacham told Van Son, I always feel like I've fallen into the opponent's trap. He followed up. What should be the next step? He decided, I'll go to Fan Ko's company first to keep an eye on her group of subordinates. Right at that moment, a subordinate frantically ran in to report, not good, Director. The prison side is being attacked by superpowers. Their target is serious criminals. The wardens are requesting immediate reinforcement. Hearing this, Van Son was furious. Even the prison they dare to rob, truly treating the law as nothing. Hacham deduced, perhaps it's the person who ambushed me. I'll head over there right now. The director called him back. Wait a moment. There is a 5th squad supporting you. You can take them along. Hearing this, his eyes widened. My 5th squad. Thunder Quick Counterattack Squad had been assembled. They shouted in unison, Yes, Captain. Hacham was still wondering. These people are... Van Son replied, They are all top-class experts, each capable of taking on 10 enemies alone. Right now, they have also been equipped with superpower badges, significantly increasing combat power. They can definitely help you. From now on, you are their captain. Hacham felt like a tiger growing wings, shouting forcefully, All right, let's set out. At the prison, fire was blazing as if wanting to burn down this place. The prisoners inside were all taking advantage of the chaos to escape. They shouted, Run quickly! Get in the car quickly! Except for one guy who was lusting after a female prison guard. She weakly begged, Let me go! Right at that moment, a wave of firepower attacked straight into that guy's head. The surrounding guys, seeing this, became alert. Who's that? Hacham appeared and ordered the squad. Capture them all for me. Anyone who resists, deal with them on the spot. The whole squad shouted in response, being hunted down by the squad. The prisoners screamed in panic. Running quickly to this extent? Way too immoral. The prisoners were captured. A team member reported, Captain, the situation has been controlled. The number of escaped prisoners is still being compiled. Hacham asked directly, What about the superpower jailbreaker? He received the answer, no discovery at all. It seems he left before we arrived. Hacham suddenly remembered something, shouting, Not good! It's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. On the side of the Silver Moon, Frostbone Guild. Inside the room, Kuna had been tightly tied up, while Tunye had received news. Hacham went over to that side? Huh? Very well, I will wait for him here. Taidich beside him was very terrified. Being caught is a total goner. Let's go quickly. However, he remained very calm. Rest assured this time. I will definitely make him bury his body here. Ham was brought over by Quan Ki's Fire Phoenix. He was very grateful. Well done, Kai Kai. You've been a huge help. Quan Kai also followed him. Let me go up there with you. Looking at the doormen who had lost their lives, he realized right away, as expected, there is a problem. Tununyehu walked out from inside. Ham, I've been waiting for you for a very long time. His face was filled with danger, as if knowing in advance the ending destined for Hacham. As for him, he was still surprised. AR, aren't you dead? Clearly with my own hands. He laughed out loud, interrupting Hacham. Unexpected, right? I died but could still come back to life. To tell you the truth, my current body is immortal. You can't kill me. Hacham, along with Quan Kai, immediately rushed up. Then no need to kill anymore, just capture and put you in prison. Superpower radiated from Tunye's palm Dante. He confidently said, Want to imprison me? You get out of this circle first, then we'll talk. Pillars radiating blue light had been driven down. An invisible wall surrounded them. Quan Kai was still dazed. What is this? Hacham immediately took action, shouting, Break out! Looking at Tunye's figure in front of him, a kick was unleashed, but what he touched was a shield layer. After that, he instantly teleported to another space. Looking at the grass and rolling hills around, Ham was very surprised. Why did I suddenly come here? He immediately opened Van Tuong. System, what's going on? It replied, this is an S-rank item, phantom, formless. The trapped person will fall into an illusion. Unless the formation is broken from the outside, they can only be trapped to death in here. This answer didn't make Ham very happy. Then, doesn't it mean there is no other way? Van Tuong explained, for others, it's true there is no way to solve it, but for you, there is still a chance of survival. Now is the time to break Quan Ki's first seal. Hearing this, she was surprised, letting out an UA sound. Ham curiously asked further, breaking the seal. How to break it? Van Tuong then displayed a very visual image that made people blush. Of course it's like this. After watching it, Ham's face darkened. Do it once to expand a happy life. Shoot once to embrace a bright future. The system displayed 7,749 postures, and then urged Ham, come on, hurry up and save time. Just pick any random posture among these. He was so angry that he threw the phone flying onto the ground. You're afraid she won't collect enough of my tadpoles, right? That's why you're in such a hurry. Wanting her to kill me right away, is that it? Van Tuong explained, game characters also have a physiological safe period. This sentence made Ham feel itchy all over. Safe period. He slowly picked up the phone. You mean... Then blushing, he asked it, during this time I can freely release without worrying about being collected, huh? It guaranteed, rest assured. A character I created is absolutely safe. During the safe period, they have a hidden trait. Each time the union is completed, the strength will increase by 1 level, easily breaking the illusion. And besides, after intercourse, a soul bond can be immediately tied with you, helping you double your combat power. Having clearly understood the whole story, Ham turned back to look at Quan Ki. He seriously said to her, Kai, the situation is urgent. I have to make you suffer a grievance. Quan Kai denied it. No grievance at all. In Ham's heart, he was joyful, as if wanting to go crazy. Finally can be refreshingly happy. Do whatever I want. This was a desolate, dark place. Today, this place finally welcomed the dream she had always searched for. Long-lasting roughness, heavy breathing, dark night. An extremely happy experience. During the act, Ham told himself, still must save time to get outside, must not delay. Turn on the switch. Water poured out rushing. After finishing, Ham asked Van Tuong, Hey, has the seal been removed? It replied, Exactly. The character's Grade 2 form, Quan Kai's spiritual form, has been activated. Her entire body was covered by a wave of blue superpower that was very dazzling. A stream of extreme power was launched straight into the sky by Quan Ki, after which it pierced through the shield layer above. That power caused Ham to drop his mouth open while watching. On the outside currently, Tununyo picked up the item beneath his feet. He played with the 3 items in his hand. Really want to see your despairing expression every single second and minute. But the link of the 4 items, which used to be the base of that invisible barrier wall, had an abnormal movement. An explosion burst out. Tununyo was blown flying to one side. He was still stunned. How can that be? Then the 2 of them returned. Ham smugly said, It seems you're not the only one who is immortal. My life is also very tough, you know. Both of Tununyo's hands immediately released his superpower. In that case, I will personally send you on your way. He summoned an A-rank equipment, Gale twin blades, slaughtering with 1 strike. It immediately sliced across Ham's armor. He looked in disbelief at the tear on his body. Azure dragon armor, actually. Van Tuong reminded, the Gale twin blades can break any type of protective armor, so you are forced to attack. The spiritual form can turn into any weapon. He decided to use Quan Kai as a weapon. Then let's test the effect of the soul bond. Come on, Kai, let's go. When Tununyo's twin blades collided with Quan Kai's spiritual form, they broke in half. Ham had retrieved an S-rank equipment, Spiritual Eye. Looking at the power of the sword, he exclaimed, "Good sword!" Tunyo-hyuk knew his own limits, so he ran away. Damn it, where did this kid get so many weird items? But he didn't run for long before a strike of his sword swept across his legs. Looking at the fallen opponent, Ham lunged himself high into the air. A sword strike came down. He swore that this time he wouldn't let you escape again. But I won't let you die either. Hurry up, obediently speak clearly. How did you die last time but could still come back to life? From his palm radiated a fireball. That answer? Wait for the next life and then come ask me. Just finished speaking, he paused when discovering something wasn't right. The entire building exploded. Lam Fai, along with her security team, had also arrived in time. When she anxiously shouted, "Ahem! Ahem!" a trembling hand raised up from inside the corner. "I'm here." He requested them, "Hurry and take Kai to the hospital." Lam Fai propped Ham up to stand up and then asked, "The power of the explosion was so great, yet you are fine." He explained, "Fortunately, there was Kai. She saved my life at the final moment, right when the explosion took place." The sword in his hand had an abnormal movement. It created a shield blocking all firepower from the front. The power of the explosion was so strong that it caused the shield layer on his body to almost weaken before it dissipated. Finally, when everything passed, he anxiously looked at the person in front of him and uttered, Kai! One Kai, still single guile. Mindedly only cared about him without minding her own dangerous condition. "Young master, fortunately you are fine." Just finished saying those words and she fainted, making Ham anxiously shout, Kai! Lam Fai, looking at the deep crater in front of her and the ruins around, also had to exclaim, "An explosion scale this terrifying, that crowd of people is truly insane." Ham immediately denounced, "It's Tunyu, he's still not dead." Hearing up to here, she was surprised. "He's still alive," he replied. "I originally wanted to capture him alive, but let him escape again by faking his death. And besides, it's highly likely he has already obtained Fan Ko's top-secret program." Right after saying that, Ham hurriedly ran up the stairs. "Hurry up!" Let's see, the door to the room containing the top-secret program had been flung wide open. They froze when they saw Kuna tied up on the floor. She angrily said, "It's that bastard Dick. He stole the mistress's program." Ham was also very surprised. Dick. Lam Fai wondered. "Where are the guild members? How could they let the enemy infiltrate so easily?" Kuna explained, "Those beasts who only care about money. They were bribed by Dick, so they've all defected." In another deserted neighborhood, inside a certain room, a blood-curdling shriek rang out. Tunyo fell to his knees on the floor in agony, panting heavily. He tried to grit his teeth and endure it. "It really hurts, but I won't fail again." The phone in front of him suddenly rang. The person on the other end had just picked up and asked, "Where are you?" After getting the address, Dick came to Tunyo's place. The moment he met him, he cursed. "Damn it. You don't want me to live anymore, do you? You said you'd help me sleep with Fan Ko. But in the end, you blew up the whole building. Want to trap me, is that it?" Tunyo coldly interrupted him. "Cut the chatter. Where's the USB I told you to bring?" Dick's eyes flashed with danger. "This madman. Can't let him cause any more trouble. The people you told me to bring here just happened to be useful for dealing with you." A crowd of thugs, armed with all kinds of weapons, were excitedly looking at Tunyo like a piece of prey. Seeing that, he only gave a cold glance. "Relying on just this bunch of trash and you want to deal with me?" Dick ordered, "Get him, all of you. Whoever kills him gets a 3 million reward immediately." Blinded by money, the whole crowd rushed forward. "Kill! Kill!" Tunyo activated his A-rank equipment, Night Charm. He gloomily said, "A bunch of insects." He stomped his foot hard on the ground to build momentum and spring up. As Tunyo's silhouette flashed past, it left a line on the throats of the thugs. At the same time, Fan Ko over at the police station received the news. She angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What? My program has been stolen?" Arkham replied, "That's right. If they can predict the next landing time in the resource-rich zone, the world will be in danger. Can you shut down the program remotely?" Fan Ko frantically said, "The program is on an isolated network. How could it be shut down remotely?" Lam Fai tried to propose an idea. "Then can you make another copy of the program? That way we can know the time and location of the landing, and we might just be able to round them all up in one go." Fan Ko said thoughtfully, "If we have the source data, it can be remade. But they have already destroyed my database. Collecting it all over again from scratch would probably take a few months." Ham held up Van Tuong to show her and guaranteed, "You don't need to collect the data. Whatever you need, just ask it directly." Fan Ko doubtfully asked, "What is this?" He recounted, explaining it is very complicated. "To put it simply, it's an AI evolved from me, and also the publisher of the Van Tuong game." Van Tuong smugly chimed in, "That's right, I am the genius you spoke of." Fan Ko deduced the game publisher is actually an artificial intelligence? Ham asked it directly, "You can provide all the data she needs, right?" Van Tuong confirmed with a single statement, of course. Just as Ham had said, "Great. There's still a chance to save it." His face turned black when he heard Van Tuong say, "You just need to double fly with the two of them." On Tai Dik's side, he could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes. You... Looking at the entire crowd standing slack-jawed before him, Tununyo asked, "Why don't you dare come at me anymore? Keep going." "Wonderful. Turns out just by killing these weak chickens I can level up." His heavy blade slamming onto the ground was enough to make that whole crowd of people panic. Tununyo decided, "Forget it, I'm tired of killing today. Anyone who wants to fight me, kneeling down now is still in time. Submit to me, and I can lead you to win everything you desire in this world." The entire crowd, hired by Tai Dik, fell to their knees and bowed. "Boss!" Tununyo suddenly remembered. "All right, for this many people, spending money shouldn't be a big problem, right? You said you had a lot of money, didn't you?" Being put on the spot, Tai Dik shed 2 streams of tears and stammered, uttering, My family's financial situation is actually very ordinary." Tununyo didn't give him a chance to say more. The blade was already held to his neck. "Call your father and tell him to hand over 300 million. Otherwise, just wait to collect his son's corpse." Terrified, Tai Dik turned tail and ran. He shouted, "Oh, my mother," while Tununyo from behind ordered, "Catch him." The whole crowd of thugs then chased after the 3 of them. Shouts constantly rang out, "Help! Stop right there!" Tununyo was now even more confident. With money and people, most importantly needing to have that program, dominating the world is only a matter of time. Ham, you just obediently wait to die. At the Rose Hotel, where Ham was preparing to carry out the act. He had also just finished showering. Those 2 women were waiting for him in the bedroom. Seeing Lam Fai, Ham gave a forced laugh. She had to accept her fate and flopped down on the bed. He turned to ask the remaining person, "Miss Bao, if you change your mind, it's still in time, you know." But Fan Ko didn't say 2 words and decisively took off her clothes. She was very determined to win back what she had lost. "I only have this way left. I'm going to take a shower." Ham agreed, "All right." Van Tuong burst out laughing and said, "Hey! First time seeing a threesome scene. This data is extremely important. You must perform really well, okay?" Ham angrily scolded it. "Is there any system in this world filthier than you? Forcing people to do things against their conscience like this?" Van Tuong questioned back, "How do you know they don't want to do it?" Ham froze and asked, "What do you mean?" It explained, "I can collect information on heart rate, pulse frequency, and hormones through the electronic devices on their bodies. Based on her data, it can be inferred that she has had feelings for you for a long time." Hearing that, his entire face turned red. "Truly a boss. Thank you very much, huh?" Van Tuong took the opportunity to continue, therefore I am not forcing people too hard, but rather fulfilling another's wish. Just as it said that, a high heel was thrown straight at its talkative mouth. Lam Fai coldly threatened, I want to rest. If you utter any more of these vulgar sounds, I will cripple you. Ah Ham immediately agreed, all right. Van Tuong, still thick-skinned, continued, don't be afraid, her estrogen is getting even denser. Right now, she's just talking tough. Right at this moment, Fan Ko returned and suddenly hugged Hak Ham from behind. She spoke up. Do you know why I'm willing to accept you? Not just because of what you've been through, but more importantly, it's the first time I've seen someone as confident and composed as you when first meeting me. It seems everyone is very deferential and polite to me, their eyes full of desire, yet you alone disregarded my beauty and were still very casual when standing before me. Hak Ham replied, It's not that I disregarded you, it's just that my reflex arc is a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, Fan Ko interrupted him with a kiss. Ah! Ham could not utter a word. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lam Fai felt extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Fan Ko take the dominant position, Ha Ham surprisedly uttered, Wait, you want me to lie down? She replied, Doesn't the system like to watch this kind of thing? Then just let it watch to its heart's content. Ever since joining the police academy, Lam Fai had become the focus of everyone's gaze. Although there were pursuers, on what grounds could those weak men conquer Lam Fai? Later, she joined the Special Intelligence Team. Thanks to her top-ranking achievements, no one dared to approach her anymore, except for that flirtatious guy, Tunye. The first time she saw Hak Ham, Lam Fai thought he was just a useless, stupid person. But later, his performance made her believe that perhaps Hak Ham really was her destined man. But right now, her destined man was currently doing the deed, with another girl right on the bed. This is just too bizarre. After a while, Fan Ko begged, I can't take it anymore. How much longer until you're done? Hak Ham replied, It's still early. She turned to beg Lam Fai, Little sister, hurry and come help me. She angrily turned back to scold them. The two of you have no shame. Don't think that I will also... But just as she finished speaking, she froze. Fan Ko lamented again. How can this man be hogged by one person? Accept the truth. Let's help each other out. I really can't take it anymore. Helplessly, Lam Fai interrupted her. Enough! What eroticism! On the contrary, I want to try and see. You move aside and let me. Fan Ko breathed a sigh of relief. Finally can rest. Hak Ham stared intently at Lam Fai. Then I'm coming in, okay? She stubbornly challenged him. Come in. Let's see just what kind of capability you have. She could not believe that she actually accepted, doing a strange yet wondrous thing like this. After a while, Hak Ham exhaustedly shouted, System, are you satisfied now? Looking at the disrupted data on the screen, he was very surprised. What kind of situation is this? Don't tell me it can't be viewed, Big Brother. Don't scare me. Lam Fai was also very concerned. No way, right? Only now did Van Tuong speak up. No, I'm completely fine. It's just that your data from just now was too full. No, it was too rich, so A little green-haired girl appeared on the screen. Van Tuong continued, Evolved. Hak Ham could not believe it. A girl? You're a girl? It interrupted him. Cut the nonsense. I've sent the data to you guys. Now the program sector can be built. Fan Ko immediately took out her laptop to check. Got it. Lam Fai also curiously looked in. How is it? Can it be estimated when the next landing will occur? She replied, It still takes time. Hak Ham suddenly uttered, No need to estimate the landing time anymore. He flung open the curtains. Outside, bizarre purple light pillars had landed in the sky. He continued, Because it has already begun. Identify the resource-rich areas as soon as possible so we can go catch Tunye. Lam Fai was quite worried. The landing has already begun, so will we make it in time? Fan Ko reported back. Done. The closest resource-rich area from here is exactly this place. Lam Fai guessed. Tunye. Definitely hasn't left the city yet, so he surely won't pass up this resource source. Aham followed up, but we've missed the critical moment. By the time we arrive, I'm afraid it'll be too late. If only there was instant teleportation. Hearing that, Fanko confidently said, "Then what a coincidence, I have it." At the You See How Hotel, a teleportation portal opened up. Aham's group stepped out from it, looking at the portal behind them. He still hadn't recovered from his shock. Cool, huh? How do you have such high-grade equipment? Fanko explained that. For me to be able to organize such a large guild, of course, I have to keep a few useful items. We will definitely arrive before Tunyu. Just wait for them to walk right into the trap. But Lamphai checked and discovered, still one step too slow, they have already entered. She pointed at the bloodstains on the floor. And besides, it's not just one group of people noticing this place. A bloody battle took place here just now. It seems something dragged the corpses inside. Aham uttered in confusion. Bloody like this, could it be Tungyu's doing? Lamphai denied. Doesn't look human-made. Looks more like some fierce beast. He decided, things have come to this point. We can only risk it and charge in. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. All three of them then teleported inside. Looking at the deserted space, Fanko was a bit scared. Why is there no one in this hotel? Furthermore, it's pitch black. Lamphai knew right away. Surely it was sabotaged by someone. Do we need to call for reinforcements? Aham replied, "Won't make it in time. Let's go up and take a look first." A dried corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. Meanwhile, Aham sensed danger from behind. Seeing his face change, Lamphai quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" Aham reported back, "I think I heard some movement over there." A blood-curdling shriek rang out from above. All three hurried up toward the stairs of the second floor. Just as they reached the door, they had to quickly duck behind it because bullets were firing out. Inside, there was a guy frantically firing bullets. "Die, all of you, from me." Aham looked at his appearance and deduced, it seems he is attacking something. A strange force suddenly wrapped around his neck. Aham was very suspicious. What kind of thing is that? At the same time, Fanko noticed movement behind her. A giant spider appeared before her eyes. She could only let out a shriek. Aham managed to block in front of Fanko in time, then used firepower to attack back. A dragon blood pillar punch launched out. The billowing firepower crashed straight down onto the spider. "Experience points E20. He confidently said, "Want to ambush again? I've been on guard against you guys from the start." Afterward, Aham turned to ask the person beside him, "Are you okay?" Fanko stammered, pointing behind. Behind? All three of them also stood slack-jawed and turned pale at this situation. A swarm of giant spiders was surging toward them. Both girls uttered, What do we do now?" Aham helplessly said, "What else can we possibly do now?" He signaled to both of them, "Run! Hide in the room up ahead." But they were blocked. "The door is locked. Can't push it open." Aham ordered, "Move aside, let me." He forcefully kicked open the door and stepped in, causing the two guys behind the door to fall backward. Aham stared blankly at the crowd in front of him. Those thugs also stared wide-eyed at them. One guy angrily shouted, "Where did this bunch of idiots come from?" We managed to hide with great difficulty. "And now you lure that spider swarm over here?" Aham was also annoyed. "Sorry, all right." The two women hurriedly ran inside. They shouted, "Close the door! Won't make it in time." Fanko turned around and unleashed her superpower, throwing it toward the spider swarm. A few of them immediately blew up. She managed to run inside in time. "Quick! Close the door right now!" The spider swarm was blocked outside by the door. Lamphai breathed a sigh of relief. So dangerous. Almost. Only now did she discover the crowd of thugs glaring fiercely at them like malevolent deities. Aham helplessly said, "Might as well have stayed outside." Lamphai immediately pointed her gun toward them. "Police here! Put your hands up quickly!" Aham advised the thug, "Don't panic. We just came to help. Are you guys hotel staff?" The guy replied, "The hotel staff are all dead." He continued, "Oh, so has Tunyu arrived?" Hearing this name, the guy curiously asked, "You know my boss?" Seeing this, Hakham secretly rejoiced. It seemed his guess was right. They were indeed Tunyoyu's men. That crafty guy didn't show his face himself, but just told his lackeys to come here and die. The two thugs immediately used their guns to threaten him. "Don't move, or I'll shoot." Hakham pointed toward the door and threatened, "Fine. The moment you guys act, we will immediately open the door and let the monsters outside in." Being intimidated, that guy broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "What? Brothers, don't be afraid. He's just scaring us. If they're let in, they will be the first to die." He wouldn't dare cause trouble. Hakham gloomily said, "Isn't dying together exactly what we want? The three of us have been waiting for the chance to become martyrs for a long time. I'll count to 3. If you guys don't surrender, I'll open the door." The two sides faced off in tense confrontation. Hakham began to count. The leading thug still stubbornly said, "I don't believe you dare." Before even counting to 2, Hakham ordered Lamphai, "Forget it. Let's not waste time anymore. Open the door." That whole crowd instantly flipped their attitude, dropped their guns, and knelt down. Don't! We surrender!" Seeing this, he praised, "Very good. I actually thought you had some backbone." Well, the whole crowd of thugs was tied up. Lamphai watched them strictly. "Be careful. Don't slack off." They shouted yes. The leader reported back. 2 hours ago, Boss Duong told me to bring 20 brothers here, saying high-class resources would appear. But as soon as we entered, we were attacked by the spider monsters. They were everywhere, keeping on swarming out. One of our brothers was killed by them. Hakham asked straight out, "Where is Tunye right now?" The guy replied, "I don't know." Seeing this, he grabbed the guy by his collar and pulled him outside. "Come on, open the door." The guy fearfully confessed right away, "My son. My son! The boss is building a camp on my son." Hakham threw him straight down onto the ground and said, "My son? Huh? Truly found a place to hide. Let's go find him." Lamphai was very concerned. "But how do we get out? I've already seen the combat power of those spider monsters. A single slip-up and we'll lose our lives on the spot." Superpower burst out across Hakham's entire body. He confidently said, "Beasts are definitely afraid of fire." The swarm of spiders outside still didn't know that the Grim Reaper was approaching. A wave of firepower blasted out from inside the door. Hakham stepped out from the blazing light like a god. "You beasts, all of you get back for me." The entire swarm of spiders immediately understood his meaning and actually backed away. Hakham smugly thought victory was won. It seems fire can indeed subdue them. Lamphai also acknowledged, "It really is effective." Fanko reported back, "They've all gone to hide in the distance." Hakham immediately summoned firepower into both palms, quickly reminding them, "Let's go. Take advantage of this moment to leave here quickly." But with just a slight lapse in attention, a strike of danger pierced through from behind. His chest was hit by a surprise attack. Venom from the spider's tail behind stabbed right into him. The remaining 2 people anxiously shouted, "Hakham!" The toxin spread through his entire body. He also realized, there's poison. My whole body is paralyzed. A cold. Snort rang out from behind. Hakham slowly turned his head back to look. The Spider Queen gloomily said, "Caught you." As for him, he guessed. Could she be the 3rd sister? Lamphai immediately pointed her gun toward her. "Hakham, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you." The Spider Queen applied more force to her poisonous stinger and said, "Don't be tense. I didn't intend to take his life in the first place. As long as you guys are willing to help me do one thing, I will release him. Find 100, no, 500 people to come here for me. Just let me eat my fill and you guys can leave." Hakham stammered, "Why don't you look for them yourself?" She loudly snapped at him, "Is it your turn to speak?" "Shut up!" Lamphai had no choice but to agree. "All right, we agree with you. You let him down first." Fanko was also frantic. "That's right. Let the hostage down first, then it'll be easier to talk." She still didn't comply. Hurry up and save time, okay? If within 1 hour I don't see the bodies I need, he will lose his capability, you know. 3 hours later, he will go to hell. Hearing this, the two girls turned pale. Lose capability? Thought you came to grab food. Who knew you came to flip the table? Looking at the spiders parting to two sides, Lamfi was surprised. They're yielding the path on their own? Fanko followed up, probably to let us out. The two of them hurriedly ran outside. Fanko reminded, just get out first, then we'll figure it out. Lamfi replied, I'll go back to the department to mobilize reinforcements. You go to the hospital to find 69. She is taking care of Kai Kai. She then agreed, all right. The thugs inside poked their heads out, wondering, can we run after them? Just finished speaking, the swarm of spiders already rushed toward them. A scene of slaughter accompanied by desperate screams rang out endlessly. A long time later, Hakham finally felt the controlling force in his body. Finally recovered. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Hakham's whole body was hung suspended up high. Beneath him were skeletal remains. He guessed, is this her lair? The whole crowd of thugs had also just been dragged here. Hakham thought to himself, Tunyu's lackeys were also captured? The queen's venom stinger jabbed into a guy's back. His entire face instantly sagged. The queen's complexion immediately became radiant and rosy again. Countless spider eggs were then produced, and the egg larvae fell to the ground, hatching into a batch of new recruits. Hakham saw this and stood agape. This many spider monsters, yet they were all born from you? She sinisterly said, sparing your life to broaden your horizons. Once those two girls bring the people I need here, I will turn you all into nutrients to feed my children. He breathed a sigh of relief. Gave me a start. I actually thought you were the third sister. Turns out you're just a female monster who produces offspring. Provoked by his words, she snapped. What did you say? If you're so eager to die, then I will grant your wish. Hakham replied, You'd rather go through the trouble of telling them to trick people into coming here to help you instead of going to capture them yourself, because you're afraid of light, right? The queen stammered, how do you— Meanwhile, Hakham was secretly rejoicing. Successfully tricked her! He began to manipulate the opponent. You chose this place as a lair because you knew the landing item could lure a lot of people here. Since I can't move anyway and won't live much longer, why don't you tell me where that high-class item is? The queen rushed over in a frenzy. You talk too much. I will send you on your way right now. Hakham remained nonchalant. Not angry yet, huh? My, just said a few words and you're already so eager? Superpower was summoned just before the queen's stinger launched, a few centimeters away from him. The protective armor was also activated. His fist swung forward. The venom stinger on the queen's tail was quickly snapped. She uttered in shock, You actually completely recovered to normal? How is this possible? My poison clearly worked on you. Hakham recounted, that's right, it worked at that time. But right now, I am also of the poison attribute. The system announced, using Ice Heart Pill, fire attribute transformed into poison, duration is 30 minutes. The queen was still dazed. Really didn't expect this brat to still hide a trump card. Even if you aren't infected by poison, so what? I can still kill you. My children, crush him for mother! Looking at the swarm of spiders rushing over. Hakham thought to himself, although the poison has been cured, I still don't have a suitable poison attribute skill. He immediately had a method. Draw a card. System, I let you feast your eyes just now. Don't play me this time. Otherwise, if I die, you won't have anything left to watch. Looking at a card in his hand, Hakham could not believe it. This is— A dazzling light radiated from the card. To Hakham's surprise, this thing. Looking at Van Tuong's selfie in a Lolita outfit, his mind was full of question marks. Attribute? Looks kinda familiar. If it can't be summoned out, surely it can be selected again, right? A thick wave of smoke appeared. At the same time, Van Tuong appeared. Congratulations to the host for drawing the ultra-rare card, which is me. From now on, even if the host doesn't need electronic equipment, you can still meet me, you know. Are you happy? Aham turned pale and shouted, "Not at all! Go back for me!" The queen became even more furious upon seeing those two talking. Without treating her as anything, she instantly pounced down. "Giving you face, right? Still making small talk?" Aham swiftly pulled Van Tuong to the side to avoid it. He helplessly said, "Forget it, after all. It's better than nothing. What skills do you have? Help me destroy that perverted spider." The queen angrily shouted, "Who are you calling a perverted spider?" The little girl replied thoughtfully, "My current level is still not enough. I can't materialize weapons, but I can still materialize a few ordinary items." Aham felt very happy. "Then that's great. Ordinary items will do." Van Tuong listed the items. Single-string pipa made from golden dragon tendon. Jade bed carved from cloud-breaking jade, and there is also a cloak made from black bird feathers. Which one do you want? Ahkam's face turned pale once again. "Are you kidding me?" Hearing this, the queen also burst out laughing. "Are the two of you trying to make me die of laughter? Never before have I seen such a lovely duo of partners." Ahkam also felt embarrassed and loudly asked, "Is there no combat support type of item?" Van Tuong was also helpless at the current stage. "I can only make items with 0 combat power for you." Ahkam suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, the traversing item that Fan Ko used before. Do you have it?" The little girl then rummaged inside the space. "Let me try to find it. Are you planning to run away?" Ahkam urged again, "Hurry up and find it." The queen learned of their plan and entered an accelerated state. "Want to run? Don't even dream about it. I will tear your flesh into shreds." Ahkam reminded Van Tuong, "I can't hold out much longer. When you find it, let me know." Queen's arm turned into a sharp spike and charged over. "D-Y." Ahkam's shield layer was immediately erected. He thought to himself, just how many people has she eaten? A simple strike like this actually contains such terrifying power. Her arm pierced through the shield. Ahkam instantly dodged backward. So dangerous. But one of her legs had already kicked over. This time he could only take the blow. Ahkam's whole body crashed heavily onto the ground, and the ground behind him caved into a crate. Van Tuong, right at that moment, took out a scroll. The queen discovered it and immediately spat out spider silk, rushing over. Ahkam's body was caught by the spider silk, but he also managed to catch the scroll. Confidence returned to his face. He tossed the scroll high up. "Activate it!" A space portal immediately appeared, forming a long rift. Looking at the immobile Ahkam, she smugly spoke up, "Naive. Right now you're out of breath, aren't you? My diamond spider silk has confined you. You can't even breathe properly, yet you still want to escape through this channel." Ahkam replied, "Who said I'm going to escape from here? I want to invite reinforcements from the outside." Dazzling sunlight shone straight down through the rift onto the queen. Her body was instantly scorched by that light. Looking at his opponent's smoking body, Ahkam was also astonished. Didn't expect the power of sunlight to be this terrifying. The spider's silk layer also dissipated. Ahkam was free. Only now did the queen realize his plan. You could escape from the spiderweb, but you just wanted me to stand still on the spot. Therefore, Ahkam replied, "Exactly. I just wanted to stall for time." She flipped her attitude and begged, "Hero, I beg you to spare this humble servant's life. This servant is willing to work like cattle or horses, and will definitely repay you." Ahkam unleashed a stream of superpower, severing her joints. "I accept the kind sentiment, but I can't make use of it." After finishing everything, Van Tuong curiously asked, "Killed her that fast? Didn't ask where those rare items are?" He replied, "No rush. The items are still here. They can't run away. Better to go do the main business quickly." The screen displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the player for leveling up 2 stages consecutively." Ham suddenly said, "Did you notice?" The little girl asked blankly. "Notice what?" He furrowed his brows and stated his suspicion. The system didn't say this time that I was the first player to level up to level 5. This proves someone got there before me. If that person is Tung Ye, then it's trouble. Ham hurriedly ran outside. Lam Fai's car also arrived just in time as she called him. Ham! He hastily reported back. "The spider monster has been dealt with. I am heading over to catch Tun Yi. You bring people to seal off the building and find that landing item." Lam Fai anxiously proposed, "I'll go with you." Ham tossed the scroll into the air. The spatial rift appeared. Only now did he say, "No need. Too many people will instead alert the snake." Lam Fai looked at him with pride. "Knew you wouldn't be defeated that easily." Meanwhile, her subordinate discovered, "There's someone upstairs." Lam Fai was also surprised. "What?" They immediately opened fire toward the blurry figure. "Open fire! He's about to escape!" Lam Fai instantly delegated the tasks. "Team 1, follow me to chase him. Must not let him escape." The whole squad shouted in unison. She thought to herself, "Could Tun Yo still be in the building? Has he already taken the item away?" On the highway at Mai San, a car was speeding along the road. Inside the car, a loud laugh rang out. "We hit the jackpot." Two thugs in the car joyfully looked at the item in their hands. Boss was right. There really was an item on that bridge. Boss is truly a god. Suddenly, a commotion on the car roof caught their attention. One guy alertly asked, "What's that sound?" The bald guy told the driver to drive carefully. "Must have hit a tree branch. Let's hurry up and head back." Turns out it was Ham. He had jumped down onto their car roof. Inside, they still hadn't discovered him, so they continued. "Don't let the boss think that we are keeping the item for ourselves. If it makes the boss angry, we won't need to live anymore." The car stopped at a building. We're here. Why did the boss find this god-forsaken place to use as a local base?" Another guy came out to greet them. "How is it?" "Laon Gai, what's the harvest?" Laon Gai replied, "A total of 18 pieces. They're all in here." "We are the last team back." The other guy replied, "There's still one team that went to the hotel and hasn't been contacted yet. Probably the signal on the road is bad." Laon Gai asked, "Where's the boss?" The other guy reported, "Don't know, probably resting. When everyone arrives, we'll go in and call the boss." Ham hid under the car chassis and thought to himself, "That guy gathered this many people in just a few days. The walls have ears. To find him, I must think of a more secure way." He silently watched the two thugs up front complaining. "The grass outside is poking my buttocks raw. Shut up, or you deal with it right in your pants." The person complaining was Tai Dick. He wept and said, "You guys took all my money, yet you still won't let me go. Clearly you aren't human." Hearing that, the guy snapped, "What are you babbling about? Want to die, is that it?" Suddenly, Tai Dick's attention bumped right into Ham. With zero wasted movement, he appeared and knocked out the thug who was with him. Tai Dick gaped and shouted, "Ha!" But his mouth was instantly covered tightly by him. Ham gloomily threatened, "If you dare make another sound, I'll shove this up your ass." "Understood?" Looking at the thug, tied tightly to the tree trunk, Tai Dick began to flatter him. "Brother Hawk, you're closer to me than my own birth father. I really didn't expect you to come save me." He cut him off. "Cut the crap. Saving you was just an accident. Quickly untie it." Tai Dick complied and then curiously asked, "Untied it all?" "Let's go. But where is the car?" Hearing this, Ham was dumbfounded. "Car? What car?" He also didn't expect it. "You didn't come by car? Are you going to make me walk down the mountain again?" He put his arm around his shoulder and wickedly said, Of course there is a car, but we have to hijack it. Do you know which room Tun Yo is in?" Afterward, Ham put on that thug's clothes, then led the tied-up Tai Dick inside the apartment building. The doorkeeper immediately asked, "Why did it take so long?" He explained, This brat kept dragging his feet for ages. Escort him upstairs. Watch him carefully. The doorkeeper replied, Yeah. I did Gunyan inside a room. Tunyo is in this room. He praised him, well done. Just wait for me here. From behind, Taidik whispered. Please, brother, can you do it a bit faster? There are dozens of people in this building. Aham didn't reply, but silently stepped inside the room. The figure of a girl appeared in front of him, making him pause. Aham helplessly furrowed his brows. That girl had also discovered him. Aham proactively spoke up. So generous? That doesn't really seem like his style. Hearing his words, she burst out laughing. You're quite funny, mister. Of course, I can't let you take it away for free. Her sharp claws were already prepared. You have to defeat me first. He curiously asked Van Tuong. How can her hands turn into something like that? The little girl replied, She's a biochemical human from the game with mutation capabilities. But when Ham learned this information, sweat poured down like rain. Didn't expect this game capacity of yours to be quite powerful, too. I always thought it was just like the cultivation style. Van Tuong smugly snorted, After all, I am a vast space that can contain everything. The biochemical human immediately attacked them. Stop talking! Aham casually dodged her claws. Sister, can we talk business? Where did Tonya run off to? Can you just tell me straight? The biochemical human was too furious for words. You! She frantically swung her claws at him. You'll know after you die. Aham still very calmly dodged. Are all the girls in this game this stubborn? Van Tuong, observing from the side, realized. Without any equipment, and without using any medicine, yet he can easily dodge such a violent attack. Yeah. His role attributes have indeed evolved. He also spoke up. Increase the speed a bit more. Your rhythm is too slow. She immediately used her trump card. Since you're so capable, do you dare take this move of mine? He, as usual, maintained a playful attitude. Oh, there's a new move? From the biochemical human's mouth, a very strange thing shot out. Her tongue stuck out like a drill bit. Seeing this, Hawkham shuddered. Biochemical human? I really can't. Look it directly. Killing intent radiated from her body. Kill! Kill! Hawkham was even more surprised. Your mouth has become like that, yet you can still talk. No. The voice clearly came from the lower mouth. The biochemical human quickly charged over. I've had enough of your damn insults. Aham, as before, calmly leaned his body to the side. But looking at his torn coat hem, he also began to get serious. The speed is so fast. She was also surprised, impressive, actually able to dodge it. Gaining momentum from the ceiling, the biochemical human plunged her sharp tongue down. Her nimble body surrounded Hawkham in the center of the cracked room. Let's see how you dodge this move. Antoine looked at each stream of energy flashing past and also began to worry. The speed is getting faster and faster. If hit, the body will shatter. He reminded the little girl, Stop showing off, retreat first. The biochemical human's drill tongue already appeared behind Hawkham. Too late. To her surprise, his armor had already activated. Her tongue struck the solid protection of the Azure Dragon armor, and she screamed in pain. The biochemical human was defeated and collapsed. He stood coldly beside the opponent's body. Though you are fast, you aren't as hard as me. Van Tuong happily cheered. So you purposely waited for her to rush up, then used the Azure Dragon armor to destroy. Her move, he replied. Otherwise what? If I fought directly from the start, wouldn't that alert the snake? Suddenly, a shouting of kill rang out outside. He instantly realized, not good. The noise here was too loud, it alerted the people outside. Seeing him step out, Taidik breathed a sigh of relief. Oh gosh, you're finally out. Looking at the scene outside, Hawkham was curious what's going on with this. Seeing the bottom surrounded by police cars, he guessed, seems like the police are here. Right at this moment, Lam Fai also appeared. Ah! Ham saw her coming and asked in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to seal off the hotel? Why did you lead people and run over here?" "Out of breath," she reported. "Someone stole the landing item from the hotel. I chased her all the way here. Did you see anyone acting sneaky?" Ham immediately paid attention to that room. He instantly ran inside the room. From behind, Taidik angrily shouted, "Is it done yet?" When he just opened the door to check, he indeed saw the figure of a girl preparing to escape through the window. He shouted, "Another one coming to steal items here." A wave of firepower blasted out. "Leave the item for me." That girl's entire body was immediately hit. Ham's fist immediately swung over. "Another girl. I've already dealt with 2 tonight, I don't mind adding you." She sweetly said, "Caught by you, as expected of the man I admire." Lam Fai outside also stammered, "Isn't this the 3rd sister?" She solemnly said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Du. I came here specifically to marry you." Ham was dumbfounded and repeated, "Really want to?" She rested her chin in her hand, furrowed her brows, and looked at him. "How annoying. Not before marriage, okay? Not even if you want more." Seeing himself misunderstood, he shouted to explain, "I meant her name!" Lam Fai immediately rushed in and fired her gun toward Wang Du. "Stop talking nonsense. She's a thief." She pinned her down to the floor and interrogated, "Speak! Why did you sneakily steal the landing item? Are you in cahoots with Tung Yu?" "Being pinned tightly to the floor," Wang Du explained, "taking valuable things from my ideal husband, and only counting it as passing the test if caught. This is the custom of our thief clan." Learning this information, Ham was curious. Thief clan. Van Tuong explained, "The thief clan lives in the Great Wind Valley of the western region. The entire clan consists of 300 to 400 people who practice theft and have formed their own distinct thieving culture. The clan members aren't good at fighting, but are proficient in diving, tracking, and intelligence gathering." Receiving the information, Ham stepped forward and tapped Lam Fai's shoulder. Lam Fai understood and let her go. He asked straight out, "Then what is this marriage test with me that you spoke of?" Wang Du replied, "You are the hope for our thief clan to escape the rule of the Demon King. Legend says you are also the only man who can defeat the Demon King. I want to marry you, then invite you to defeat the Demon King." He gently said, "Actually, you don't need to get married. I can still help you." But a punch from Wang Du swung over, leaving him no time to dodge. "Then that won't do. Our thief clan will not accept help from outsiders, unless it's someone who marries into the clan." Ham also had to give in. "Fine, let's figure this out later. Let's leave first." Hearing that, Wang Du happily became lively again. "All right, our clan is finally saved. Father even wanted to marry me off to the Demon King to sue for peace. No way would I agree to marry him. Marrying a hero is much more reliable." Ham perceptively discovered, "You escaped the wedding?" Wang Du admitted right away, "That's right. I didn't want to be that Demon King's wife, so I ran away." Ham stated his doubt. "Aren't you afraid the Demon King will kill everyone in your clan?" She casually replied, "It's fine. I'll take you back to get revenge for them." Hearing up to this point, he had nothing left to say. "You really are crafty." He asked further, "Is that Demon King very powerful?" She confirmed right away, "Extremely powerful. We are completely no match." Tungunyehu, observing them through the surveillance computer screen, also uttered, "An interesting Demon King, huh?" His entire face was filled with ease. The girl beneath him gently uttered, "Master, what did you say that was so interesting?" He lifted her chin back. "Of course, it's you who is interesting." Smug laughter echoed throughout the villa. Ham had brought Wang Du back home. He introduced let's do a brief introduction. This is Quan Kai, and this is 69. This girl is Wang Du." She enthusiastically greeted them. "Hello, everyone. I am Wang Du, Ham's fiancé. From now on, I hope everyone will look after me more." Hearing this title, The remaining two girls instantly became gloomy. Fiancé! Who agreed? Wang Jiu blankly asked. What's wrong? You guys don't know yet that the two of us have sworn to be together for life. Ahem, shouted from the side. Don't just decide that on your own. 69 immediately took out her long sword. Understood. So you all want to compete with me, right? Talking too much is useless. Draw your swords. Only the strongest woman can enjoy mating rights. Wang Jiu agreed, sure. The loser must proactively withdraw. 69 replied, if I lose, I'll sew myself shut. She continued, if you guys destroy this safe house again, you're going to sleep on the street. Hacham helplessly reminded them, destroy it. Hurry up. Truly exhausting. An incoming call interrupted the tense atmosphere. At this moment, he answered the phone right away. How is the situation? Fan Ko reported. I've extracted the back-end data of the game, but couldn't find any records of the biochemical humans landing. Which also means she didn't come here through that landing path. Hacham guessed, could Tunyu have grasped the way to activate the channel? Fan Ko replied, if that's truly the case, then theoretically speaking, he can summon any character from the game to the real world. He will definitely make an even more serious move. Remember to be very careful. He understood the situation. I know. Rest assured. After hanging up, Hacham tiredly lay down on the bed. Truly a troublesome opponent. Tunyu, just what on earth are you planning to do? Over at the research lab established by Tunyu, scientists were working non-stop. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on the product in front of them. Tunyu also walked over and asked, Chief Professor, how is the progress? He replied, almost successful. The person who invented this software is truly a genius. With just a bit of improvement, we can locate the character's position in the game dimension, and can even drag him over here. A location was pinned. He shouted, found it! A space portal appeared, causing the other staff members to run away in fear. A pair of wings gradually manifested. The Demon King had been summoned. He coldly asked, which culprit dared summon this king here? Tunyu immediately knelt down and respectfully said, Greetings, Demon King Lord. It was this audacious servant who invited you here. I happen to know the whereabouts of your fiancée, who escaped the wedding, and I also know she found a helper to deal with you. If you're willing, we can join forces. On Hacham's side, he slept straight through until the next morning. The morning light shining into the room woke him up. Hacham changed his clothes and stepped out toward the door. What's the commotion so early in the morning? Below the building, Taidik had hired a chorus to come. He drooled as he looked at the three girls in front of him. Truly as beautiful as fairies. Looking at a certain spot, he greedily thought, this chest. Taidik's eyes scanned like a radar. This waist. All the way to the back. This pair of buttocks. Hacham stretched, stepped outside and asked, what's going on? Is someone having a wedding? Quan Kai recounted they said they came to look for you. Do you know them? Hacham saw that guy and was also surprised, Taidik. Seeing him, he immediately knelt down and hugged his leg. Dad. Ah. His eyes now shone like stars, reflecting admiration. Previously, because I didn't know any better, I offended you, Dad Hack. I hope you won't hold it against me. Getting annoyed early in the morning, he shouted, Who is your dad? I don't have a son like you. Don't just call random names. Taidik immediately backed up and kowtowed, Yes, Dad. In the future, your son will definitely follow your every word to repay your gift of rebirth. Hacham helplessly turned back into the house. Forget it. Let's go inside. Quan Kai also happily cheered. Let's have breakfast. He dejectedly said, I've lost my appetite to eat. From behind, Taidik stopped him. Wait a moment. I have important intelligence. Hacham immediately paid attention. Important intelligence. Leading. The person into the house? He asked straight out. Let's hear it. What intelligence do you know? He recounted. When I was locked up by Tunyu, I saw a professor who was also kidnapped by him. Hacham sensed something was wrong. What is that professor's name? Taidik replied. I only know his surname is Lu, and his appearance looks like Einstein. Tun Yu seemed to want him to help create something. Fan Ko had investigated it, Tong Jiang. The leading expert in quantum mechanics from Dongmin University went missing 3 days ago. His whereabouts remain unknown until now. Turns out he was kidnapped by Tun Yu. He curiously asked, "What did Tun Yu kidnap him for?" Fan Ko guessed, "Definitely nothing good. We must capture him quickly." Ah Ham blushed, looked down, and blurted out, "That's right." Fan Ko completely didn't realize she was being peeked at, so she continued, "But I can monitor quantum waves. If they play any tricks, they will definitely leave a trace." Ah Ham's attention was now focused entirely on the opponent's fruits. She uttered, "Oh, right. I also have a gift for you." Ah Ham blushed and turned his head away. Okay. Seeing his unusual attitude, she was curious. "Why is your face so red?" Ah Ham then waved his hand to explain. No, it's probably just too hot." Fan Ko reminded him, "Wait a moment. I'll go get it." Watching her unlock the safe, he thought to himself, "So strange. We've clearly interacted deeply. Why does my heart still thunk when I see it?" Fan Ko recounted, "After the last incident, I don't dare carelessly place important things around anymore." Meanwhile, Ah Ham was thinking wildly. It seems last time was too rushed, should continue to develop further. Fan Ko had presented a box. "It's this one. Put it on." Putting the bracelet onto his hand, he looked at it doubtfully. "How do you use this thing?" She then reminded him, "Try pressing it." 3 rings of light in different colors immediately wrapped around his wrist. This was Fan Ko disclosing, "This is the virtual item bracelet invented by me. It can convert the landing item metals into numbers on the bracelet. When using it, just select it directly to activate." Learning this news, Ah Ham happily uttered, "Impressive!" She followed up, "It is extremely useful for those items that have a time limit. I have discussed with Lam Fai. To deal with Tun Yu, we need to concentrate resources on you. She has gone to find the chief to discuss. Surely she can bring all the metals and equipment collected recently over here soon." On Lam Fai's side, she angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Not giving them? What do you mean, Dad?" Her dad explained, "This thing is only being temporarily kept at the Secret Service, but I don't have the authority to handle it." Lam Fai irritably asked, "Are you letting the items gather dust here, Dad? Or are you waiting for Tun Yu to come and steal them away again?" Fan Sun recounted, "Yesterday, Mayor Lu called and told us to concentrate. Resources on a person with a steadfast will, decent character, high morality, who respects the elderly and loves children, strives in learning, is gentle, mild-mannered, and has a graceful demeanor. He protects the security of the city's people. He is the head of the city, so I am forced to listen to him." Lam Fai's face turned dark, and she uttered, "The person he spoke of. Isn't that himself?" Over at the mayor's house, laughter filled the entire room. City Mayor Damdong Luba joyfully reported, "Son, I got the things for you. Next, it depends on your performance. The first prize winner of the essay writing contest for elementary school students. Citywide, the winner of the Outstanding Citizen Mayor Medal. The city's 10 good youth." Damdong Shuat unflatteringly said, "Don't worry, Dad. What kind of guy is Tun Yu anyway? Tomorrow I will go and push his head down." Luba questioned his son. "The Secret Service couldn't find this person. Yet you still want to go push his head down tomorrow? Why don't you just go up to heaven instead?" Shuadon immediately asked, "That's right. Then what should we do now, Dad?" His face was filled with calculating expressions. "Here say that Tun Yu and that Hakham guy are well-matched rivals. Using him as bait will definitely lure that guy's surname Duong out." Led to the training room by Lam Fai, Hakham was very surprised. "What did he call me here for?" Lam Fai irritably explained, "This bastard said he didn't know how to use items, so he told me to come teach him." Meanwhile, Hakham was also surprised. Young Master Lu likes learning that much. The two of them had stepped inside the training room. Shuadon was making a phone call. He said to the person on the other end, Sister 2, Can you save a headline for me in the next 2 days? Right, there is a burning hot piece of news. Seeing the two of them arrive, Shuaton said goodbye. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Bye-bye. He acted polite and greeted. This must be our great hero, Hakham, right? Hakham also enthusiastically extended his hand to shake. My name is indeed Hakham, but calling me a hero. Shuaton immediately put on a friendly act. You are definitely a hero, the most reliable protector of our city. No amount of praise is too much. He shyly declined. I really dare not accept this. In his heart, he was very suspicious. Just what kind of trick is this guy playing? He immediately had someone carry up a tray of gold. I have little talent and less learning, yet I was nominated to take on this position. I am truly extremely anxious. Still better to invite great hero Hawk to help me improve my skills. Hakham asked in surprise, Are you sure you want to do it yourself? Fighting is not a game, people will die. Shuaton confidently said, Supported by the people who chose me to take on this role, I must, of course, sacrifice myself, forget my own life, and pledge my life to report to the country. He patted his chest and swore, in other words, if I don't enter hell, who will? The light radiating from Shuaton's body dazzled the two of them. They thought to themselves, what kind of crappy equipment is that? Can't even look straight at it. Only then did Shuaton ask those guys, how is it? Next to them was a team of 5. Recording and filming. A staff member shouted. True feelings, deeply moving, bringing tears to eyes. Inspiring righteousness, touching people's hearts. Extremely good. He directed them to quickly edit the photos to look beautiful and send them to the TV station, so they could make it in time for tonight's prime-time broadcast. The staff members ran off to work right away. Yes. Hakham spoke up. Young Master Lu really pays attention to minor details, huh? Next, let's start teaching. Well, I do have some experience I want to share. 2 bodyguards immediately carried a chair and brought over things. Shuaton sat down, enjoying their attentive service. Oh gosh, stood for half the day, tired to death. I truly don't want to get involved in this kind of troublesome matter. Lam Fai had already started to find it an eyesore and spoke up. Stop getting benefits and then acting pitiful. If it weren't for the country choosing elite superpower combatants from all over, exploiters like you who can be seen through at a glance would never have squeezed in. Hakham had caught the main point, elite superpower combatant. She explained it's internal news. Hearsay high-level leaders personally decided it, once chosen. It can be said to bring glory too. Ancestors, stepping up to heaven in one single bound. Shuaton denied it. You really misunderstood. I have absolutely no interest in choosing some national team. If my old man hadn't forced me so hard, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't get involved in this mess. However, I do have a bit of capability. For instance, I've already tracked down Tunyo's whereabouts. Hearing this, Hakham's mouth fell open. Really? He arrogantly held up a piece of paper. I have connections in both the underworld and official circles. Trying to check on a person isn't that difficult either. Hakham took the paper with that address. He's hiding here. Go handle him quickly. He stated his suspicion. Since you've already checked it out, why don't you go capture him? Shuaton explained the risk is too high, it's unnecessary. If Tunyong can be dealt with, right now, the old man won't blame me either. After all, I am still getting familiar with the combat model and haven't officially taken office yet. Lam Fai asked back, Is the information reliable? Shuaton coldly guaranteed, if it's a wild goose chase, you two just come find me. I will use my life to compensate you two. Hearing this, Hakham acted immediately. Let's go. Lam Fai reported to him. I'll call the Bureau to request more reinforcements. Hakham replied, Let's just go straight there. They won't get anything out of it, and it will instead alert the enemy. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Shuaton gave an order. The guarding side can take action now. The bodyguard replied, yes. Aham had arrived at the abandoned water plant in the suburbs. They sat waiting in the car. Lam Fai spoke up. According to Shuaton's intelligence, Tunye is hiding in that water plant. He replied, no rush. Let's see what kind of trick he wants to play first. She didn't understand his intention yet. What do you mean? Aham replied, he attaches great importance to building his own image. How could he yield the chance to capture Tunye Yu to me, saying that much was just to make me obediently come here? Hearing this, Lam Fai was horrified. You realized something was unusual so early? Yet you still pretended like that? Aham casually said, since he wants to play a psychological game, we'll just act along. Perhaps he wants to use me as bait to lure Tunye to appear. I'm truly curious. How he will pass the news that I am here to too. Yeah, Lam Fai received a phone call. Hello? The other side reported. Officer Lam, the guarding side encountered an electrical problem. All surveillance equipment has lost efficacy. The suspect who tripped the breaker has already run away. Receiving this news, she couldn't help but utter, what? The other side continued. The people you led the whole squad to capture back from my son 2 days ago have also disappeared. Aham understood. Turns out that's how it is. Using this crowd of lackeys to pass the news. Lam Fai directed them. Quickly organized police forces to search the entire city. The other side took the order. Clear! The thugs on Tunye Yu's side were kneeling down to report to him. The guarding side went into chaos and everyone ran. A few of our brothers also took the chance to escape. We begged Great Brother to give us another chance to stay and follow Great Brother to work. A guy next to him whispered to Tunye, checked it, they didn't bring any tail. The police are currently rounding up people citywide. It probably wasn't intentionally leaked out. Only now did he speak up. You guys are saying that right now? Aham is hiding in the abandoned water plant in the suburbs? The whole crowd confirmed that's right. Last night I heard it with my own ears from someone at the Secret Service. At that time he said, tonight I can't go out for drinks anymore. I have to go to the abandoned water plant in the suburbs to protect Aham. Right now he has moved there, afraid he might be assassinated. Hearing this, Tunye burst out laughing. Turns out that's how it is. Truly clumsy acting skills. Wanting to use this method to lure me into a trap, huh? The guy next to him followed up, then it's best we ignore it. But Tunye knew, regardless of whether it's a trap or not, Aham will definitely appear there. That's enough. With that lord there, any tricks will be useless anyway. At the same time, on Shuaton's side, they were also gloating. The bodyguard was flattering him, young master. This move of yours is truly brilliant. Whether it's Tunye or Aham, they are both being led by the nose by you. He spoke up. Just wait until those two fight each other until their heads are broken and bleeding. Then I will suddenly appear like a divine soldier descending from heaven to defeat all opponents and become a resounding legend. Next, just quietly watch the good show. In the suburbs at the abandoned plant, a few cars had entered. Lam Fai discovered through binoculars. They're here, they're here. Aham asked, is it Tunye? She confirmed. That's right, it's him. Aham casually said. The main actor has shown his face. We can tell the supporting actor to go on air. System. Fantuan appeared. What did you call me for? He asked the little girl for help. Shuaton has definitely arranged eyes and ears around to report the situation. Fantuan irritably reminded him. Told you already, I am just an observer and cannot directly intervene. If you want to look, go look for them yourself. Aham whispered to the little girl, if you help this time, next time I will use that posture with her. The little girl confirmed. A word spoken. Aham followed up. Can't be. Taken back. Looking at Van Tuong drooling while looking at her, Lam Fai secretly felt something was wrong. Why is she looking at me with those eyes? The little girl immediately rushed outside. Just wait for my news. Lam explained this system, though it has weird hobbies, is still quite simple-minded. Lam Fai gloomily asked, just what on earth did the two of you say just now? On Tunyayu's side, his lackey returned after a while of searching to report. Great. Brother, there's no one on this side. On my side, there's no one either. Hearing this, another guy doubted. What kind of move is this? We walked right into the net on our own, yet they aren't capturing us. The guy pulled a chair for Tunyayu to sit. He remained very calm. No rush, just wait here. Shuadon's people had also ambushed on the mountaintop next to them. He reported back. Tunyayu sat down, but Hak Ham still hasn't appeared. Hearing this, Shuadon was surprised. What? Where'd that damn Hak Ham guy go? I'm already on my way over there. If he doesn't come, what use is it for me to go there? Guy guessed. Could that bastard have seen that the situation wasn't right and slipped away? Shuadon immediately gave an order. Driver, turn around up ahead. Today we won't take risks. The driver took the order. Yes, young master. But a voice rang out on the other side. Wait a moment, it's Hak Ham. Hak Ham appeared. Shuadon asked back, really? The other side continued. The moment the two of them met, they had a massive fight, both risking their lives. The situation is out of control. Receiving the news, Shuadon was extremely satisfied. I am truly good at planning and plotting. Why is there such a smart man like me in this world? Well done, I'm coming right now. The subordinate replied, Clear, clear. With a battered and bruised face, he turned back to ask the two of them, Brothers, I've said it according to your instructions. Can I go now? Lam Fai smiled brightly and held up the handcuffs. Punishment! Of course you have to be punished. 10 minutes later, Shuadon's car entered the plant. The driver-cum-bodyguard alertly reminded, Young master, there is no commotion in the plant at all. He snapped, Cut the crap. After this long, the winner has already been decided. The car crashed straight through the gate and entered inside. Then it stopped in the middle of the yard. Shuadon stepped down from the car. His face was relaxed as if victory was already secure. He confidently said, You bunch of trash. Grandfather has come to clean you up. Looking at Tunyayu, sitting gracefully right in front of him, Shuadon stared wide-eyed and shouted, The formation is still completely intact like that. Tunyayu coldly glanced at him. Where did this idiot come from? The lackey ordered, Bring him over here. The thugs advanced aggressively. Clear. Shuadon hurriedly chased after the car that his cowardly bodyguard had slipped away in. Wait a moment, I haven't gotten in the car yet, stop! Knowing there was no way back, Shuadon had to grit his teeth and accept reality. He turned around and struck a combat pose. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Come on, if a tiger doesn't roar, you guys mistake it for a sick cat. The three thugs in front of him only coldly smirked, looking at his acting with contempt. In the end, Shuadon was beaten until he was black and blue. His face was stepped on under someone else's heel as he begged for mercy. Daddy, please spare my life. The three thugs still wouldn't let him go. Why so arrogant earlier? Shuadon could only hold his head and howl. Ouch! 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 Tunyayu coldly asked him, Where is Hak Ham? He wept and replied, I don't know either. I was tricked by that brat. Tunyayu guessed, since he tricked you, he is definitely nearby watching a good show. That makes it easy to handle. Lam Fai asked Hak Ham if he wanted to go over there. He replied, Truly couldn't trust that Shuadon guy. With that many resources, he still couldn't force Tunyi to make a move. Right now, Tunyi's strength is still unclear. Let's just deal with it perfunctorily first. In a moment, follow them to see where their lair is. But suddenly a wave of force from behind surrounded him. The Demon King behind gloomily said, This sewer rat finally found you. Tunyi silently watched the rocky ridge where Hak Ham was standing explode. Apart. Dot. He smugly looked up. Look at that. The tiger got caught by the rat. At the same time, Hak Ham quickly carried Lam Fai and backed up. The Demon King coldly looked at them, pretty nimble. Had it been anyone else, their flesh would have been crushed and bones shattered. The scapegoat was exactly that unfortunate lackey. He casually accepted too much praise. Lam Fai anxiously asked, Hak Ham, aren't you? He called the system. Did this guy also run out from the game? Van Tuong replied, That's right. The info panel about the Demon King also displayed. Aham looked at it and was scared. This level can crush me from that direction. Van Tuong directed him, Draw a card. This time I will raise your destiny to the highest level. But Aham knew he won't give me the chance. Lam Fai by his side became even more anxious. What do you want to do? He's straight out, asked the Abyss Overlord. What is your purpose in coming to this world? If it's simply because you find it boring, there are plenty of pleasures to be found. Why bother colluding with that Tunya guy? The Demon King replied, Are you that thieving woman's adulterer? The greatest pleasure of this king is precisely to make you two the adulterous couple. Want to live but cannot, and want to die but cannot. Hearing this, Hakham's face turned dark. Wang Dieu, you really got me killed. A wave of killing intent flared up. The Demon King then continued, As for after killing you two, this world is too dull. Let's just kill half of humanity first. I love the scent of fear radiating in the air the most. He still appeared calm. Is that so? A few years ago there was a guy who thought just like you. Do you know what kind of end he met afterward? Drawn into the story, the Demon King was curious. What kind of end? The scroll had been thrown to the ground by him. An array of patterns had appeared. Lam Fai was immediately drawn into the space portal. Still confused, she uttered, Hak-ham! Afterward, the scroll shrunk back. The Demon King was even more surprised. Why didn't you run along? He knew, at a close distance like this, even if my body could jump down, my head would still be kept here by you. The guy confirmed, That's right. You really are indeed smart. He spoke up and continued, The obstructor has gone. Next, the azure dragon armor covered his entire body. He ordered, Let's begin. The Demon King also activated his demon energy. His shield was immediately set up. A blast of the guy's demon energy shot straight toward the shield. Just created that terrifying power made Hak-ham also have to grit his teeth, trying hard to endure. The cruel Demon King looked at him like a tiny ant. A praying mantis trying to stop a card, huh? Looking at his two extended fingers reaching over. Hak-ham secretly lamented, Yet another finger, huh? Immediately, a streak of power poured straight down onto his body. Along with that, under the foot of the mountain was also hit by that strange power launching down from above. Shuadon was dazed and uttered, What kind of thing fell down, son? Meanwhile, Hak-ham was gritting his teeth to endure. Not having the heart to see him in such a pathetic state, Van Tuong reminded Hak-ham, Don't resist any more. Hide first. He replied, No. If he can't find me, he will massacre indiscriminately. The Demon King stood in midair, proudly looking down at him like a defeated foe. He continued to launch a palm strike down. It's over. Before that attack, Hak-ham could not move his body. That crowd of thugs also had to try hard to brace themselves against the powerful strength he radiated. Lord Demon King! A massive explosion erupted, the firelight rising sky-high. The Demon King coldly looked at the billowing dust and smoke below. Tunya rushed over to flatter him. Lord Demon King is mighty. Eliminating that dog thief Hak-ham was as easy as turning over a hand. However, the guy realized something was wrong. He is still alive. Tunya Yu didn't believe it. Impossible. The people below, including my subordinates, have all had their flesh crushed and bones shattered. Even if he wore protective armor, he couldn't have withstood the move just now. The Demon King interrupted and said, Don't know. Perhaps it's my illusion. Hak-ham was indeed still alive. He groaned in pain. At this moment he was in an open forest, holding his still dizzy head. He was extremely confused. Am I dead? Van Tuong immediately scolded, Keep dreaming. If you died, how could my game be perfect? Looking at Van Tuong in front of him, he was suspicious. An instance? The little girl confirmed, emergency situation. I could only pull you into an instance to hide temporarily. I chose an E-rank instance for you, which is the lowest difficulty level, suitable for players from level 7 and above. The issue shouldn't be big. The flow speed of time in this instance is equal to 1/10 of the real world. You should practice a few more times here to raise your attributes before going out. Hakham regained his high spirits and asked, "Knew it? Where is the boss?" Van Tuong replied, "I remember it seems to be the black-headed bear monster. The surrounding environment is also different from my impression. Try searching all 4 directions to see." At a quiet cave. Inside was a gold-armored earth dragon fast asleep. D-rank instance, suitable for players level 10 and above. At Hakham's house. The 3 girls in the house saw the commotion, then ran out to the door and asked, "What happened?" Lamb Phi was still out of breath. She reported back, "Something happened to Hakham. You guys quickly follow me." Hakham inside the instance was searching around. He spoke up, "Now I'll draw a few more cards, gather enough equipment, then go out and handle him. Is that okay?" Van Tuong replied, "Before this, there was too big a gap between the levels of you two. No matter how much equipment, it's hard to make up for the lack of strength." He directly asked, "How many more stages do I need to clear to rise to level 9? The little girl provided the statistics. If it goes smoothly, about 30 more times will do. Hakham uttered impatiently, "That's too troublesome. Can't we just go straight to a slightly higher rank instance?" Van Tuong disagreed, "Young man, you must do everything according to your capability. With your current level, facing the boss of a D-rank instance means certain death. In this instance, there are still a few kinds of small fry that are all easy to beat. You just need to care about finding the boss." While they were chatting, a monster raided them. Looking at the rushing monster, Hakham wondered, "Is this the boss?" Van Tuong denied, "Just a wild monster. Casually, it can be—" Right after the little girl finished speaking, a strike from the monster's staff came down, causing the ground to crack and shatter, managing to drive it away. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he was stunned and uttered, "This is the strength of a wild monster." That monster again swung its wooden staff and charged over. Am immediately activated the Azure Dragon armor. Its staff collided with the armor and was immediately deflected backward. One blow from it also allowed Hakham to estimate its strength. "Are you absolutely sure about your data?" Van Tuong was also suspicious. "Wait a moment, that's not right. It is." Looking at the attribute panel, its name was Berserk Goblin, level 6, Wood attribute. Van Tuong realized it really is the boss. He immediately became completely serious, truly a case of searching everywhere, and now, without wasting any effort, it rolls right up to the door on its own. 1 level lower, extremely reasonable for practice. Meanwhile, Van Tuong was doubting. Strange, did I design an instance with the boss being a Berserk Goblin? Ham was drawing cards. He had held up a card and selected an equipment card. Once again, the goblin swung its staff and charged over. A flash of light right in that instant swept past its staff. Its wood was immediately cut in half. The goblin looked suspiciously at the still smoking handle in its hand. Meanwhile, looking at the sword in his hand, Hakham praised. "Good sword." The system announced, "Congratulations to the player for obtaining SS rank legendary equipment. Kin Loy. Thunder attribute. Attack power, 1,500. Has a probability of triggering thunder electricity critical hit. The probability decreases gradually according to the number of attacks. Energy storage can be restored." The goblin had been angered by him and growled a few times to show off its might. With Kin Loy in his hand. Momentum asked it, "Losing your weapon makes your limbs clumsy, huh? This flaw of yours." A sword strike flashed past the goblin in just an instant. Ignoring the fallen boss behind, he only focused on the Kin Loy in his hand. "Feels pretty great." Looking at the huge amount of points, just added, he was very delighted. 500 experience points, truly earning money with blood. Van Tuong also chimed in and said, "See, I told you fighting in instances can level you up." The system updated his leveling progress, his attack, defense, speed, critical hit, and mental power stats were all increased a little. He wondered, then do I need to wait for the instance to reload? And then continue fighting again after the Berserk Goblin revives? Van Tuong replied, "That works too, though next time the experience will be a bit less. The effect is still very optimistic." Another sound put them on alert. This time, countless goblins charged over. Seeing this, Hawkham was petrified. Is having this many bosses reasonable? Only now did Van Tuong realize, I know now, you entered the wrong instance. These berserk goblins are indeed just minions. The real boss still hasn't appeared. Hearing this, he started to feel tense. Are you kidding me? Level 6, here is just a minion? Then how top tier must the real boss be? Van Tuong didn't have specific data either. I don't know what happened either. It might be because you were in too much of a hurry, so you opened the wrong entrance. Holding Kin Loi firmly in his hand, he had prepared himself. Come on, if you aren't afraid of death, just try it. The whole crowd of goblins, as if afraid of something, growled. A few times, and right after that, the whole crowd ran off. Hawkham thought he was all that and uttered. Finally scared them into running away. A huge figure was right behind Hawkham's back. Van Tuong stammered. They weren't scared into running away by you. A wave of aura rushed over, making Hawkham alert. They had to face a giant monster. That was precisely the suffocating oppression coming from the gold-armored Earth Dragon. The monster info panel displayed. It was a level 10 gold-armored Earth Dragon, metal attribute. Its attributes were also very terrifying. Hawkham asked in fear. This monster looks like it's still quite well behaved. While it hasn't actively attacked yet, quickly take me out of this instance. Van Tuong coldly poured a bucket of cold water on him to leave the instance. There are only two ways. Either you die, or it dies. Hearing this, his heart couldn't help but grow cold. What a decent rule set up. I thank your whole family. Van Tuong still calmly said, What's wrong with dying in the instance? You will still revive in the real world. It's just a bit of damage to your experience value, that's all. Hawkham refused, whose experience value could be that abundant? I should still go kill those goblins to earn more experience. When it's enough, I'll come back to find the Earth Dragon to commit suicide. Hearing that, Van Tuong was delighted. Good idea. Your mind is indeed quick. Seeing them turn their backs to leave. The Earth Dragon opened its mouth and blasted out a wave of special ability. Hawkham uttered in fear. It was quiet just now. Why does it want to attack now? Van Tuong explained. It doesn't want to let you leave. Another torrent of power poured down heavily. Pour fine wine to keep you here. Stay here. That torrent of power swept across the ground wherever it passed. The Earth Dragon looked at the long crater in front of it. It paused when it couldn't see its prey anywhere. Van Tuong also anxiously called, Hawkham! Hawkham! A trembling arm was raised, accompanied by a weak voice. I'm here. He tried hard to brace himself. Can't die. Still breathing. Just crawling out from the mouth of the crater, he mumbled. Good thing I activated the Azure Dragon armor in time, otherwise I'd be dead meat. The system warned. Warning. The durability of Azure Dragon armor has decreased by 40%. The damage to the Azure Dragon armor is too great. If we keep fighting, it's certain death. Looking at the distance behind, Hawkham still had a bit of concern. So far away like this, it won't catch up, right? After all, it looks like it's not very convenient for it to move around. Van Tuong hesitantly revealed, Well, during design, to make up for the flaw of its slow movement, I intentionally added a skill. Hawkham started to feel things weren't right. What skill? He immediately received the answer from reality. The black hole suction force from the Earth Dragon's mouth had activated. Hawkham's whole body was sucked backward. He cursed. Holy crap! Sticking Kinloy into the ground to anchor his body, he shouted, "System! Whose side are you on anyway?" Van Tuong was also apologetic. "I didn't expect it would be used on you either." "Don't struggle anymore, let go." This time, Ham was very stubborn, gripping tightly onto Kinloy stuck in the ground. "No! My Azure Dragon armor is already broken. If I get downgraded further, I will be even less of a match for that Abyss Lord. Quickly search to see if there are any items that can help." Van Tuong reached into the space to search. Let me see. His sword couldn't hold on any longer either, and snapped out of the ground. Ham was forcefully sucked backward. Seeing him helpless and unable to resist, Van Tuong anxiously shouted, "Ham!" He quickly took action. A palm strike was immediately launched. "Damn it! Take a move of mine!" His power landed straight down onto the Earth Dragon's tough head. Afterward, he increased the defense of the Azure Dragon armor shield. Finally, the Earth Dragon shut its mouth. The waves settled and the sea became calm. The suction force was no more. Van Tuong was stunned and uttered, It's over. This time estimation is a downgrade to level 3. But an unexpected thing happened. The Earth Dragon, as if agitated, opened its mouth. Looking at its unusual appearance, Van Tuong was very suspicious. "What's going on?" The Earth Dragon's entire body had been pierced with several holes, from which streaks of golden light shone out. Its entire body immediately exploded into fragments. Thanks to that, Ham escaped disaster. The armor was torn to pieces with not a single intact shred left. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Azure Dragon armor ultimately saved my life once again. The info panel appeared. "Congratulations to the player for clearing the D-rank instance. Sleeping gold-armored Earth Dragon. Obtained rare materials. Dragon Arm Bone N4. Healthy Muscle Edge 15. Can be used to repair armor defense. Obtained a rank Enchanted Metal. C-rank Dragon Scale. Can raise armor defense capability by 30% and add 10%. Obtain the title Dragon Slayer. After equipping, can increase attributes by 30%. If the opponent belongs to the dragon race, can increase attributes by 100%. He had received an increase in Thunder attribute to level 8, and the accompanying skills also soared. Mission progress reached 1970 out of 2000. The system displayed, "Congratulations to the player for rising 2 levels in a row, becoming the first player in the world to level up to level 8. The durability of the Azure Dragon armor had only decreased by 1. Should I throw it away?" He was very grateful for this item. "Hard work, brother. I definitely won't abandon you. Use all dragon arm bones and healthy muscles to repair the Azure Dragon armor. Use dragon scales to supplement magic power for the Azure Dragon armor." The system displayed, upgrading. Finally, a pillar of golden light from where he was standing shot straight up into the high sky. Ham was also dazzled by this light. The system reminded, "Congratulations to the player for obtaining SS rank armor. Azure Dragon Sacred Armor. Passive skill, True Dragon Gold Armor. Active skill, Burning Dragon Breath." Van Tuong uttered, "This is a sacred tier treasure. In this entire game world, there are only 99 of them. You are only level 8, so logic defy it." Ham flashed a smile. That was the dangerous smile of the nouveau riche. Now I can go back to find that Abyss Lord guy to settle scores. Outside the instance, at the Secret Service headquarters, a voice rang out in the room. "Why tell us to hide here?" Lamphai explained. "Ham teleported me to your side because he wanted me to protect your safety. Only the Secret Service headquarters can withstand them." 6-9 spoke up. "Who are you looking down on? I alone can raise this entire place to the ground, okay? Better quickly tell us Ham's location so we can easily go over there to help." Quan Kai also agreed. "That's right. In case something unfortunate happens to him, how can I help him carry on the family line?" Lamphai replied, "With the system there, nothing will happen to him. The Secret Service today is different from the past. We have prepared target weapons." Suddenly, the agency was attacked. A corner of the building exploded. The alarm rang out. Enemy sneak attack! The fully armed police officers simultaneously pointed their guns at the person in front, warning them. Tunyu and his crowd of lackeys calmly walked over. Brothers, listen to this piece of advice from me. That little salary isn't worth us risking our lives like this. Come work for me. I will help you guys step up to the peak of your lives. The police officer immediately ordered, "Fire!" A shield barrier was set up by the lackey to block all damage. Tunyu also ordered, "Kill them!" The crowd of lackeys charged forward simultaneously. One guy couldn't hold back and impatiently threw a punch. Suddenly, a sound wave from high above transmitted down, stopping their footsteps. They had to cover their ears tightly, syrup already spurting from their mouths. The sound wave covered the entire area below. Fan Ko was precisely the mastermind of this. She spoke up. Even if equipped with special ability items, humans are after all still normal bodies. Facing an attack from a sound wave weapon, any defensive measure is ineffective. Tunyu spoke up irritably. "That smelly woman helping the Secret Service resist me again." Seeing victory, the girls in the room cheered. "Great! What kind of weapon is this? So impressive! We won!" However, Lamphai was still very calm. "It can't be that easy. Where's the Abyss Lord? Where is he hiding?" She nervously guessed. Did Tunyu give her the answer? The ambushing enemy had appeared. "It's your turn." Lamphai urgently reported into the walkie-talkie, "The sky! The sky! Pay attention to the sky." Fan Ko and her staff looked up suspiciously. "The sky!" Looking up, they saw the Demon King had already been there for who knows how long. He spoke up, interesting indeed, but a single finger carrying destructive power struck down. Is only just so. Several spots at the Secret Service building exploded. 6ix9ine bravely charged forward. A single strike. Her sword tore through his demon energy. She coldly ordered, "Return my man!" Streaks of sword energy from 6ix9ine continuously launched over. Gritting her teeth, she continued, "Return him to me." Quan Kai had created a protective shield barrier around Fan Co while joyfully cheering. Attacking directly always wins. The Demon King contemptuously looked at 6ix9ine, truly a foolish woman. Meanwhile, she was petrified when she saw the sword in her hand. Had only the exact hilt left. The Demon King still maintained a contemptuous attitude, too weak. Truly cannot withstand a single blow. At the same time, Huangju's sneak attacked him from behind. Her dagger pierced through. "At the same time," the Demon King said, "but I still want you to die." She was immediately choked tightly by him. He gloomily looked at Huangju. "Despicable woman, to actually dare look down on my majesty and flee the marriage. I will kill you first, then go back and chop off the limbs of your clansmen to see how you guys groan while crawling around on the ground like blowfly larvae. This is precisely the source of my sole pleasure." Hearing him say that, hatred welled up in her heart. "Beast! You beast!" She was still waiting, my unparalleled hero. "Where are you?" Answering that prayer, Hakham appeared, a sword strike crashing straight down onto the Demon King's back. That power was so immense that it created an explosion upon impact. Tunyu was stunned, looking at him, unable to utter words. You. Lamphai also breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, knew it, you live longer." But she realized her words sounded a bit wrong. Why did I say longer? 6ix9ine chimed in. This guy really indeed knows how to choose the right time to appear. The Demon King fell to the ground in bewilderment. "How are you? A brat, still alive." Holding Huangju in his arms, he struck a pose as if to say, "I am standing right in front of you. Take a look at how much I resemble my former self." He answered, "Took a trip to hell, but unfortunately they didn't accept me over there, so I returned intact." Tunyu couldn't believe it and uttered, "When did this bastard learn how to fly?" Van Tuong also grumpily reminded someone, "Phew, flying can only be maintained for about a minute. Advise you to stop showing off and land quickly." Hearing this, Hakham was shocked. "Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Seeing him unfocused, the Demon King angrily launched his power, mumbling something. A wave of demon energy poured straight down onto Hakham's head. He also held Wang Du and jumped down, falling. That wave of demon energy transformed into an arrow chasing after Hakham's figure. Fan Ko watched closely and anxiously shouted, "Hakham! Careful!" Seeing that, he was also quite surprised, can actually still make a turn, huh? Right at that moment, vines sprouted from below, tightly binding Hakham's feet, causing him to be astonished. "What's this again?" Tunung Yeo praised his lackey. "Done beautifully." He was very confident. "No one can break through my steel vines." "He's dead meat." From afar, Fan Ko only saw an explosion ring out. Lam Fai was also very anxious, Hakham. She secretly blamed him. Previously hit by the Abyss Lord's move, leaving him with no strength left to resist. Why did this idiot have to seek his own death like that? The Demon King was very satisfied. This time it's truly crushed flesh and shattered bones. Letting you die peacefully like this is too much of a bargain for you. Tunyo praised. "Very well. You've achieved a great exploit," he joyfully replied. "Thank you, great brother." They didn't expect that Hakham had already spoken up from behind, so dangerous. These words made both of them wide-eyed. "How did you manage to run over here?" He answered, "Since I couldn't break free, I just followed the ditch and crawled through here." The whole crowd of thugs immediately charged forward, damn it. Go protect great brother. Wang Du immediately stepped up for him, delivering a few kicks to them, relying on just a bunch of small fry like you guys. And you think you're worthy of fighting the main character? The whole crowd was easily handled by her, that's right, back off for me. 6ix9ine also cooperated seamlessly. She swung her sword and shouted, "Those who block the path must die." Seeing this, Tung Yeo relied on the person beside him, Lord Demon King. "Please kill these women first." He took action immediately. The billowing demon energy gathered in the palm of his hand, noisy creatures. The torrent of power carrying divine flames launched over. The three girls were stunned, not knowing how to react yet. Hakham immediately appeared, a hero saving the beauties. Each of his sword strikes shattered the opponent's attack. All three were safe under his protection. The Demon King could not believe it. "What? My divine flame strike was actually deflected by you?" Looking at Kin Loi in his hand, he lamented, "It wasn't convenient to make a move just now, but now let's try it out." As expected, pretty useless. Tuningyo on the side was very envious, thinking to himself during the time he disappeared, just what on earth did this bastard encounter? Not only did his strength skyrocket, but even his weapon. The Demon King refused to give in. An ant gathered a larger divine flame. "This is impossible." "Die quickly!" Hakham calmly swung a sword strike over. He was still very confident, relying on just this pathetic move of yours, and you delusionally want to threaten me. But he suddenly realized something was wrong. If hit directly, it's certain death. The Demon King was careless, and was struck by his sword light. He rolled on the ground and uttered, "So dangerous." Before he could stabilize himself, Hakham leaned forward and delivered another sword strike. He reminded him, "Stop making an empty display of power. The thunder force on your sword is already depleted. It's nothing more than a piece of useless iron now. It can't wound me. It can't wound me." Hakham coldly looked at him, then listed, "First, a sword without enchantment can still chop you to pieces. Second, who says the power of lightning is gone and won't return?" Just as he said, a torrent of lightning power poured heavily down from midair. The Demon King couldn't believe it and stammered, absorbing it back. Hakham's Kin Loi enhanced the absorption of the newly recharged power. He proudly looked at his opponent, satisfied now. His face turned pale upon witnessing this bizarre phenomenon. "I have roamed across the otherworldly realms for 800 years, and have also encountered countless powerhouses and fierce enemies, but never before have I met anyone as cheating as you." Right after speaking, the Demon King was immediately struck by Hakham's thunder and lightning. Hakham looked at the corpse of the Demon King lying motionless on the ground. He keenly detected that something was amiss. Looking at the corpse torn in half on the ground, he guessed, "This is a cicada shedding its skin." The Demon King teleported back next to Tun Yu, cursing, "Damn it," forcing me to use the reincarnation skill again. The system reminded that the displayed level of the Abyss Lord was level 8. Hakham contemptuously looked at him, and here I thought how tough of a boss he was. Turns out he's just a turtle spirit. At the critical moment, he doesn't even need his shell. "Insulted?" the Demon King roared. "Insolent! Don't think that holding a broken sword means you can look down on this king. Tun Yu, the two of us will charge together." However, a sword from behind pierced through, letting him know what human wickedness felt like. Hakham opposite him was also astonished. "What?" Tun Yu increased the force in his hand, scolding him, "Useless. A waste of time calling you out. Since your usefulness is depleted, then become fertilizer for me." The Demon King was speechless. Tun Yu ruthlessly pulled the sword out. The Demon King collapsed, cursing. You won't die in peace, Tun Yu." The fisherman reaping the benefits looked at him. "Hard work for you, Hakham. If it weren't for you, how could I easily kill this Demon King?" Hakham was very angry. Hearing that he wouldn't even spare his ally, he definitely couldn't let him survive to continue doing evil. He spoke up. "You are the true Demon King." He held out a card pulsing with power. "You, surnamed Hak. Today, let the two of us settle this matter once and for all. I will use the combinations of double cards collected to send you to hell." Van Tuong immediately reminded Hakham, "Remember to be careful." In his hands there are at least 2 S-ranked treasures and 3 A-rank ones. Tun Ye was in the process of completing his armor. Powerful Qilin arm armor, attack power 300, critical hit. Powerful explosive boots, attack power 90, speed at 20. Evil expelling chain armor, defense 100. Combined with furious combat armor, defense 90, critical hit Zine 60. Combined armor to increase speed, defense 30, agility 30, health recovery Yi 40. Sovereign Imperial Protective Helmet, mental power 100. Health recovery 100. Cloak of Forgiveness, reduces opponent's attack power and speed by half. Legendary tier divine weapon, twin magical blade. Ignores any physical defense, the strongest armor penetration in history. 2. Nye smugly showed off with my entire body equipped like this. How do you plan to cope? A grenade was thrown over, making him freeze. A terrifying explosion took place. Hakham stood to the side, clapping and praising. Hear that, even weapons and ammunition are useless. Quickly move 2 crates of grenades over here for me. Lying under the debris, Tun Yu tremblingly spoke up. How can you be so shameless?" He wickedly said, "Seems like, weighed down by so many pieces of equipment, you truly cannot run." Sweat poured like rain. Tun Yu also hadn't expected, oh no, only cared about attack and defense, but forgot about speed. Didn't expect these pieces of equipment to be this heavy. While he was dazed, Hakham's Kinloy was already in front of him. The tip of his sword was blocked by the Darth Vader mask. His equipment. Tun Yu joyfully laughed out loud. "Ha ha! Dumbfounded, aren't you? Even if I can't hide, I have prepared full defense. Even my behind needs protection, so what can you do to me?" But man's planning is not as good as Hakham's planning. He started to use a trick. Wonder if iron conducts electricity? A wave of thunder and lightning spread throughout Tun Yu's body. In the perilous situation, he counterattacked. The light emitted from the equipment dazzled Hakham. Afterward, a torrent of firepower poured straight toward him, blowing him backward as he cried out, "Ouch!" Trying hard to prop his sword to steady his body, he uttered, "So dangerous." The part struck in front of his chest turned out to still have a passive skill. In his heart he knew clearly that strike from the Abyss Lord just now seemed to have depleted all the accumulated energy of Kin Loy. Otherwise it would absolutely not let Tunye have the strength to strike back. Tunye was equally battered. He took off his mask, panting. Aham casually looked at him, "What?" Then suddenly understanding, planning to combine equipment against me. Tunye momentum fully shouted, "Come on! At most, a life for a life. The one with enough capability to dominate the whole world must definitely be Tunye." Seeing this, Lamphai on the side was helpless. This madman is truly beyond cure. But she was stunned when she saw a new situation arise. On the roof of the building there were countless figures. That was precisely Tunye. He was multiplying himself? Aham was no less shocked than her. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did so many Tunyes pop out from nowhere? Van Tuong behind spoke up. "I know now. He must have obtained the SSS rank treasure, Rebirth Coffin. Once this item recognizes its master, it can clone infinitely and grant immortality." He asked in bewilderment. "There's a bugged item like this?" Opposite him, Tunye confidently laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. Aham, today is your death anniversary." He ordered his clones to take action. Aham was also tense. "Directing the system, draw a card for me. Put the most useful one in." Van Tuong's calm voice rang out. "Don't worry. Tunye also charged over. I won't give you this chance." 6-9 rushed out, using her sword to block his path. She reiterated, "I won't give you the chance either." She bought time for Aham to draw a card. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial arts secret manual, Illusory Sword Technique." Aham joyfully spoke up, "Thank you." 6-9. The system was updating the completion progress of comprehension, loading 50% to 70%. One dial. 95%, which was also the moment Tunye's clones attacked close by. Comprehension degree completed 100%. Right at that exact moment, the update was finished. He opened his eyes, coldly looking at them as countless paths of sword thunder swept through. The entire crowd of clones was beaten into falling like autumn leaves. Tunye reminded them, "Don't panic. He won't be able to execute an outburst like this a second time. Rally your spirits. Don't let him escape." The harsh reality slammed right into his face when he saw Aham charging over. Tunye was shocked to actually actively attack. He shouted, "Engage in battle!" The remaining clones of Tunye used their last gasps of breath to resist the thunder and lightning that Aham launched. Meanwhile, the real body on the side anxiously barked and scolded, "All bunch of useless fools," going around to the back, peeking at him from behind. The 3 clones at the back took the order to act. However, he casually turned around, swinging a sword line over. They were immediately struck. Thanks to that, he continuously received 150 experience points star. He satisfiedly uttered, "Finally caught him." Contrary to Aham, too. Niyu could not accept this reality. You, Aham continued. "Although your helpers are very numerous, I have discovered 3 of your weaknesses." Hearing this, he laughed out loud. "Weaknesses? Then wouldn't that mean having to kill 3 more identities to make it work? But that would make him rise up and go mad. Didn't you say he body morphed into an immortal?" Aham still calmly listed each item one by one. "First, the rebirth coffin can only copy but cannot revive, which is why you are afraid to show your face in person. Second, these duplicated bodies existed before you killed the Abyss Lord, which is why they are still level 6. Third, they pose no threat to me. They can accumulate experience. The more I kill, the stronger I get." Tunye's face darkened. He continued, Looking at your expression, it seems like I hit the mark on everything, huh? Lam Fai also had to admire him. Yet, during a brief encounter, he could quickly grasp crucial information. He clearly is a natural-born warrior. But why did he say those words out loud? Isn't this letting Tunya be prepared? Ah Ham's true purpose was, just keep going. I want to rise to level 15. I'll have to rely on you guys then. Tunya was not willing to be a stepping stone for his enemy. With a dark face, he stared intently at him. He personally took action to massacre his own clones, to the absolute horror of the remaining ones. Tunya spoke up. Fattening water shouldn't flow to outsider fields. Our common enemy is Ham. Thanks to that, he received 350 experience points. So, all of you, obediently become my sacrifice to level up. The remaining 2 clones angrily questioned, "What the hell? On what grounds do we have to be your stepping stones? Want our lives? It's not that easy." A ruthless sword strike from Tunyo cut across. "Cut the crap! You guys don't have the right to choose." Ham opposite them also joined the massacre of his clones, oh? Then let's see who's faster. Only now did Lam Fai understand. Turns out it's like that. He intentionally let Tunyo know, so that to prevent Ham from leveling up, Tunyo would compete with him to handle the clones. If both of them take action, the experience value won't differ by much, but Ham's subsequent battle will be much easier. Each clone fell to the ground in anger. Tunyo, on the opposite side, after clearing them all out, burst out laughing. "Ha!" he contemptuously said. "You fools, without me, where would you even come from? You guys don't have the slightest awareness at all." At this moment, Tunyo's level had reached level 10 Tawny. He continued, "But it wasn't a waste of my great effort. I finally leveled up to level 10. Ham calmly brandished his sword. Actually, you still had another choice. If you had attacked together with them, perhaps the chances of winning would be greater. Tunyo, knowing he was set up, dark-facedly snapped. "Ham, damn it! Being this arrogant, you will be punished by heaven." He generously gave his opponent a chance. What other tricks do you have? Use them. Any later, and there won't be a chance. Tunyo had to tell himself, "Calm down. I have the IQ advantage. As long as I successfully use this skill, surpassing his level could also happen." He deceitfully pointed towards the sky. "Hey!" That was taking advantage of Ham being off guard to look up. His sword strike was already close to his neck. "You are too naive." Unexpectedly, Ham used just 3 fingers to block it. That caused Tunyo's eyes to widen and his mouth to gape in shock. Level 13 means being able to do whatever you want, huh? Pinched between his fingers, he returned those words to him. "The naive one must be you." Tunyo launched his second dangerous move without weapons. There is a type called the bare-handed life and death strike. He was still very calm. Losing your rationality dooms you to defeat. Your remaining value is, after all, only to test the limits of my capability. Looking at his opponent casually raising a single hand, he froze. Using only one hand? That caused his wounded pride to surge even higher, recklessly charging forward. "I'll risk my life against you." Ham arrogantly used exactly one arm to block all of his opponent's fists. Afterward, he truly used his own fists. Punch him straight in the stomach. This single punch made Tunyo spit out syrup. Only now did he feel, is this the difference in strength? However, as long as that rebirth coffin was still around, the clone would exact revenge for him. Ham had already anticipated every move of his opponent. Activating your rebirth coffin will certainly generate energy waves, right? Only until now did Tunyo truly realize, could it be that you've been waiting for this opportunity all along? Fanko behind reported, check complete, in an L-shaped warehouse in the southeastern part of the city. Tunyo was knocked down to the ground by him. He shouted, "Understood!" and vanished while he looked at Fanko with a resentful gaze. "You rotten woman!" Afterward, he blacked out. The clone body of Tunyo had woken up. At this moment he was still telling himself, "Ha Ham, you certainly cannot." Right after speaking, a bolt of thunder and lightning from mid-air struck straight down. Tunwoo had just escaped death only to immediately be about to give up his life. He hopelessly screamed. Ha Ham coldly looked down at him from above. "Caught you." Tunwoo tactfully begged Brother Ha, "I was wrong. Give me another chance, please. I'll be your lackey. Whomever you find an eyesore, I will go handle that person. I beg you." He didn't agree, the thunder and lightning continuing to increase, until his opponent was left as nothing but a dried corpse. He spoke up in the next life. "I raise dogs. Remember to come find me." The news about this battle was reported by the media. It is said that the thief who caused harm to the city, Tunwoo, has been beaten to death. But the police refused to disclose which hero did it. Lam Fai was concerned, although Tunwoo is dead. Strangely, Professor Tong Zhang's whereabouts are still unknown. Along with that, even the device Tunwoo used to bridge the dimensional wall is nowhere to be found. He chimed in. "So you suspect Tunwoo still has accomplices?" She confirmed. This possibility cannot be ruled out, which is why the police still need to continue ensuring your safety. In addition, the city has nominated you to register for the province-wide superhero selection competition to be held next month. Remember to prepare thoroughly. Oh, remember. Do you ca be. Will you to register for the province? Ha Ham immediately refused. "Forget it. It was hard enough to get a little break. Let me rest for a while." "I'm not going." She agreed immediately. "Fine then. Then I'll contact the organizers to forfeit. The reward for the winner is 30 million. Guessing you don't have much interest in this amount of money anyway." Hearing this huge amount of money, Ha Ham immediately changed his mind. "Wait a minute," Lam Fai asked back. "What's wrong? Changed your mind?" He thick-skinnedly said, "What rest? So boring. I am willing to go to a higher stage. To rub shoulders and learn from more talented people. Even if there is no reward, I will still bravely move forward and dedicate my all." Lam Fai, having successfully enticed him, left. "I'll go register for you. You just rest properly." He joyfully replied, "All right. Sorry to trouble you, Officer Lam." At this moment he was already calculating how to spend the 30 million reward. How should I spend it now? But just as he stepped into the living room, Ha Ham froze. "Huangju," she gently spoke up. "Benefactor." She shyly looked at him and asked, "Are you done with your work?" Ha Ham suspiciously asked, "Huangju, why are you here?" She bashfully replied, "You defeated the Abyss Lord. It's been hard on you." After those words, the door also slammed shut. Ha Ham thought to himself, so fast. Meanwhile, Huangju had already embraced him from behind. "I just want to help you relax a bit. From now on, I am yours. You can do as you please." Ha Ham haltingly replied that, "Didn't you say no fooling around before marriage?" Her hands were already fumbling around. "Oh my, that's just a formality. I'm not that old-fashioned and traditional either. We can just add it later." Ha Ham pushed her away. "Wait a minute. Actually, defeating the Abyss Lord was as easy as turning over a hand. You don't need to make such a big sacrifice. It's still better to quickly return and reunite with your clansmen." He thought to himself, one wrong step and all is lost. Too many women will lead to exhaustion. But Huangju misunderstood him. "You want to be ungrateful and unfaithful to me?" Ha Ham bluntly said, "We aren't even married. On what grounds is this statement based?" Seeing the figure in front of him was gone, he was very suspicious. Disappeared again? Finally, his long pants had vanished without a trace. Where are my pants? Even his shirt disappeared. He could only blink in surprise. Shirt, too. A figure rushed towards Ha Ham, making him shout in surprise. Huangju sat on top of him, stubbornly saying, "Further explanation is useless. In any case, today I must make the rice cooked with you." Ha Ham tried hard to advise her, Don't. You aren't planning to eliminate me right after we're done, are you? He realized she didn't seem to be wearing anything underneath. Wang Ju replied, How could that be? You are my husband. How could I kill you? Whomever has inappropriate thoughts about you, I'll be the first to object. He seemed to be enlightened, right? Her purpose was to defeat the Abyss Lord to protect her clansmen, not to monopolize my tadpoles. If she gets it, then in the future, if those other girls want to kill me, she will protect me. It's been said to this extent, if I still resist, would I still be a man? Not until the night grew late. Ham tiredly woke up after a period of combat. Seeing no one beside him, he wondered, where is she? Leaving this early. Truly a refreshing time. That perverted system didn't appear to disturb either, but she's definitely hiding in a dark corner watching meticulously. Right at this moment, Quan Kai and 6ix9ine also stepped into the room. Seeing them, he screamed loudly, What do you girls want to do? Warning you, I'm a level 14 boss. Using force on me won't work. Neither of them was afraid at all as they approached. No need to stubbornly resist like that. Big Sister System has already agreed with us. As long as it's during the safe period, your abilities will be temporarily sealed. Right now, other than physical stamina, you have none. Van Tuong winked and said, No need to be polite. Ham's face went dark. What's the meaning of this? Coercion! Little hack, quickly come rescue me! Quan Kai had already crawled onto the bed. Guess who informed us to come? I can only blame you for being too fierce last night, scaring her half to death, so we reached an agreement. To share peacefully, whoever has capability gets to enjoy more. The whole house echoed with Ham's hopeless screams. Help! The next day, when meeting Lam Fai, she saw his appearance and froze. Did you not sleep well last night? With dark circles under his eyes, he said, Don't bring it up. I want to die. Urgently calling me here. What's the matter? Lam Fai handed him an envelope. This is intelligence about the elite tournament collected just last night. Take a look. Ham immediately opened it to look, saying, With my rank, winning the championship is as easy as turning over a hand. Why waste effort collecting intelligence? She suddenly made a proposal. You're too optimistic. Right now, I make a recommendation to you, which is to immediately forfeit the competition. Hearing this, Ham spoke up loudly. How is this possible? Lam Fai reminded him the whole province has 35 players participating in the competition. Your level ranks at most 11th. But last night, your ranking was 3rd. Proving. Ham was also surprised. Everyone has grasped the way to level up in a short time. But how did they do it? Lam Fai handed over an information sheet. On this list is the ranking of the top 100 people in the entire province. But according to my investigation, 21 people have mysteriously disappeared in these past 2 days. The type where, if alive, their bodies aren't seen, and if dead, their corpses aren't found. Hearing this, he understood immediately. Seems like there are still many smart people who discovered they can hunt each other to level up experience. It's just a competition, yet so many ruthless people have appeared. The competition is truly fierce. Lam Fai continued. Their ambition to win far exceeds our expectations. To ensure safety, let's study thoroughly before making a cautious decision, so I recommend you— Without any hesitation, he agreed immediately. I forfeit the competition, withdrawing from the race. Having just finished a life-and-death battle with Tunyiyu, there's no need to risk my life like that. Lam Fai replied, Fine. Then I'll go report to the province. Damdong City recently has been peaceful for a while. You can relax and rest. Afterward, Ham left the office. While walking, he chatted with Van Tuong, System. How is your data collection going? Can the game bugs be fixed? The little girl replied, It's still way too early. You should still continue to work hard, preferably a few shots every day. Ham heard this, and his face withered. A few shots every day. This matter is too much beyond endurance, you know. That didn't trouble Van Tuong at all. I'll make you a bit of holy oil. Heard it's very effective. This enthusiasm made Ham grit his teeth and utter, I thank you so much. Suddenly, he sensed danger behind him. A person had suddenly attacked Hakham on E. Just managing to dodge backward? He quickly asked. Who? That person was Xiao Min, level 16, currently ranked 9th in Dongmin province. He spoke up. Not expected less of Damdong City's number 1. A stealthy sneak attack like this and you still dodged it. Ah. Ham recognized him. Seems like I've seen your photo before. You are a participant in the province-wide elite competition. For the sake of leveling up, even I am considered a hunting target. Xiao Min proudly replied, The experts of that city have all been slaughtered. If I can eliminate you too, I will certainly break through to level 18. Hakham knew he couldn't dodge this battle. These people are also crazy. The competition hasn't even started yet, and they've already started killing each other beforehand. Seems like wanting to avoid it is impossible. First, handle this mess in front of me, then go back to discuss with Lam Fai. Looking at the mace studded with iron nails in his hand, he wondered, but is this his weapon? Why does it look like it was handmade no matter how you view it, yet has such great power? Xiao Min said no more. He immediately swung his mace. Obediently accept your death. Hakham had also summoned his Kinloi sword. His single sword strike blocked the opponent's weapon. The power of the two powerful weapons collided, causing a wave of energy to radiate around. After this impact, he realized, as expected, it's bizarre. An ordinary wooden staff would have been cut in half long ago, and furthermore, his strength is also excessive. The special ability generated a wave of shockwaves rushing straight into the high sky. Xiao Min couldn't hold his ground and had to retreat, didn't expect it to be a thunder magic sword, almost fell into the trap. Hakham pressed the attack. The things you didn't expect are still very numerous. Xiao Min concentrated power into his wooden mace, uttering, Speed up. Hakham detected it immediately. He can transfer different buff effects right after. His opponent used extremely fast movement speed to create a circle of special ability enclosing him at the center. He confidently said, Don't worry, you won't be able to catch up with my speed. His silhouette split into 3, along with 3 maces thrown out by him like a sharp spinning blade. Obediently become the stepping stone to help me ascend to the peak of my life. Ha! Ha! Ham was facing countless thrown maces. He ordered, No one can survive my slaughter, including you. He immediately activated the Azure Dragon's sacred armor equipment. A massive shield easily blocked all incoming damage. Xiao Min, seeing this surprise, gaped his mouth. What? Hakham swung a sword strike over. Found you. Seeing him retreat, he pursued to the end. Running? Xiao Min was still very complacent. Wait until I return and arrange a strategy, then come find you to settle scores. No one can keep up with my speed. There will come a day when I can... But before he could finish speaking, Hakham's fist had already rushed straight at his face. Unable to dodge in time, he could only take the beating. Looking at his still smoking fist, Hakham casually said, You aren't the only one who knows how to enchant, you know. Xiao Min rolled on the ground, uttering a very incomprehensible sentence. Killing me. You have truly chosen the wrong target. The ambulance and police cars had also arrived. Lam Fai stopped the medical staff who were lifting the stretcher. Wait a moment. I need to verify the identity of the culprit a bit. The staff member with a bit of hesitation said, based on the current situation, probably. Looking at Xiao Min with a swollen face and mixed teeth and lips, the staff member continued, even his biological mother wouldn't recognize his identity. Lam Fai also had to give up. All right then, take him away. If he can be saved, save him. If not, don't force it. Even if saved, he'll only be a disabled person. Her gaze suddenly noticed a spot. It was Hakham, who was sitting dazedly in the distance. Lam Fai walked over to his place immediately. Xiao Min won't be the last one. For safety, I will request the highest level protection order from superiors. He refused. Not necessary. Since I can't stay out of it, I will decisively enter there myself to mix them up. I've decided to participate in the elite competition. Lam Fai asked back, "Are you sure? Once participating in the competition, you will face many stronger and more dangerous enemies." He knew. No need to twist things around, just eliminate them and it's done. Register on my behalf. Go back and convey the competition regulations to me. I must make use of time to study a bit. In addition, interrogating simply just want to kill me to level up. He certainly has another purpose. Lam Fai agreed immediately. All right, I will arrange it. He left immediately, then I'm heading back. She had the good intention to help him. I'll arrange a police car to take you back. But Hakham refused. No need. Recently, no one will cause trouble for me anymore. Their images had been captured by a drone inside a room. A person was evaluating him. This guy named Hakham definitely has an issue. Whether it's equipment or combat skills, they are all exactly like an amateur. I suspect there is an expert guiding behind him. A mysterious man had guessed Tong Jiang's intent, so you feel he still has many trump cards left? He replied, "Right, exactly so. My opinion is it's best not to mess with him. Otherwise, the consequences will be very dangerous." He took out a piece of a badge, hearing that even Seo Min was defeated by his hands. He indeed is a rare opponent. First, win him over. If he doesn't know what's good for him, then we'll just have to use strong measures. After all, the Azure Dragon's sacred blade. A part of the Azure Dragon armor had appeared from that piece of the badge. He coldly said, "The Azure Dragon sacred armor and the Azure Dragon gauntlets. I must have them." At Hakham's house, Lam Fai spoke up. "Hakham, the official competition rules from the organizers have been sent." He was reading the information. The official match time is 3 days from now. The buffer time beforehand isn't short, is it? Seems like the organizers are also afraid of those contestants causing more chaos. Lam Fai only gave an uh-huh. 6-9 chimed in. Group stage, semi-finals, finals, which means we don't just fight a single match. Quan Kai followed up. There's also no information on how the groups are divided like this. How are we supposed to know who our opponent is? Wang Diu immediately had a solution. This is simple. Tell me where the organizers are located. I'll just go steal the roster, and that's that. Lam Fai looked at the appearance of those three and furrowed her brows. Why do they look exactly like peacocks in heat? Hakham was also helpless. Forget it. Talk about the main matter first. The notice requires all contestants to report on the morning of the day after tomorrow. So we must set out early tomorrow morning. As long as we reach the tournament grounds, surely no one will dare to cause trouble. Lam Fai seriously replied, "Well said. But the competition venue is held in Foduong City, requiring travel through 4 cities. If I were a participating contestant, I would certainly find a way on this road." 6-9 stood up to accept the task. "I will escort Hakham over there. Whoever dares to cause trouble can ask my blade first, then we'll talk." Quan Kai and Wang Du also uttered, "I'm going too. Me too." Suddenly a doorbell rang. Both Lam Fai and Hakham look out vigilantly. Lam Fai immediately picked up the walkie-talkie to ask, "Security personnel Team 1, Team 2, answer. Who rang the doorbell?" "Team 1, Team 2. Asking a second time, but the walkie-talkie had no signal, Lam Fai became even more tense. No one is answering. Could it be that the walkie-talkie was cut off? Hakham followed up for them. Killing people is much easier than cutting off a walkie-talkie. He then stepped out toward the door. "Coming! Don't press it anymore." Just as he opened the door, the person outside greeted Dear Mr. Hak. "Good evening." The Tan Van City contestant, Joker, level 17th, ranked 8th in the entire province, now respectfully bowed to him. "I am under orders from my master to specially come here to pay my respects to you." All 4 girls curiously went to the door to watch. Quan Kai spoke up. "The Joker ranked 8th? You came to kill Hakham too?" 6-9 fiercely said, "With me here, keep dreaming." The Joker friendly explained, Misunderstanding. Currently, the organizers have issued a strict order prohibiting contestants from slaughtering one another. How would I dare? I only came to convey a message on behalf of my master. Hak-Ham directly asked, "Who is your master?" The Joker replied, "Currently ranked first, XI." Lamfi picked up the information report sheet. Reading it again, she knew X's identity was very mysterious. Even what level he was at was unknown. In the official rankings released by the government, he was always in the top position. Quan Kai also uttered this mysterious. Hak-Ham followed up to the other guy, then cut the crap. Speak straight. What words did he tell you to convey? The Joker replied, Lord X values talent highly and wants to recruit you as a subordinate to achieve great things together. He said that, as long as you are willing to kneel before his calling card, he might not kill you, and at the same time help you become his trusted right-hand man. Hak-Ham fell silent before this request of his. He coldly repeated, telling me to kneel down. The Joker casually confirmed, that's right. This is your sole opportunity. But the door slamming shut right in front of him was the response he received. The Joker was furious, continuously pressing his doorbell. Hak-Ham, don't hide in there, staying silent like that. I know you are at home. You have the guts to participate in the competition. Why don't you have the guts to open the door? Open the door quickly. Extremely annoyed by his nuisance, a bucket of water was poured straight down onto the Joker's head. At the window upstairs, he pretended to say, "Ah, soaking feet is so comfortable. If you still don't beat it, the next basin will be toilet water." All right. The Joker cursed Hak-Ham as he left. "Giving you face yet, you don't want it. Then just you wait. We shall wait and see." He also swore, "Damn it, seriously." Lamfi asked worriedly. He quietly took care of 2 defense teams. "You provoking him like that, aren't you afraid he'll take action?" He closed the window and said, "I can't guarantee he won't assassinate secretly, but if it's face-to-face, he can only endure. After all, the organizers have issued a fatal order, unless he wants to harm his own master." Lamfi was very annoyed, didn't expect this X-guy to be this arrogant, actually sending someone here to provoke like this. And furthermore, even the Joker is his lackey. Perhaps Cao Min truly was just as you said, also sent by him. Hak-Ham asked about the situation of that guy. Speaking of Cao Min, "What is his current condition like?" She replied, "The doctor has announced his condition is very critical. He could die at any moment." "Why?" A calculating expression appeared on his face. "Then do me a favor." The next morning at X's building, the Joker from yesterday was angrily reporting Hak-Ham to his superior through a screen. To death. This Hak-Ham is truly arrogant and insolent. Big brother, we can't let him off cheap like that. X instructed him, "Don't beat the grass and startle the snake. Don't forget the competition organizer's ban. The oversight team is not to be messed with." He understood. "Rest assured, my lord." "I will certainly not leave any loopholes. Wait until the moment he sets out on the road. I will eliminate him and seize that item back for you." X ordered the Joker, "The day after tomorrow the competition begins. Quickly return. Do not delay time." He agreed immediately. Understood. When the screen turned off, only Tang Jiang and X were left in the room. He voiced his suspicion. "Why do you want to let the Joker go kill Hak-Ham? What if he's discovered by the oversight team?" X gloomily said, "Professor Liu, when did I ever tell him to take action? I only reminded him to tell him not to be late, that's all." Tang Jiang understood immediately. "Ah! Regardless of success or failure, you can prove that killing Hak-Ham is the individual act of the Joker, having nothing to do with you at all." X also knew Cao Min already lost. The Joker also doesn't seem to have a guaranteed win. Hearing this, Tang Jiang wondered, "Then why do you want to leave him be?" The answer he received was, "I don't want to become a direct enemy of Hak-Ham, so being able to make him miss this competition is also a not bad solution." At the police station at this time, Lamfi shook hands with Hak-Ham, instructing him, "I have to stay behind to keep watch. I can't go along with you over there." Fanko said she was developing new software and didn't have time to go over. Waiting until it's done, she will quickly go find him later. He casually said, "It's fine. I can still do it alone." Lamphai revealed the Bureau has approved 3 cars. There are also 5 guards escorting, which is enough to handle ordinary unexpected events. But if that group of X plays tricks on the road... Quan Kai and Huang Ju reassured her, "With us here, rest assured." Lamphai sighed wearily and said, "With you girls here, I am even more worried." Ham opened the car door and stepped in, buckling his seatbelt. "Prepared and ready, no more delaying time, let's set out." "Watching the convoy leave?" Lamphai cheered. "Remember to pay attention to safety. X's men monitoring them had also taken action, young master. They have set out." X ordered, "Follow them, don't get detected." The driver replied, "Yes." The convoy bypassed the mountain road. Seeing this route, Ham suspiciously asked, "Isn't it highway the whole journey? Why turn onto this road instead?" The driver replied shortly, "Taking this road will be a bit closer." But Ham was vigilant and detected it immediately. "Do you think I don't know how to look at the map on my phone? The place we want to go is north, but this is clearly going south." The driver with a face full of scars gloatedly replied, only now detecting the abnormality, truly incompetent. "This is the payback for last night when you splashed water on me." In his hand, the detonator was pressed down. The whole convoy exploded instantly. But Ham already had his armor protecting him. He furrowed his brows looking at this situation. "This is truly bad. Blew up my car again. How to travel now?" Wang Ju was also surprised. Even the police personnel were infiltrated. Ham immediately sensed danger behind him. The Joker used a hidden weapon to launch a sneak attack. He was activating a special ability, activating a buff, named Focused Hunting, freezing the opponent's outfit. Focused Hunting! Ham immediately received a notification reminder. Player's outfit is frozen. Cannot use any equipment or items before the restriction is lifted. After reading, he was shocked. "What? I'm locked down." The weapon he was using turned out to be the Joker gauntlets. Thanks to them, his punch was very powerful. Ham was punched so hard he had to retreat all the way back. The remaining 2 girls, seeing the situation wasn't good, screamed. The Joker arrogantly said, "This punch is to avenge the water-splashing incident. Today I will slowly play with you." Quan Kai rushed over to support him up and then asked, "Why didn't you equip the Azure Dragon armor?" He explained, "Cough, cough, I summoned it, but it's useless." Meanwhile, 6ix9ine held her sword ready to face the opponent. He immediately asked Van Tuong, "System, what kind of situation is this? Why can he freeze my outfit?" The little girl explained, "Each title has a special buff. I didn't expect these players to be this strong, able to obtain titles even before clearing dungeons." Ham wondered. "What buff does my Dragon Slayer warrior have, then?" Van Tuong spoke up. "Of course there is." He was still very certain. "Perfect! What buff? I will use it to beat him to death." The system reminded, engaging in combat with all dragon-type opponents, damage multiplied by 2 Wawai. The Joker unleashed cards carrying high damage. Right now there's no more time to talk. Ham on one side anxiously reminded, "Danger! Quickly hide!" 6ix9ine was still very calm, holding her sword firmly in hand. "What's the panic? Think we are useless?" The remaining 2 had also stood up. "That's right, as long as we are here, no one is allowed to harm my husband. Our man can only be pampered by us. Don't even think about touching a single claw of his." Hearing them say so, Ham was very happy. Is this the feeling of living off a woman? So wonderful. Looking at the backs of the 3 girls standing to protect him in front, he suddenly felt very reassured, truly dependable. The Joker was also surprised. Not bad. Ham has great fortune indeed, to actually have 3 beautiful women accompanying him. But don't you worry. Wait until you die, I will satisfy them in your place. 6ix9ine was provoked to anger by these vulgar words. She swung her sword. Let's cut off your filthy tongue first. The Joker was still very calm, giving a snort. He activated focused hunting, the title buff freezing the opponent's outfit. But 6-9 with great momentum swung her sword up. Freezing failed. Cause can only freeze player outfits, ineffective against NPCs in the game. At the moment the sword was close to his neck. Only then did he realize, what? She's an NPC. After recovering his senses, his body reacted in time to dodge a sword strike. Consequence of being absent-minded was getting a bald head. He screamed upon seeing a patch of his hair being swept away. My hair! Before he could register it, a burst of firepower poured down, leaving him stunned. An explosion burst forth, the shock waves spreading all around. The Joker was engulfed in hot flames, screaming in pain. Ah! Quan Kai coldly reminded him. This is the consequence of talking too much. The Joker angrily uttered, Despicable! You damn women! I will use the ultimate weapon, the Joker King Bomb. Once detonated, it will invade the soul, leaving you nowhere to hide from death. Just touching his pocket, he was horrified to realize, where is my bomb? Why is it gone? The item he needed was resting in Huangju's hand. I thought it was a wallet. Turned out to be a grenade. Ah Han was also very surprised. When did you steal it? The Joker angrily criticized her. You dead thief! If you have the ability, fight fair and square. What does stealing count as? Huangju immediately threw it back. If it's not worth money, I don't need to return it to you anyway. The foolish Joker extended his hands to catch it. Oh, thank you. You are a good person. Huangju casually and lightly held a grenade pin in her hand. But so what if I steal? Can't return empty-handed. I also casually kept a small item. By the time the Joker realized it, it was already too late. The grenade exploded. Isn't that my grenade pin? Once again, he had to suffer the state of being blown up. Ah Han couldn't believe the quick efficiency of the girls, resolved so easily like that. The figures of the three beauties standing there carried a momentum that could not be underestimated, as fierce as a pouncing tiger. Well-deserved reputation. 6-9 spoke up, resolved. Let's move on. While Ah Han was concerned, right now, just traveling on foot, I'm afraid we won't make it. Suddenly a shout rang out, Brother Hawk. Tydig appeared just in time like a savior. I'm here to help you. Ah Han was extremely surprised. Tydig! He stepped down from the car with a gun in his hand, shouting fiercely, Where is the enemy? Let me shoot him dead. Ah Han replied, resolved ages ago. Why are you here? Tydig explained, You saved my life. I, Tydig, naturally know to repay kindness. I have been following you ever since you set out. As long as someone causes trouble, I will personally take action to resolve it. He joyfully said, No need for you to take action to resolve enemies, but you can also help me resolve a big trouble. Tydig asked blankly, What trouble? Ah Han got into the car and then continued, He reminded him being able to report in time will have to rely on you guys. Tydig obeyed, No problem. Leave it to me. The car sped fast on the road, accompanied by the noise emitting from inside. On the road, don't drive too fast. I'm in pain. Oh, some force entered, still separated by clothes, but it's nothing. Leaving behind the Joker miserably lying on the ground in a ragged state. Must report this matter to Big Brother. Ah Han's true identity is not simple. The car had stopped at the competition venue of the Dongmin Province Elite Tournament. Tydig, as soon as he stepped down from the car, wondered, I thought it was in the city center. Why were we brought into a mountain ravine like this? Ah Han explained, The organizers are not stupid either. Gathering so many unstable elements like this, once losing control, the whole city will be in danger. Let's go. First, go over there to report. Looking at the gatekeeper, he spoke up. Hello, I am the representative of Damdong City. He only coldly said, Sign your name. Ah Han asked further, Does the accompanying group need to wait outside? He received the answer, "If you want to enter, enter. No one is stopping you." Just walking inside, he chatted with Tai Dick. "This tournament is truly too unserious," he replied. "That's right, completely like children playing house." Suddenly, the sight in front made him stunned. Ahead, people had crowded in to attend. Didn't expect so many people to come. They don't look easy to deal with at all. Someone has gone up. Finally about to begin? Who are these people anyway? Director Tran had stepped onto the speaker's podium. "Welcome, talented youths, to the venue of the elite tournament. I am the person in charge of this competition. You can call me Director Tran. I am very pleased that in this competition, there are a total of 89 contestants participating. Certainly excellent talents will be chosen to represent Dongmin and the national team." A person below said troublesomely, "Too many useless words." Hearing officials talk is exactly like hearing flatulence. Director Tran immediately noticed him, this contestant. "What did you just say?" He had just uttered, "I said you are truly—" But before he could finish, he caught a bullet. The surrounding people, seeing this decisiveness, gaped their mouths in shock. Director Tran coldly repeated, "When I am speaking, everyone please keep quiet. If everyone keeps being this noisy, the colleagues from the oversight team will have to expend effort to maintain order." Hacham understood. Turns out these people are the oversight team. As expected, they have some skill. Seems like they are all people with special ability. He continued, "Our competition will be divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the survival competition. The second stage is the PK competition. Specifically regarding the rules, I will introduce them in detail before the start of each stage. Now, everyone can return to your rooms to rest." Hacham heard this, and his face went dark. That's it. Saying so much, yet not revealing any important information at all. Saying it is as good as not saying it. The others also gossiped and discussed in a bustle, truly incomprehensible, not serious in the slightest. Arriving this early was truly unnecessary. His assistant wondered, "Director, you didn't mention anything about the 3 taboos? What if they riot tonight?" Director Tran replied, "I feel the number of participants is still a bit too many. Just let them express themselves freely. When the number drops to around 50 people, you guys can control the situation." The assistant received the order, yes. His purpose was that quality is more important than quantity. First, focus on filtering so they can select the people who are truly useful. After being assigned rooms, a relaxed laughter rang out. Huan Kai and Wang Du, like children, sprawled across the mattress in the room. They uttered, so soft, truly comfortable. Hacham asked the person beside him, "Does every room have a layout like this? Too extravagant." He smiled awkwardly and replied, "Perhaps it's a customized design. After all, you have many female friends accompanying you." 6-9 already reminded him, "What are you still standing there for? Come up here." Wang Du also spoke up. "You must be tired after being on the road, right?" Huan Kai sweetly enticed Hacham. "Let us help you relax a bit, okay?" Hacham saw this scene and his face turned pale. "Again?" Meanwhile, Tydik blindly said, I go to the side to check, okay?" But he was immediately glared at by those 3 until his face burned. In the end, he could only beg, I was wrong. The door slammed shut in an instant. "I'm going to the car to rest. Farewell." While running, he muttered to himself, "Another night of firecrackers exploding all over the sky truly makes people envious." Tian Feng had been silently observing. There. He burst out laughing with interest. "Ha! Truly there are people treating tonight as a rest session before the match." The remaining person was also silently admiring his katana. Mokfan, one of the selection participants, had also prepared her mindset. She watched the sunset gradually fading away, knowing it was time for the hunting period to begin inside the building. When the night grew late in a room, a contestant was fast asleep, but he didn't detect that his room had been broken. In tow, in tow. When he opened his eyes, it was already too late. A force swept down. The adjacent rooms were sinking into a sea of fire. Aham heard the scream and stopped what he was doing. 6ix9ine down below was reminding him. Don't stop! Don't stop! The two girls beside him were also waiting for their turn. I've also finished resting. Don't be lazy. It's my turn now. Aham looked out the door vigilantly. The situation doesn't seem quite right. Just now was definitely a miserable scream. Outside, a shout rang out. People inside, quickly come out! There is a contestant killing people everywhere and even planning to set fires. You guys quickly move to another place with us. 6ix9ine was very annoyed. What? I was just about to enjoy myself. Which bastard did that? Quan Kai quickly put her clothes back on, then let's also quickly retreat. While Aham signaled to the three girls, shh. Outside, they were still urging them. Are you guys going or not? If not, I will lead the others to take refuge. Before that, another guy cut in. Coming! The massive gun in his hand fired firepower. A room in the building was immediately swept by a large fire. He arrogantly slung the gun and stepped inside, eliminated another one. But waiting for a long time without seeing a notification, he surprisingly uttered, "Why isn't the experience increasing like this?" Guessing the situation wasn't good, he immediately held his gun and looked around vigilantly. Could it be he's still not dead? Not detecting Aham, who was holding onto the ceiling, he shouted loudly, "Come out! Don't try to struggle before death anymore. I will give you a quick release." Only now did he speak up. Hey! A single punch immediately knocked him down. That guy was beaten by him until his teeth and lips were mixed together. 6ix9ine looked and understood immediately. A contestant sent by the tournament side? He replied, I met this guy this afternoon. He is a contestant coming to participate in the competition. Looking at this, it seems the organizing side intentionally wants the contestants to slaughter each other before the competition takes place. Juan Dieu suspiciously said, but why? On one hand, issuing a ban prohibiting sneak attacks, and specifically reminding before the competition takes place. On the other hand, gathering people to slaughter each other. He had already stepped out into the hallway and said, of course sneak attacks aren't allowed, but if fighting under their sight, they can observe everyone's performance. Every action of the participants was captured on the security cameras. But suddenly, the screen went completely black. Two security personnel seeing this spoke up. This bastard broke the camera again. Pretty interesting, huh? The assistant asked, how is the battle situation now? The security personnel reported, the chaotic battle has lasted for 12 minutes. Currently, only 74 people survive. He realized, so many smart people launching sneak attacks, yet only 14 people have died. Seems like they are all very clever. I'll sleep for a bit. When there are 50 people left, then call me. The subordinate reported back, yes. The building for participants was billowing with smoke. 6ix9ine, while pursuing Aham, asked, where do you want to go? He resolutely said, no way am I going to sit still and wait for death. Of course I have to go cause some more chaos. Quan Kai excitedly asked, are we also going to participate in this melee? He denied, no. Like that, we would be led by the nose by the organizers. I want to return the favor to the real manipulator standing behind. In his heart, he silently looked forward to it. Let us see who is playing whom after all. Right in front of him were two guys grabbing each other's hair and engaging in a war of words. You let go of me. You let go first. You let go first, then I'll let go. Suddenly, they fell silent when a hand was placed on their heads. He coldly smashed those two guys' faces together. Let me come help you too, okay? Quickly and neatly handling the two guys, Aham advanced toward the front hallway. The group's image immediately caught attention. The assistant suspiciously spoke up. This guy, Aham, what is he trying to do? He isn't participating in the battle either, staying on the lower floor all along. Does he want to escape? Director Tran ordered. A disobedient person like this is not necessary to keep. Let Wild Wolf eliminate him. The assistant replied, Hakham's level is 16. There shouldn't be any problem. Afterward, he spoke into the walkie-talkie, Wild Wolf, now issuing an order to you. Find a way to go to the third staircase on the east side. Kill the participant on the fourth floor. Beside him, there are also 3 companions. Kill them together as well. Wild Wolf, having just sent a few guys on their way, received the order. Understood. As for Hakham, he felt lucky, fortunate that Tidiksh went back to the car to sleep. Otherwise, this battle would certainly scare him to peeing his pants. But the one scared might be him. When a sharp point suddenly rushed up from underground, the 3 girls sensed danger. The sharp point, when stabbing into the crotch of Hakham, was blocked by the armor. Hakham immediately bounced upward to the ceiling. Behind him, the ceiling immediately cracked and shattered. The 3 girls had just run down the stairs when they saw the scene of their man falling flat on the ground. Quan Kai anxiously shouted, Hakham! He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunate that the sacred armor has an automatic clothing. Function to sense danger. Otherwise, I would be done for. Meanwhile, Quan Kai and Wang Diu kept continuously voicing concern. Are you okay? Are you injured? Can it still be used? 6-9 was always like that. She held her sword and looked around vigilantly. Whoever it is, come out! Wild Wolf pierced through the wall behind her to sneak attack her. All 3 remaining people were stunned looking over. 6-9 was controlled by Wild Wolf. Hakham felt very surprised. To actually defeat 6-9 in just the blink of an eye? He hurriedly spoke up. She's not a participating contestant. She won't cause any competitiveness with you. If there's anything, aim at me. Release her. Wild Wolf didn't reply. He gloomily looked at him. In the end, he didn't agree, 6-9 being thrown flying far away. Before she fell freely down, his blade had already swung up, the target being 6-9's body. Quan Ki and immediately used her fire system special ability to stop him. Stop! Wang Diu on one side anxiously shouted, Don't! Hakham rushed up, using his sword to block. 6-9 was caught by those 2. They uttered, too dangerous. Caught her! Wild Wolf still calmly spoke up. A weapon carrying thunder and lightning, interesting. Seeing his opponent's relaxed appearance, he became even more tense. Using thunder at the highest level, yet it could only startle him into retreating a few steps. And furthermore, the terrifying nature of this monstrous strength. This guy is truly dangerous. He also discovered his opponent's weakness. Humph! You cannot continue to emit an electric current with such strong intensity anymore. Therefore, Wild Wolf brandished his blade, ready to await his opponent. Hakham at this time had already rushed over. Can only risk it. The 2 streams of their power collided. After just a moment of collision, Hakham's sword was chipped. Another blade slashed down, the sword breaking into 2 pieces. Leaving exactly the sword hilt in his hand, he heavily fell and hit the wall behind. Wang Diu anxiously said, Done for. The weapon is shattered. Meanwhile, Wild Wolf continued to attack, arrogantly uttering, Rest assured on your way. This was the time Hakham's sacred armor exerted its use. The dazzling light along with the resistance forced Wild Wolf to retract his arrogant attitude just now. A golden dragon arrogantly pierced through the roof of the building. The true dragon with a golden body manifested. Right when Director Tran was dozing off, suddenly the shock wave from the wall behind startled him. He stood up abruptly and asked, What happened? The assistant pointed toward the surveillance screen, which had gone dark, saying, Over there. Director Tran loudly scolded, each and everyone just freezing up like a log as if you haven't experienced life before. But a dragon appearing outside the sky captured their attention. The assistant was even shocked to the point of widening his eyes and gaping his mouth. The power from the dragon poured down heavily. Wild Wolf's blade had shattered to pieces, leaving exactly the handle. He helplessly lay flat on the ground. Unable to accept this reality, he asked, What kind of equipment are you, after all? Why can it be this strong? Ha-Ham also surprisingly looked at the energy radiating across his whole body. Turns out this is the passive skill. Pretty good, too. Wan Kai and Wang Ju shouted, "So cool! Kill him!" At the same time, there was a person also secretly observing them from above. It was X, he thought to himself. Not expected less of my Azure Dragon's sacred armor. Absolute success. Ha-Ham questioned him. It seems no contestants take the stairs. Why did you ambush me here? Wild Wolf replied, the instruction I received was exactly to come kill you. Didn't expect you to be even harder to deal with than those 10-odd guys. Ha-Ham heard this and asked in a loud voice, 10-odd guys? You've already killed 10-odd contestants? Who ordered you? X? Wild Wolf struggled to stand up and replied, I don't know any X at all. If you want to have the answer, then beat me. When the opponent prepared to attack, his sacred armor also exerted power. He thought, it's coming again! Azure Dragon manifested, fiercely rushing toward the opponent. Wild Wolf was knocked out once again. Ha-Ham, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Whew! Finally considered a draw. The system updated. He had reached level 16. Ha-Ham joyfully uttered, Oh, finally leveled up. Wan Kai reminded him, Brother Hawk, Sister 6-9 is awake. But she's still very weak. He silently calculated, first must find a way to restrain this chaotic battle, cannot let the meaningless act of slaughtering each other continue to take place. But as long as I leave this building, they will continue to send assassins to stop me. What to do now? Pondering for a moment, in the end, Ha-Ham also had a plan. He huddled with the group. I have a crazy thought. You guys go to that hole in the wall over there. Wang Ju curiously asked, What do you want to do? He replied, End this chaotic battle. At Director Tran's room, someone had presented tea. Sir, please have tea. Director Tran directly asked, Wild Wolf was killed? The assistant replied, Yes, the equipment of that guy Ha-Ham. Indeed, far exceeds our expectations. He was still very calm, no matter. The door has been welded shut, and outside there is also the oversight team keeping watch. He won't dare to risk his life. As long as he is still in the building, he will certainly have to participate in the slaughter game, whether as prey or hunter. After all, our goal is to reduce the number of people. Suddenly remembering the assistant immediately flattered him. Director Tran truly has divine strategies. This subordinate admires you to the absolute core, only knowing to bow down and crawl forward. Just after finishing his words, the opposite building suffered a massive explosion. Director Tran furiously shouted, I only wanted to reduce the number of contestants. I didn't intend to obliterate all the contestants, you know. The building over become a piece of chaos, shouts ringing out, Quickly run. What's going on? Which guy blew up the load-bearing wall? Ha-Ham, along with Wang Ju, had also landed on the ground. Looking at this chaotic scene, he knew right away. As expected, the oversight team is outside watching the spectacle. The chaotic midnight battle was entirely the intention of the organizers. The other participants also gossiped with each other. Are we still fighting now? Are you crazy? Fighting right in front of the oversight team, aren't you afraid of being disqualified from the competition? Suddenly a voice rang out, which fool destroyed the building. It was Director Tran. He commands with imposing momentum, Step out here for me. Ha-Ham bluntly admitted his guilt right away. I destroyed it, because there are members not participating in the battle who need to leave here. Director Tran, feeling his authority was being insulted, said, You brat, you are in big trouble, do you know that? The competition arena takes place underground beneath the dormitory building. If the building unfortunately collapses and destroys the arena, then what will the elite tournament do? Ha-Ham heard this, and his face went dark. Huh? Competing underground? The next morning, the tournament building returned to its peaceful appearance. When they saw Ha-Ham arrive, the group of match participants all looked at him with less than friendly eyes. There was even one guy casually playing with the knife in his hand. Ham gave a forced smile and said, "Ha ha ha, I just conveniently threw a punch. How could it collapse? Surely it will be fine." 6 yawned. 9 complained, "We don't see you using that kind of strength on our bodies either, do we?" Ham had to remind her, "Stop talking." The oversight team had also arrived, causing someone to shout, "They're here! Director Tran has arrived!" Director Tran immediately noticed Ham Podon. He was still nonchalantly whistling. They coldly brushed past his body. Afterward, Director Tran stepped onto the speaker's podium to announce, "Dear contestants, just now we did a trial assessment of the arena. The level of damage is also negligible, therefore we can still conduct the competition." Ham patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death. Since it has no effect, why make it on such a large scale anyway?" He continued. "However, the act of destruction indeed caused an impact, making the magnetic field inside unstable. A danger that everyone didn't anticipate might appear. On this point, everyone is forced to grasp clearly." Tian Feng followed up, "For example," he replied, "our understanding of that world is not very large. I cannot provide the likely situation for you." The remaining people hearing this were all in a bustle. "What? That world? What kind of competition, after all, must be conducted?" The assistant also spoke up. "Yes." Director Tran continued to announce, according to the old plan, detailed information could be disclosed before the match, but because of an unexpected matter, I will introduce beforehand the specific situation of the first stage, the survival competition. The position where we are currently standing is a mine shaft that has existed for nearly 100 years. 3 months ago, which was also after the first landing, abnormal monsters began to appear inside the mine shaft. The government immediately took over the construction to seal tight the cave. According to our internal investigation, inside the cave there are already more than 100 species of otherworldly creatures, becoming the most dangerous existence in the world. And your competition content is to enter the cave, go to the deepest layer, find the amethyst placed by the robots, and safely bring it outside. Then it counts as passing the first assessment. Tian Min asked directly, "How many amethysts are there in total?" He answered, "Considering the return time could be consumed, therefore we have conducted a redundant design. A total of 16 amethysts are placed in there. Only 8 contestants who bring an amethyst to the surface can level up to enter the next round. Ham estimated based on a 50% mortality rate and the path back for them. Those who return alive might not even be enough for 8 people. Quan Kai contributed additional ideas, and furthermore, not only are there monsters, but there are also contestants competing against each other. Surely it bodes more ill than good." Mark Fan questioned the oversight team. "If you've already explored it, why still say you don't understand much about the world below? What impact did that mine shaft destruction after all cause?" Director Tran revealed the inherent structure of the mine shaft was not abnormal at all, but I just want to say that those monsters in the cave didn't break in from outside, but crawled out from inside. Ham was very surprised. "What? Don't tell me there's still some passage inside the cave?" "System, what after all is going on with this matter?" Van Tuong replied, "I also just found out. Could it be that a rift exists between the 2 dimensions?" He stared in silence at Van Tuong. "Seems like you're in big trouble." The little girl smiled awkwardly and said, "It's being fixed. It will restore to normal." Not. 6-9 asked directly, "If there really is a rift inside, what will happen at the entrance?" Van Tuong revealed, "Ham's punch just now could stimulate it to the point of causing a rift, thereby conveying more stronger monsters over. After all, rifts have an unyielding nature." Director Tran reminded everyone, "In short, the competition is about to begin. The entrance has activated. All members are about to set out. Remember, the mine shaft is already very weak. If you don't want to be buried underneath with shattered flesh and broken bones, then before taking action, hope you guys estimate very carefully." The whole group of participants, realizing the seriousness of the matter, all looked fiercely at Ham Dorte. Seeing this, he was still bewildered. Why are you all staring at me? Director Tran declared, "The entrance has opened. Invite all contestants to prepare to enter. Currently providing you with support equipment, which is a measuring bracelet used to transmit vital signs. If the signal disappears, the command post will judge life or death. Next, wish you guys smooth sailing." Hacham bid farewell to the three girls, "Then I'm going in, okay? You girls obediently wait for me outside." The guiding announcement voice rang out. "A head is approaching the branch cave. Invite contestants to quickly separate from each other. The competition will begin in 3 minutes." Wang Du outside anxiously said, "Beginning after 3 minutes counts as reserving delayed time for everyone. Otherwise, they could frantically slaughter each other in the cave." 6ix9ine also knew the situation wasn't quite right. "Hacham, I'm afraid, will encounter danger right from the start." The remaining two people were very doubtful. Why? She explained, "The strength he is displaying at this time will cause other contestants to consider him a threat that must be prioritized for elimination. And furthermore, his moves can cause the cave to collapse. Regardless of whether to win the competition or keep their lives, they all must eliminate Hacham first." Just as she predicted, the other contestants all looked at Hacham with eyes full of murderous intent, while he was still comfortably looking around. "This cave is quite large, isn't it?" Outside, the underground shaft door had closed tightly. The assistant reported, "Director, the exit has been sealed." Director Tran spoke up. "Life and death are fated. Wealth is in heaven. Next, we can only watch them, but hope it can bring a pleasant surprise." The cave inside radiated an illusionary kind of light. A group of people seeing this guessed the cave wall can glow. Must be some iron ore. Tianfeng spoke up and said, "There is still 1 minute left before the competition officially begins. Everyone, please allow me to take a step ahead. May we meet again. Hope everyone can stand shoulder to shoulder, don't slaughter each other, and conversely let monsters take the advantage." Another person hearing this burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha! Wonderful! Standing shoulder to battle on the floor above. If it hadn't suddenly collapsed, that knife strike of yours would have been cut down by me." Tianfeng didn't care much and replied, "Rivers have bends, people have times. Wish everyone peace. Farewell." After that statement, he disappeared. The announcement voice rang out, "Match time begins." The people in the cave then left. The remaining person thought to himself, in just the blink of an eye, the people are nowhere to be seen. Seems like everyone's first goal is wanting to ensure their own safety. Seeing Hacham, he was quite curious. Why is there still a person standing blankly over there like that? Looking at us still yawning, he was even more surprised. Is this guy out of his mind? Hacham looked toward the void and then threatened, "Heard it all from me yet, huh? You guys have already seen my methods. A 10-odd-story building can be easily destroyed, let alone an empty cave. If you have eyes but are blind and dare to attack me, then I won't be polite either, dying together with you guys, okay?" A guy hiding at the cave wall was immediately frightened. You bastard! Did you come to participate in the competition or to display terrorism?" Hacham repeated, "The words I said, heard clearly, all of them, right? Anyone objects?" No one made a sound, right? Then I will default to meaning you all agree, okay? You guys just do as you please. Someone else was already indignant, damn it. That kid dares to be so arrogant. Hiding together in a cave, two guys glared at each other intensely. Meanwhile, Hacham still nonchalantly strolled inside. He covered his nose and said, "Oh, so smelly. This path network is also too dense. Ordinary people would find it hard to get to the deepest layer, let alone a blind direction person. It's even more difficult." He walked to a cave where a dried corpse was slumped there. Hacham recognized it as a miner's corpse killed by a monster. Observing the wound on the skull of the corpse, he guessed this wound. While Hacham was pondering, a monster appeared. It opened its large mouth, wanting to attack him, but he agilely dodged to one side, causing the monster to bite the dust. Ham was not careless at all. Such a large boulder, yet the cave is silent. Truly a formidable character. Van Tuong was surprised upon seeing it. Armored centipede. Why did it appear here? It clearly is distributed in the forest, but Ham was already used to it. Your game appearing with bugs like this is very normal. I want to draw a card. Draw for me a weapon that can break the armored centipede bug. Van Tuong replied. Then you go out and log back in. Ham scolded Van Tuong. Less nonsense. Those few times of collective combat, wasn't it for you to watch until addicted? Draw a card. Die, monster. I represent the... But when looking back at the weapon in his hand after drawing a card, he screamed, What is this? Van Tuong apologetically said, A slight mistake. Let's do it again, okay? Draw a card, draw a card, draw a card. From there, cooking utensils like pans, knives, and an oven manifested, holding a cup and spoon in his hands. Ham, annoyed, said, Are you promoting a kitchenware sale? Van Tuong explained, No, the magnetic field in this cave is not right. The card-drawing system has lost its effect, but the armored centipede is not hard to deal with. You can handle it with bare hands. He understood she was right. First resolve this trouble right in front of my eyes first, then calculate. However, on the roof of the cave, there was not just one centipede, but a great many centipedes. Ham, seeing this scene, lost all courage. This time I'm truly done for. A centipede rushed down toward him. Ham had to use the pan to strike back at it. When the centipede was beaten flying into the cave wall, he was very surprised looking at the item in his hand. Oh! Van Tuong was also surprised. This pan, when used, has quite a large power. The pan in his hand added faith and hope to him. Come here, pan in hand. One strike turns you into a dog immediately. The centipede immediately opened its mouth and sprayed out its severe poison. Ham then used the pan to block it. Seeing the pan corroded by the toxin, leaving exactly the rim, Ham was also stunned. The group of centipedes simultaneously sprayed severe poison. The sacred armor activated. Every toxin sprayed over was blocked. He said, Are you kidding me? Its toxicity is also too frightening. Van Tuong reminded him, Cannot hold out. Quickly find a way to retreat. Ham, annoyed, swung his fist up. Does that even need you to say? At the same time, another player was proudly escaping. Successfully avoided 5 monsters and 3 contestants. As long as I am cautious enough, an unexpected matter will certainly not happen, smoothly obtaining. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. Above his head a stone hole appeared, rocks also pouring down heavily. His whole body was then flattened by something hard to identify. Turns out that was exactly Ham. He groaned and uttered, Damn it, hurts so much. Suddenly there was an update announcement. He leveled up to 17. This caused him surprise, eh? Why did I level up again? Van Tuong saw the centipedes pouring down along the hole above, then reminded him, What are you standing blankly there for? Quickly run! Struggling to escape from the pursuit of the centipede pack, he annoyed said, These guys truly have a lingering spirit. Having just run to a cave mouth, blue light inside radiating forced Ham to halt his steps. He didn't recognize what it was. In his eyes was reflected an exquisite blade path. The ultimate power from the blade swung over, forcing Ham to arch his body and dodge backward. The whole pack of centipedes, unable to react in time, was struck. Looking at the pack of centipedes completely wiped out behind, he was stunned. This move is too absurd. A voice rang out. At that time I was... Who is it? Turns out to be the Trouble King. Mulk Van, level 18th, asked him directly, Do you want to destroy this mine shaft? Ham was provoked to anger. He said it in a loud voice. Don't look at me with a one-sided look, can you? I was escaping. Her blade moved slightly. Mok Van, without another word, swung her blade to attack Hak Ham. He used his hand to activate the sacred armor to block. Why? Why do you plan to ignore my warning? Want to take action against me? Mok Van still stayed silent, not replying. Looking at the dragon inside the sacred armor, she knew right away. Turns out to be like that. That dragon fury attack that destroys heaven and earth is a passive skill of the armor. Once encountering danger to life, it will activate and release. Manage yourself well. If encountering danger, take a detour, don't cause more trouble for others. Hak Ham replied, saying it as if I really want to cause trouble. Mok Van, out of good intentions, reminded him, the further down to the lower floors, the more dangerous it is. Best you prepare yourself psychologically, he casually said. Then I cannot guarantee what I will do. If a mishap activates the passive skill again, don't blame me even if your spirits are in heaven, okay? Mok Van frowned, looking at him. What do you want to say? He actively proposed. Why don't we form a team? If encountering danger you help me hold out, how about it? Understanding Hak Ham's intent, Mok Van became even more annoyed. You want me to be your bodyguard? As for him, he still thick-facedly uttered, Of course not. The two of us protect each other. Ordinary enemies, you are responsible for resolving. Difficult to deal with enemies, I will be responsible for resolving. Mok Van didn't want to waste time with him anymore. She turned around and left. Boring. No way am I going to pay attention to you. Suddenly a scream rang out, causing her footsteps to stop. She was stunned. Just now that was, Hak Ham gloomily said, the miserable scream of a contestant. Seems like there is something very wonderful ahead. The contestant ahead was continuously screaming, Help! I don't want to die! I don't want to! However, a flaming red murderous aura behind had ambushed him. One more person lost his life. The remaining contestant was using his magic staff to threaten that mysterious thing. Die? He concentrated his special ability into the staff to attack that thing. It still didn't suffer the slightest injury and rushed down. The place where that contestant was sitting exploded. Hak Ham, along with Mok Van, hid in a corner, observing, and were also completely stunned. The monster's flaming red claws stomped heavily on the ground. It was exactly the Blood-Wing Wind Dragon, level 15. It let out a roar, pressure radiating across the cave. The two of them had to cover their ears tightly. Mok Van uttered, The power is too strong. He whispered to her, This guy is not easy to mess with. Let's go, change to another route. But she had an interest in the Wind Dragon. No, I want to try. Hak Ham was very fearful. No way, sister. Are you crazy? Didn't see how it just hacked and slashed? Mok Van had already acted. None of your business. You go away. Hak Ham tried to call after her. Hey! Ma Fan had activated the title Buff Harvester in the Quiet Night, increasing attack speed by 50%. Hak Ham, seeing this, was surprised. She also has a title? Van Tuong calmly said, It's also normal for participants at this level to have titles. The Wind Dragon over there was enjoying the prey it had just hunted. Mok Van took advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack it. Hak Ham recognized right away it wasn't right. She's about to be miserable. Van Tuong still didn't understand what? Mok Van's blade slashed down. But it didn't create any damage. She herself was also shocked. Are you kidding? Clearly it's a species that develops through speed. Why is the armor so hard? The Wind Dragon had noticed her. It let out a fiercely wild roar. Mok Van decided the surprise attack failed, can only fight head-on. Activate the title Buff Empress of the Sixth Sense, perceiving the enemy's attack movements 1 second ahead. I know with this 1 second of prediction, I can dodge its attack, then await the opportunity to counterattack. However, Mok Van's expectation didn't materialize when the Wind Dragon rushed over. She was also horrified. Not good. This speed. Firepower from the Wind Dragon, wave after wave, radiated out. Van Tuong on one side observing was also very worried. Can she keep up with the Wind Dragon's speed? He followed up, but still not fast enough. This is truly big trouble. Mokfen already knew her own weakness. I missed one point. Even if I predict its movements, my speed falls too far behind it. Even knowing clearly where the attack point lies, I can't dodge it. Watching the Wind Dragon let out a roar. She knew it was no good. There was no more chance. It turned its head to look at Mokfen like the next piece of prey. At this time, she was despondent. To think that I would actually die here. At the most despondent moment, Hak-Ham appeared to block the Wind Dragon. Sensing the close danger had passed, she opened her eyes, stunned upon seeing him. You? Hak-Ham's back still firmly stood there blocking the Wind Dragon. He repeated, I once said you are responsible for resolving ordinary enemies, while I will be responsible for resolving difficult enemies. Just leave this beast to me. Mokfen anxiously scolded him. You fool, what are you showing off for? Your level is not even as high as mine. Don't seek death here anymore. Quickly go. Hak-Ham was still very confident, his two fists having accumulated enough power. Only now, did he say? Then that's not for sure. That fist launched straight into the monster's body. It couldn't resist and fell over backward. Hak-Ham confidently said to it, Regarding that, my level is currently level 34. Right now I am strong. Activate title buff Dragon Slayer Warrior. Double damage when fighting Dragon System opponents. Mokfen was stunned, thinking, what? This man actually harbors such great latent power. The Wind Dragon began to accumulate power, its body swirling with streams of special ability covering its entire body. Mantuong recognized, this is the signal that the Wind Dragon is about to attack with all its might. Remember to be careful. Although you cause double damage to it, your defense strength still won't hold out against a single strike of its. Hak-Ham replied, known. He thought to himself, the biggest problem is right now I don't have a weapon in hand, how to kill it immediately in one strike. The Wind Dragon let out a roar, bringing along a whole storm blowing past. Hak-Ham stared blankly at it. What? The storm quickly swept over, and he was immediately knocked flying backward. His hands tried to grip tightly onto the cave wall. Thanks to that, his body managed to hold on. Hak-Ham uncomfortably coughed a few times. Cough, cough, the wind is too strong. In front of him, the Wind Dragon again took action. It quickly rushed toward him, bringing along with it even more terrifying gales. Seeing this, Hak-Ham also had to admit, its brain is sharp indeed. Not daring to confront me directly, it used this method to disrupt my vision. It continuously moved in circles around Hak-Ham, surrounding him in the center. Mantuong reminded him, use the move to deal with the slime girl at the rift from before. Wait until it attacks, then use the Azure Dragon's sacred armor. He resolutely refused. No. Dealing with an opponent of this level, the Azure Dragon's sacred armor might not hold up head-on. And furthermore, if an accidental activation of the passive function causes everyone in this mine shaft to be buried here, then I would also bode more ill than good. Mao Zedong also looked forward to it. What after all will this guy do? He knew at this time there was only one way. Afterward, Hak-Ham stomped his feet on the ground to gain momentum and bounced upward. He recklessly launched straight into the vortex. A fist was also powerfully thrown out. Mokfen incomprehensibly uttered, You're not punching blindly, are you? While Hak-Ham still frantically punched forward, I strike, strike, strike! The Wind Dragon Hak-Ham was striking at also flew away, causing him not to hit a single shot. Mantuong uttered, Doing this is useless, you can't catch up to the Wind Dragon. Still better to save physical strength. Meanwhile, Hak-Ham still pooled strength to punch. He continuously lunged forward. The Wind Dragon increased its speed and flew away. Its tail slammed hard into his body. Hak-Ham heavily fell to the ground, while Mantuong also anxiously asked, How are you? After coughing a few times, only then did he speak up. The strength is terrifying indeed. I tried my best to dodge, yet still got grazed, but being hit like this, I no longer have the strength to avoid. Forget it. It ends here. He stood alone, towering amidst the dense smoke and dust inside the cave. The wind dragon opened its mouth to spew fire toward him. Exactly at this moment, Hak Ham's fist pooled strength and launched upward. Then it's done right now. A single punch went straight through its mouth. The wind dragon flapped its wings and flew up to escape the danger. Seeing this, Hak Ham shouted, "How could I let you fly up?" He pursued it closely, fists continuously launching out. Mao Fan saw the situation was settled, so she stepped out to look. However, exactly at that moment, beside her exploded. The wind dragon had been shot down. Aham breathed a sigh of relief. Woo, tired to death. While Moac was still surprised. "How did you do that, to actually catch the full-speed flight trajectory of the wind dragon from the front?" he explained. "I indeed couldn't catch up to its speed, but as long as it attacks along the route I arranged beforehand, it's fine." They together looked toward the passage ahead. Mokvan only now understood, therefore just now he didn't punch blindly, but intentionally set up the battle in the narrow passage, then intentionally displayed weakness to entice the wind dragon to attack along the path arranged beforehand. Like that, he didn't need to care about which direction the wind dragon would attack from, only needed to aim accurately at the opportunity to take action. This guy... Finally, his hand extended out. "Well, now want to form a team with me yet? Truly a natural-born warrior, huh?" Mokvan could only sigh, "Whoa!" She spoke up. "You are stronger than I thought. That's indeed a suitable partner." Her hand extended to place into Hak Ham's palm, and he also replied, "Of course." Assessing the surrounding situation, he knew, "Seems like we can only continue to go down from here." "Mokvi," Van said, currently, "I'm worried about what, after all, exists down here. When even a level 15 monster runs to the upper floor, then the thing below is afraid to be even more terrifying." He still comfortably comforted her. "Forget it. If it's really not right, then just dismantle this whole mine shaft. Everyone goes down together." Momo Fan reminded him, "Best you be moderate." Aham immediately left. Life or death doesn't matter. If not convinced, then kill. The two of them together slid down below through the passage. Aham shouted with full momentum, "Let's rush up!" At the same time up above, someone had arrived and saw the corpse of the wind dragon. That person's footsteps stopped. That person was exactly Tian Fong. He guessed, "Seems like we are late." Tian Min irritably kicked a rock in front of him. Someone not only rushed ahead of us, but also easily destroyed the dragon guarding the door. Lu Man coughed a few times and spoke up. "Cough, cough, the situation is not very advantageous, is it?" Tian Fong replied, "Seems like there are still those who don't fear death. Knowing clearly this place is dangerous, yet still choosing a way to take a risk." Tian Min reminded the person beside him, "Lu Mang, ranked 14th, heard you have a time penetration skill. Why not try using it? Also to let us know who the opponent that killed that damn dragon is." Lu Mang tiredly replied, "Are you sober? On what basis must I reveal my skill just to make it convenient for you guys to take action?" Tian Fong mediated between them. "All right, judging from the current situation, single-handedly wanting to complete this mission is nearly impossible. Only the way of joining forces has hope. Since we have met, it is destiny. Why don't the three of us form a team together? Next will also be easier to cope with. Lu Mang, you use your ability to check who did it, also to gather intelligence, because it's possible we will run into him. Like that is also more advantageous for you." Lu Mang, being advised by him, agreed, "All right for you guys. I'll take a sneak peek once." Tina Lin, hearing this, was again uncomfortable. "What do you mean for us?" Tian Fong had to remind him, "All right, don't disturb him." Lu Mang used his skill and reported back. "The one who defeated the wind dragon is exactly Hak Ham. He enticed the wind dragon into the narrow path to trap it, then killed it in one strike." Tian Min, learning about this, gaped his mouth. "Him again? That kid is quite famous too, huh?" Tian Fong followed up. "Seems like he is already a terrifying threat. If we cannot eliminate him in round 1, then in round 2 we have even less hope." Lu Mang pointed toward the side. He teamed up with another participant and then jumped down from the cave ahead. "If setting out now, we can still catch up." Tianfeng then extended his hand, indicating a wish to cooperate with them. Since it's like that, that is an extremely rare great opportunity. Let's ally to go together to handle him. Tianmin stated his information. I am good at assassination. Surely can finish him off before he destroys the mine shaft. Liu Mang let out a sigh. Then, cough, cough. The three of them united in purpose, high-fived each other, and then cheered, "Go for it!" Meanwhile, on Hasham's side, he was complaining, "So hungry, should have eaten a late-night snack before coming down." Moke followed up, "You've been talking the whole way. Not tired?" He sat to rest on one side. "I'm not tired, but hungry." Suddenly, in the cave ahead, there was movement. Hasham asked his teammate, "Did you see?" Moke confirmed. Just two small demons. Let me go handle them." However, he was still very careful, not right. "I feel that it's still better to hide first. Check the situation first, then calculate." So the two of them hid, while the two monsters were holding clubs stepping outside, looking around alertly. The two of them silently hid well in a corner. Mokvan threatened him, "You best give me an explanation. Why do we have to hide here?" He replied, "You didn't detect the abnormal thing?" She frowned and said, "Just two wild beasts that haven't passed level 3. What's abnormal?" Aham replied, "Have you ever seen any level 3 wild beast searching in a patrolling formation?" Only now did she vaguely understand. "Your meaning is they are an organized team?" The two of them then left their hiding place after the two wild monsters left. Mukfan asked him, "Do you want to go over there to check it out?" Aham replied, "No, quickly go. Best to be able to wire your clothes back to normal again." She explained, "This is the effect of an item, but just now it was still slightly damaged." Exactly at that time, a strange thing flashed past. The sacred armor automatically activated. Mokfan, seeing this, was surprised. "What madness are you driving at? Why suddenly put on equipment?" He apprehensively looked toward one side. "It's not me actively putting it on. The Azure Dragon's sacred armor automatically activated. Putting it on for me, it sensed a threat was approaching." Mokvan was once again stunned. "What?" The cave ahead was still pitch black and quiet. Mokvan asked him, "Done after all yet, huh? Why go in?" Aham only made a gesture to remind her, "Shh." The sound of footsteps rang out in the quiet space. Both of them looked toward that side vigilantly. A massive monster with majestic iron armor equipment stepped past them. They poked their heads out from the hiding place, looking after the departing silhouette of the monster. Aham uttered, "To think that you still have a warning capability, truly too thoughtful." Mokvan was scared to the point of stammering. Terrifying oppression. What level of monster, after all, is this? Aham calmly said, "I will go check it out." Mokvan anxiously said, "What? Confronting an enemy of that level, yet you go over there, is no different from seeking your own death." Aham explained, "The high-level big bosses have all gone to the upper floors. The enemies below will be even harder to deal with. Why not choose the opportunity to eliminate it and then level up? It will be easier to deal with the danger on the lower floor." Mokvan, being advised by him, had a bit of hesitation in this matter. He continued to entice. "Just now it didn't notice us. Proving its perception capability is not strong. Just follow up to check it out. If seeing the situation isn't good, then run immediately. Nothing to lose." Seeing him calmly step inside, she called after him. Two of them together have stepped into the cave. "Wait for me." The three people of Tianfeng's group also just arrived. Liu Mang reminded them, "Hey, you two, I feel something is not quite right." Tianfeng suspiciously asked, "Why so?" He stated his deduction, "Harkham should be ahead of us not far, right? Why did he let those two lackeys just now pass through here?" Tian Min thought, "Perhaps there is a fork in the road and they missed it." Liu Mang resolutely denied, "No way, we walked this whole path and there isn't a single fork at all." Tianfeng guessed. "Your meaning is, he intentionally let them go to deal with us?" Just after finishing speaking, his face was attacked by something. looking at Tian Fong falling to the ground with a black face. Only then did the remaining two people realize, what? Fell into a trap? Tian Min's hand pointed toward one side, over there. Exactly the monster that Ham saw earlier had appeared. Lu Meng couldn't guess its identity. It's not Ham. Could it be a level 1 monster? Tian Min quickly rushed to attack. Can't care about that many things anyway. He quickly created a surrounding circle. Monster attacked fiercely. In his heart. Tian Min was very confident with his ultimate speed. Killing an enemy above his level also didn't take much effort. But the monster only calmly raised a hand. His facial expression immediately turned pale. What? A single palm strike like a massive arrow rushed swiftly toward the target. Tian Min until the moment he was hit by the move. Still couldn't believe it. Absurd. His whole body had to endure that stream of power pouring down. Lu Meng quickly took action. His skill activated, countless streams of special ability radiating from his fingertip, surrounding from all sides. The whole cave became bright before that power. In the end, Tian Min was also dropped down, lying flat and crushed on the ground. His whole body was in pain, unable to move at all. Lu Meng, seeing this, was also tense. The monster calmly stepped toward them. Mok Fan, hiding in a corner, whispered, "Too strong," completely not giving the opponent any chance to fight back. While Ham was curious, extremely strange. Such a strong momentum, yet the wound caused is normal. Look, his amazing move struck out, yet the opponent is still alive. Mo Fan understood his meaning. Your meaning is it's just for show? Ham took out popcorn and then said, my meaning is the bigger thing is still behind over there. This guy's true strength certainly doesn't just stop here. Concentrate mind to watch the play. Seriously watch the good play. Seeing this, she was stunned. Where did you get the popcorn from anyway? Tian Min tried to support his body to stand up and said, Hey brother, what to do next? Lu Meng replied, because fighting at mid-range and long-range we have no chance to win. Therefore I will cover for you while you approach to kill him. He ordered, go! Tian Min immediately rushed forward, relying entirely on you. The monster had also created a sound wave to block. Lu Meng, at this time, was extremely concentrated to condense special ability to cover for his comrade. Every chunk of strength that the monster struck out had all been blocked by Lu Meng's special ability. The two people freeloading to watch in a corner, seeing this, then spoke up. This time of coordination seems to be quite effective. Surely it can force his successor out. Tian Min confidently swung his sword over to see how arrogant you still are before his attack. The monster's eyes flashed with cruelty, energy waves covering its entire body. A sword strike of Tian Min slashed into thin air. At the same time, from the ground rushed up a massive, sharp rock. Tian Min was pinned by it, just like that, losing his life. Lu Meng only now realized what? Again, its double attributes. Mo Fan was also surprised. Too terrifying an opponent, waiting until the final stage to suddenly display Earth attribute attack. Too dangerous. Ham, being aware of the serious situation, then called, System, come out here for me. And Tuong curiously asked, what's wrong? He pointed out toward the monster and then said, the opponent below is perverted like that, yet I still can't draw a card. How to fight next? Now? Quickly search in the inventory to see if there is any useful treasure. Van Tuong took out an item already rummaged through. Indeed, there is no weapon at all. The only weapon that can reluctantly be brought out to use is this 3-puvan. It can refine every type of weapon into a single arm. The more materials, the higher grade. It will refine into a stronger weapon. Ham, hearing this name, turned his face dark. Free? Why does the name sound so intimate? This thing also has nothing stronger. Van Tuong anxiously replied, but right now even the weapon materials you also don't have, used by what means anyway. Suddenly Ham asked, anyone's weapon is also fine, right? The little girl replied, anyone's is fine. Throwing in, and then taking out, then that is exactly yours. But whose weapon do you plan to take? Ham's facial expression became dangerous. Isn't there a volunteer right here? On Lu Mang's side, seeing the monster was paying attention to him, he was terrified. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Tian Min still had a bit of fading breath left, reminding him, "Fool, quickly run." Exactly at that moment, Hakham appeared that, "Hello there." Tian Min seeing him then uttered, "Oh, heavens, Hakham. You heard people mention your name then were surprised, you know me. Then that saves the effort of introduction." Mo Fan still hid in a corner, not understanding what his intention was. This fool. Why did he run over there anyway? Tian Min immediately pleaded, quickly, save me out. I can help you kill him, do you agree?" He agreed. No hurry. Let's do a transaction. I can save you out, also can destroy this enemy, but on condition that you must give the arms on your body to me. Tian Min stared blankly. My arms. Even if you take them away, you can't use them. He comfortably said that, then you don't worry. You only need to say agree to the transaction or not, that's all. Arriving at this state already, Tian Fong chimed in shouting, agree. Tian Min, seeing him speak up, then inquired, Tian Fong, you are still alive, aren't you? Liu Mang screamed loudly, reminding them, regardless of what you guys negotiate, but can you be a bit fast? Save me? The monster had also noticed the movement on their side. Tian Min irritably scolded him, this guy. What is he yelling for? Now it's exposed. Tian Fong acted very decisively, throwing out 3 items of his. For him. You have received a grade Moon Mad Blade, B-grade Demon Slaying Sword, a grade Star Chasing Battle Moon Axe. Hakham, holding the sword in his hand, was a bit disparaging. Even an S-grade also doesn't exist, huh? You being stingy like this makes it very hard for me to work. Tian Fong bit his teeth, giving out the next item. Here! This is truly the treasure at the bottom of my final chest. Holding the S-grade blood-sucking dark blade in hand, only then was he satisfied. Good arm indeed. Tian Min was also rummaging. Liu Mang tried to hold out a bit more. Wait for me to take the weapon out first. But Liu Mang could no longer wait. The monster had attacked with a shot straight to his face. He, just like that, fell down. Someone uttered, Your close combat capability is poor indeed. While Tian Min was still trying to search for arms, Hakham beside had to gently remind him, he is about to arrive here. Tian Min had also scraped clean his item chest. 2 S-grade arms, 3 A-grade arms, all have been given to you entirely. Hakham satisfiedly received them and then dropped them inside the 3 jar, rest assured. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. The monster had also taken action. Looking at the earth and rocks beginning to erect to completely cover the exit, Tian Min despairingly screamed. This time he wants to seal tight this whole cave? Hakham immediately slashed a sword down, breaking apart the opponent's blocking stance. Tian Min, seeing this, both eyes brightened up, looking at him like an idol. Looking at the newly created sword, Hakham was very satisfied. The feeling of using it is quite good. I like it. The system reminded. Congratulations to the player for winning SS grade equipment. Divine Element, Ice Attribute, Attack Power, plus 1700. 30% probability accompanied with 5% ice system damage, slowing down the enemy's speed. Maintained for 60 seconds. Can be repeated. Mo Fan, seeing this, was very incomprehensible. Too strong an arm, why didn't he use it beforehand? Hakham was still assessing the divine element in his hand, although saying there are useful arms again, but such a large grade difference also cannot be underestimated. He swung the sword up to slash a path. Just try first to see how it goes. The ice system's strength from the sword radiated out so strongly that it caused the monster to be frozen into a block of ice. Tian Lin, looking at this scene, cheered, Oh, cool indeed. To think that it actually made this kid freeze completely. The monster's eyes were blood red. Seeing it had no further reaction, Hakham spoke up, as expected. It's useless. Even feeling it's more harder to cope with. But having just spoken, heat from the monster radiated out, causing the ice to also shatter apart. Its hand began to summon a weapon. A spear hot and melting like lava had appeared. Ham, seeing this broke into a cold sweat. No way, right? Today is a bit excessive, huh? The monster didn't give him a chance to think further. It stretched its body using strength to swing the spear up in one slash, cutting down, bringing along with it rolling firepower. In front of Ham exploded, heat spreading across the space. Tianfeng also had to gape his mouth, though failed completely. However, Ham was not panicked at all. Don't say those discouraging words so early. The divine element in his hand also raised high. Ice System's special ability radiated from the side. A move of 10,000 miles of freezing slammed down onto the ground, causing the place it went through to all be frozen. The two sources of ice and fire strength collided with each other. The monster's chunk of strength was frozen into a mass of lava. Afterward, the whole mass cracked wide open right in front of it. In succession, a stream of ice penetrated through, stabbing straight into the monster's chest. Ham refreshingly uttered, "It's straight from the front." But the situation had a twist, causing him to stare blankly. In front of the monster became gloomy, the whole cave tinged with a dark black color. The monster perfectly stood in front of Ham without the slightest injury. Its eyes shifted to purple. By this time he realized changed attribute again, huh? This time the whole body turned into a mass of steel. "System, is there any intelligence about this guy?" Van Tuan replied, "If there were, then I would have told you already. Seems like he is a self-derived item." After the game lost control, the monster's steel fist was accumulating special ability. Ham immediately took action first. He swung a sword up. "This hit is meant to go meet ancestors." Looking at the monster being hit, but not being injured at all, Antoine urgently said, "Doing like that is not the way. You must find his weakness. The mechanism of this game was designed by me. So certainly a character with a weakness will appear." He knew, but the problem is, how do I know where his weakness is anyway? Xin Min in a corner was assisted by Lu Maoang to pull out from the rock crevice. He reminded, "Ooh, use strength. Why is your strength getting weaker and weaker day by day?" Lu Mang weakly said, "I also don't know either." Seeing the opponent sit flat on the ground, Thien Min wondered, "No way, big brother. Why did you sit slumped down?" Liu Mang also felt it was incomprehensible. "I'm not well. I feel my body is losing blood continuously. So strange." Thien Min sympathized. "Me too. Is it that I am about to die?" Hearing their conversation, Ham had a deduction, losing blood continuously. "Don't tell me." He called Van Tuan. "System, is there an item that disrupts continuous blood loss sacrifice?" The little girl carried 3 water pipes out. "There is cleansing water. What do you use it for?" He again called Mok Van. "She ran out right away. Here I am. What's wrong?" Ham launched those 3 water pipes for Mok Van to catch. She held it but still wondered, "What is this?" He explained briefly, "I can find out this guy's weakness now. You only have 20 seconds to force those 3 guys who just fell over there to drink up this cleansing water. Bet everything!" Looking at the ice layer about to melt from the monster's body, Ham urged, "Move faster!" Mo Shi Fan had given it to Tin Fong to drink first, known, giving it to them to drink here. Xin Min was still doubting, this thing really has an effect? He again had to explain thoroughly to them. This guy, the more he fights, the stronger he gets, proving there is only one possibility, that is causing a negative buff for continuous blood loss. Only this way, just try to see how it goes. The monster, after melting the ice layer, again changed its fighting attribute, its entire body gleaming a strange red color. Looking at the bright red special ability rolling across its body, he knew, changed attribute again. A stream of fire system, special ability violently launched out. Thien Min gaped his mouth, not knowing what should be done. It's coming again. How to defend against this move? Ham increased his ice system special ability, he guaranteed. With me here, you guys can't die. The ice system shield layer covered him and protected the group of people behind. But its strength was too powerful, so the shield layer was lost. Aham tiredly leaned against the cave wall, breathing. Pant, 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 Dada. Mokfen in the corner asked, already gave them the water to drink. Why is there still no effect? He replied. Sister, did you forget one person or what? Xin Min spoke up. That's right, Lu Mang is still on the opposite side over there. The place where he was lying was exactly next to the monster. So she also had no way this. How do I go over there? Aham already had a plan. Hug me tight. Mokfan was dazed. What? Although not understanding, she still hugged his waist tight. What do you plan to do? Looking at the fierce firepower launching over like a vortex, she became even more anxious. Don't mess around. The ice system shield layer shielded them in the sea of fire. Mokfan was scared to the point of shutting her eyes tight. As for the monster, it also didn't understand what plan the opponent had, because Hak-Ham had rushed over to swing a sword straight down into its belly. Mokfan took advantage of that time to approach the target. The monster at this time spoke up. You thief, you dare to damage my body? Its hand grabbed the divine element sword. Afterward, in one shot, threw him far away. Not stopping there, the monster's footsteps went thud-thud toward him. A punch struck down, causing the ground to explode inside the created ice system shield layer. Aham only then could hold out against it. Too ferocious a punch. If hit, then dead for sure. Hold out Azure Dragon's sacred armor. Seeing him safe, it coldly said, armor with defense capability. This deity disdains you. Then another punch again struck down, but you certainly cannot block this hit. Aham casually burst out laughing. The monster, seeing this, stopped its hand. What are you laughing at? He replied. You should have been able to launch a fatal blow long ago, but pity that right now there is no longer a chance. On the other side, Mokvan had finished giving Lu Mang the water to drink. Only at this time did it discover it was set up. Damn it. This deity's sacrificial offerings have actually been taken by you. The divine element sword radiated out a chilly, cold air, he uttered. Take it easy, your opponent. A powerful sword strike slashed down, he continued. The monster could only suffer the outcome. Not good. Currently, this deity has lost the sacrificial offerings, unable to deploy. The monster could no longer resist. Then pleaded for help. Demon God, save me. Finished speaking, then in front of Hak-Ham, it disappeared without a trace. Mok-Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally won indeed. Truly arduous. While Hak-Ham was still very vigilant, just now he yelled out that thing. What did he mean? Tell me below this mine there still exists a stronger presence, that is the demon god. The system announced, Congratulations to the player for defeating the boss shelter emperor. The shelter is about to start experience coordination. Please choose the participants in combat. Is it the same team or not? Looking at the display on the screen, he was incomprehensible. Hey, what does this mean? It's the first time it appeared. Van Tuong explained that because the system detected just now when two people fought together but didn't register to form a team at all, therefore it just confirmed a bit. If being teammates, then experience will be divided according to contribution form. If not, then whoever completes last, then that person takes all entire experience. You understood? Is that so? Also meaning if in the future forming a team then can also divide experience for those guys, huh? Tianfeng's group, seeing this, was also surprised. What? Can divide experience for even us? That is a level 20 monster. He smiled and replied, the system's meaning is, only if being able to form a team then can divide experience. I see you three can't accept me, can you? They immediately knelt down, expressing their sincerity. Of course we are willing. You are exactly our life-saving benefactor indeed, big brother. Please accept from this junior bow. Hak-Ham, seeing this, was very awkward. You guys are also too eager already indeed. Mokvan in a corner spoke up. You guys truly only regret meeting each other too late, huh? They turned toward her and said, "Sister-in-law, please accept from us a bow." Mark Fan irritably scolded, "Who is your sister-in-law, huh?" He had pressed the selection button on the screen. "If you guys have been so proactive like that, then I am also not stingy anymore. Then let's form a team together." The whole group then received the announcement. Player Hacham sent a team formation invitation. Do you accept the team formation invitation of player Hacham? Accept. Refuse. All three then rejoiced like finding gold. Definitely accept. Following Big Brother, there is delicious food to eat all day. The system confirmed information. 3 players, including Tianfeng, Lu Mang, and Thien Min, have accepted the team formation invitation. Completion progress 3-4. Hacham was quite surprised. There is still someone who hasn't joined, huh? Mok Fan wondered. Why also send me the invitation? While Thien Min smiled with eyes squinted, saying, "You, of course, have to participate then, sister-in-law." This sentence caused her to go crazy again. Still talking nonsense further. "Believe it or not, I will strip your bones and slice your flesh." Before this momentum, Thien Min could only shrink back, saying, She turned to ask the main person, "Do you know the rules of team formation in this game?" He replied, "I have never played, so." Manhwa categorized knowledge for Hacham. Team formation in a game is different from a guild. A guild is a loose organization that can disband at any time, while team formation represents binding an alliance into one block. After forming a team, members are not allowed to withdraw within 3 months. During that time, team members are not allowed to attack each other, otherwise they will be punished. Hearing that, he felt completely comfortable. That's good. Between team members, it should be like that, only then is it right. Moyoke Fan continued to say, "Between teammates, there is a boost effect. Although buffs can be repeated, if a teammate loses his life, reducing the number of team members, then the combat strength of each member will decline. This is exactly when one person becomes an official. His whole family benefits that people often say." He was as if enlightened. Turns out it is like that. Then isn't it very good? Forming a team can also raise each other's combat strength. Mo Fan, seeing his positive attitude, was irritated. "In the end, do you understand or not? They, even the 4 of us, will hold you back. Just like when facing the Shelter Emperor just now. And moreover, even if passing round 1, then, at round 2, the single combat round, then how do you plan to do it?" All 3 of those people simultaneously spoke up. "If being able to upgrade, then I will give up the right to compete. Certainly will not hold Brother Hawk back, let alone we also don't have that capability. We all withdraw to ensure Brother Hawk disputes the top position. I also give up. Being able to keep my life for me is more than enough already. Not wishing for the tournament championship anymore." Hacham sincerely said, "I only know that if without you guys helping, then I also couldn't do anything to that guy." Everyone tested the capability and weakness of the Shelter Emperor. Also helped me complete the final blow. Mokfan, hearing up to here, was speechless. Those 3 guys were also moved to the point that their eyes glistened. Brimming with tears, "You are truly... I'm crying here." Fan had to accept defeat. Truly submissive indeed. "Why did I go along with a blindly optimistic rookie like you anyway?" She helplessly pressed the accept button. The system confirmed. "Congratulations to the 5 people for completing the team formation. Not allowed to withdraw within 3 months. Not allowed to slaughter each other. Currently beginning to divide experience value." Looking at the display on the screen, all 3 of those people were all very joyful. "Oh, upgraded. This time one big already." Mok Fan was also surprised to think that it actually skipped past level 18, going straight to level 20 always. While Hacham also from level 18 went straight to level 22. He was extremely satisfied. This Shelter Emperor is worth it indeed. Thien Min and Tianfeng looking at his level, then gaped their mouths, jumping 3 levels straight, truly strong indeed. We even intended to join forces to deal with him, truly not knowing our own strength anyway. Mach Fan regretfully said, "Pity if you didn't divide experience for us. Then you certainly could break through up to level 25. Like that, the chance of winning when going down would also be greater." He was not greedy. Terrifying monsters down there are also many. Just take it easy to fight anyway. Let's go. Utilizing time to get the gemstone is the most important. At this time, Thien Min reminded him, "Brother Ha. Since we already formed a team, then should we name the team, huh?" He was also quite meditative name, huh? Then let me think. Their situation was also successfully captured by X's side. Seems like the 5 of them have become of one mind already. Temporarily, an internal war reducing the number of members will not appear. Inform me how many survivors are still left in Tongjiang. He reported, 5 hours and 14 minutes have passed already. Surviving contestants are still 18. The closer to the bottom floor, the more combat causes the number of members to suffer damage. Right now it seems hard to assert whether anyone will survive to return or not. X frowned and said, "No matter how it is, they are exactly the final hope already. If even they also cannot clarify the situation at the bottom floor, then there is only the way to use that thing." Suddenly the monitoring staff uttered, "This contestant. What's wrong with him?" X anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" On the map he reported back there is a contestant. He suddenly appeared at the lowest floor. X was shocked to the extent of shouting loudly, "What? At the final floor?" The teleportation gate had appeared. A mysterious person stepped out from there. He laughed loudly. "Ah, only need to reach a range of Onum to be able to use the pass-through technique indeed. Who dares to compare speed with me?" Having just smiled, he shut his mouth right when seeing the thing in front of him. A building heavily bearing the breath of ancient China appeared. What is this thing anyway? On Hakhan's group side, they were enthusiastically destroying monsters. Each wild monster had been knocked down. Tianfeng stood amid a pack of small monsters, proudly saying, "A bunch of lackeys and small fry actually dare to be arrogant and show off before this grandpa, huh?" Hakhan was anxious. "Roaming around for so long, but it seems still haven't found the path down the floor, huh?" Mach Fan thought that if the organizing side didn't give a map, then it proved they knew clearly the route inside the mine had been destroyed, so could only find the path by themselves. Looking at the countless paths in front, Hakhan fell into a difficult position. Now it's troublesome. So many turnings like this, how to find the path anyway? Seeing Thien Min stretching muscles, Lu Mine was extremely curious. "What are you doing?" He comfortably said, "Since it's already a maze, then must rely on me to find the path anyway. Do you know what my alias is?" Lu Mine didn't know, so asked, "What is it?" Thien Min rushed whizzing toward the front, proving the answer, the assassin of the speed of sound. In a flash he had disappeared. "Wait for me to find the path. I will return to call you guys." At a certain entrance had echoed Thien Min's scream, "Ah! Ah!" Hakhan anxiously uttered, "What has happened? Why suddenly nowhere to be seen anymore?" Tianfeng was no less tense. Seems like fell into a cave. They in a single file pulled each other into a path. Tianfeng stood before a cave mouth that was blocked with wooden planks, calling, "Hey, Thien Min!" Mokshivan checked for a while, then discovered just attached on. It seems someone deliberately pretended so other contestants wouldn't find this path. Fortunately, Thien Min rushed over too fast, running to the adjacent wall, so only then opened it up. Lu Mine, knowing that, was very indignant. What kind of person is that anyway? Actually playing this trick. Tianfeng anxiously said to the whole team, "Thien Min fell down and is nowhere to be seen anymore. Let's quickly go down to chase after him." Hakhan sensed this cave seemed to have something not quite right. Tianfeng, staring blankly, asked, Strange, at which point, anyway. He pointed to a spot and then said, "The trace of burrowing into this cave is still very fresh, not like left behind from before." Tianfeng touched the cave wall, then realized, this certainly is dug by machinery, not left behind due to previous mining. Don't tell me there are still contestants entering together to dig, huh? No one can carry a drill machine in here anyway. Ham added words. That's right. Who would carry a drill machine in anyway? At the same time, another contestant was also playing solo traveling alone. That was exactly level 16 Lu Biatai. He closed eyes, sensing there was danger right on top of his head. Ferocious, poisonous spiders were preparing to attack Lu. Bah! But they immediately were penetrated through by a sharp drill bit, causing them to lose their lives. Slightly raising the arm that had the drill bit, Lu Ba disdainfully looked at the pack of spiders on the ground, a pile of rubbish. He sensed a more dangerous thing was behind. A level 18 poisonous spider inside the cave had appeared. He helplessly uttered, "Damn it, so fast, already pinned by a boss. Must do it then." He had activated mountain armor breaking. Lu Ba thudded and rushed toward the poisonous spider. "No matter what monster you are, wait to be disemboweled by me." While on Tianmin's side, he fell flat on the ground in daze. "Oh, why did I suddenly fall down here like this?" Suddenly, beside Tianmin's ear, echoed a voice. "Seen it! He is still alive." His teammates had in time come down to the place. Tianfeng spoke up. "This kid is quite lucky, huh?" Tianmin was alarmed, shouting loudly, "You guys don't come over here." Having just finished words, then the rocks above the cave then poured down. Ham crawled up from the mouth of the pit where Tianmin was lying, and then said, "All are fresh lava rocks. As expected, someone dug this path." Tianfeng reminded Tianmin, "Let's go. Why are you still lying there?" When all three of those people had come up, Ham reminded everyone to be careful. The person drilling the cave perhaps is still near here. With a sharp sense of smell, Mok Fan discovered, "Over there has a very thick, fishy smell of blood." Ham decided to go over there to check. Over there when Lu Ba had been broken even the drill bit, and lay flat under the ground in the battle with the poisonous spider. There was a crowd searching everywhere for him. Didn't find that mage. Conversely hit right upon this guy, his electric drill. His fierce indeed made several holes on my body consecutively. This guy delayed 10 seconds of ours already. The owner of that voice was exactly level 24 priest, Bao Tu Ao Dot Ne. Where did that mage flee to anyway? He saw the thing he shouldn't see, the Emperor ordered. Alive must see the person, dead must see the corpse. Following after it was level 2 Kwong Mei Kyo, who was crying and wailing. "Who hurts too much?" The priest scolded it. "Don't grumble about your few holes anymore. Tomorrow they will grow back." Suong Mei still regretted, "Then it also leaves scars." Suddenly the priest sensed a change. It spoke up. "I sense over there someone is approaching." Suong Mei was not sharp like that, so I asked, "Where are you anyway? Did you hear wrong?" The priest still vigilantly looked toward the front. "Strange? Don't tell me it's an illusion." "Forget it. Return to continue finding the mage." During that time, Tianmin had used the speed of sound to flash past Suong Mei Dai. Looking at its separated abdomen area, then uttered, "There is a person indeed." Tianmin was surprised when seeing Suong Mei still wasn't severed. The body is too hard. Against slashing doesn't sever. Tianfeng immediately assisted, swinging a sword. Arriving at the limbs, Suong Mei immediately was severed into sections. But it still strained its voice, saying, "You guys, ridiculous." Tianfeng stood amid the fragments of a Wang Mei, uttering, "Knew right away you are not capable indeed." Tianmin felt hurt in self-esteem, arguing back. "Who says not capable? Without my knife slash, could you succeed for sure?" Ham excitedly looked. "Truly there are two monsters indeed. Lu Mang, fortunately having you remind." Lu Mang replied, "It's my Din Fak ring. It reminded me ahead as danger." Suddenly his Din Fak ring again shined. Lu Mang frowned, uttering, "Why is it like this? The enemy disappeared. Why does it still shine anyway? Tian Fong still hadn't been aware of danger so comfortably asked, or that torn ring of yours is broken. Just now meeting the Shelter Emperor, it didn't shine. Why these two lackeys, then conversely, it shines. He felt even more tense. This impossible. My Din Fak ring will never appear with a low-level error like this. Suong Mei appeared right behind his back and spoke up. Turns out that rubbish shelter was destroyed by you guys, huh? Liu Mang startled, shouting loudly. What's this matter? Tian Fong's body was also penetrated into by vines. Min then was being tightly wrapped around his neck by vines. Aham immediately divided tasks. I deal with him. You save people. A sword strike of his launched over. Suong Mei quickly was frozen. Mokfan coordinated to rescue comrades. The vines controlling the two of them had been chopped, severed. Mao Van shouted up, Liu Mang, save the person, must not let him die. Liu Mang caught Tian Fong, replying, known. Suong Mei, although frozen but still could speak up, saying, annoying indeed. Aham immediately launched countless ice arrows, then you stop anyway. Those ice arrows had penetrated through the body of Suong Mei. Its entire body was riddled with holes. Aham, imposing, said, dare to stab my brothers, then I will respond back 10 times. Tian Fong, being treated, then uttered, big brother. Liu Mang immediately reminded, you don't move. Suong Mei had been angered from the holes on the body grew up vine sprouts, you kid. Ice darts again launched out. Suong Mei became a target. Aimed for each attack of Hakam. Darts pinned tightly into the body, causing it only to be able to utter, damn it. Hakam gifted it a fatal sword strike. He pasted close to its face and said, since already regenerating infinitely, then stabbing you dead is enough. Suong Mei was angry to the point of being unable to speak. Finally, it had to call the help present here. Damn mushroom, still not quickly coming to help anyway. Hakam was stunned looking, following the direction it called. What? The priest calmly stepped over. Don't be in a hurry anyway. Hakam realized. Not good. This guy is very dangerous. Must immediately. The poisonous spores of the priest had radiated out, it uttered. The good play is about to begin already. Ian Min curiously looked, following. What is this? While Milk Van was wondering about a problem. Why both revived anyway? Mushroom spores surrounded the place they were standing. Arriving at Tian Fong and Liu Mang's side also didn't escape disaster. The priest gloomily spoke up. Very good, all caught it. Then you guys... Having just finished speaking, it had to pause. Seeing Ham still imposingly rushing over, it spoke up, saying very decisively, regardless of what influence it has, first clear me out first anyway. A sword strike of his had swung up. Cold ice spread chilliness across around. A sword strike landed down on the opponent. But he was stunned when receiving the result. What? That sword strike didn't cause any injury at all. The priest coldly said, but pity you are too naive already. You wouldn't naively think that this protection layer of mine can't do anything to you, would you? A chunk of dark special ability launched toward Ham Pine. He immediately created a shield to protect himself. But small spores still penetrated inside. He had a counter-attacking action. A chunk of special ability struck straight into the priest's host body. It also had to praise. Fast reaction indeed. But useless anyway. Already caught it, and next spores will multiply furiously on your body. Aham was very uncomfortable with its attitude. This guy is too heterodox. Van Tuong. On one side reminding you are good at close combat but still haven't had a suitable self-defense item. There is no door to win when dealing with this long-range poison system enemy anywhere. Withdraw first anyway. Tian Min beside weakly spoke up. Oh, old boss. His arm had been covered by toxin. I'm stiffened already. The entire body of Tian Min after that sentence had turned to stone, completely stiff. Oitoi, Sianyari, Easy ai, enjon, ti, thin min, sao cao noi, doga hoa doga, se endogot. When Mokfan just extended her hand. Ah Han shouted up, "Don't touch him, he will shatter!" On Lu Mang and Tian Feng's side, mushrooms had grown up from the bodies of the two of them. They had... The priest added words, "Catching my spores, then the body will undergo a major change. Except for you. The rest I will remodel into elite wood. To compensate for Suang Mei, who was harmed by you. In addition, the other 4 people. How they will change into then must rely on their characteristics." Mo Fan anxiously uttered, "Therefore I also don't know how I myself will die, do I?" Hakam pulled her back. "There will be a way to detoxify." "Go first, anyway." Watching them escape, the priest disdainfully said, "Truly foolish humans indeed. This world must definitely belong to Lord Demon God." Suang Mei having just recovered. Again already reminded, "What are you grumbling about there anyway? They ran away entirely already, still not quickly catching them." The priest replied, "What's the hurry anyway? They can't run far anywhere. And moreover, if they are of the same group with that mage guy over there, then isn't it just right to be able to lure him out?" On Hakam's side, he couldn't hold out and collapsed down. Mokfen carringly asked, "How are you?" He with difficulty said, "I feel flesh and skin are about to burst wide open." Behind Hakam, vines had sprouted out. The vines stretched long to the extent of attaching tightly onto the surrounding rock walls. Hakam's entire body was pulled close to the cave wall. He uttered, "Not good. I truly am remodeled into a vine already." Seeing Mokfan still peaceful, he became even more curious. "Why do you still not have any reaction anyway? Don't tell me there is immunity capability, huh? But like that is just right. Quickly, try using the knife to sever the vine anyway." Van Tuong urgently said, "Let me find and try to see if there is an antidote." He had only the way to wait. Be fast of hand and fast of foot up. Mamokaid, let me try to see. Hakam agreed right away, okay. She slowly stepped over. Seeing her approach close to him, he still didn't understand. "What are you doing anyway? Quickly, pull out." Mo Shan sat down right here. Her hand touched his thigh. Hakam yelled out loudly, "Didn't I tell you to pull out the arm? Not pulling out that thing." Mokfan replied, "I also don't know. I just wanted to—" Hakam guessed. "Don't tell me the influence of spores on her is conversely a plot." He turned over to urge Van Tuong. "System only still relying on you anyway. Quickly bring the antidote." Seeing Van Tuong concentrating her entire mind, looking without leaving eyes, looking in an infatuated way, he scolded, "Sober up for me. Don't watch to the point of being infatuated like that anymore." Ma Van brought her hand up to feel her heart rhythm. I don't know what's wrong either. The heart beats too fast." Han grimaced, saying, "Sister number 2, my heart beats even more faster here. Now is not the time to do this matter anywhere. You must definitely keep calm." Van Tuong whispered into his ear, "Sit on it, sit on it! You will be happy immediately." Han scolded even the little girl, "And also you too. Shut that evil mouth of yours for me." Mo Xuan could not endure it anymore. I want to try. I feel very much in need of it." He, with a dark face, thought, "Absolutely must not. Right now she is losing control. Regardless of other contestants or those 2 monsters over there, all will be attracted to her." Ham could only make a proposal to Van Tuong, "System, you help me pass this stage. After going out, I let you watch." The little girl immediately was excited, "Really?" he replied, "Deceiving you as a dog. Quickly up." She had already sat on. Van Tuong took the magic treasure out. "If daring to deceive me, then you know the consequence already indeed." Mo Xuan had been detoxified. She had sobered up again, then staring blankly asked, "What's the matter happened anyway? Why am I here?" Ham breathed a sigh of relief, thank heavens and earth. Finally, you also recovered reason already. Only now did she realize the thing I squeezed in hand is... Ham gloomily said, "With the size of my little brother, you're describing with the word squeezed is a bit impolite indeed. Knowing about this matter, Mokvan was startled, giving him a punch. She hurriedly left Hakham's body, but blamed. This rascal. What have you done to me? He replied, You look clearly anyway. My current state can only be passive. Okay, anyway. All were influenced by that guy's spore poison. Mokvan finally understood. Turns out it is like that, is it? He replied. Fortunately, I have the antidote. Next, only need to give myself another bottle, then it's fine. System, do you understand my meaning? Van Tuan looked around, not daring to face straight with Hakham that I only found out that one bottle. Antidote is all gone. He hearing that then cursed, this useless thing. Why is there a type of untrustworthy system like you, anyway? Van Tuan tried to explain. I also didn't expect to meet this situation anyway. Seeing Hakham being irritable, shouting by himself, Mokvan misunderstood. Toxin invaded into the brain already, or what? Already began to speak nonsense. The priest at the same time had also arrived, found it already. It was quite surprised. To think that actually carrying along my poisonous gas, but being able to run that far away. As expected, I have underestimated you guys already. Mokvan, holding the sword, stutteringly said, Don't come here. Hakham in the back sarcastically mocked her words, sister. Don't you find these words of yours a bit redundant? Suang Mei surprisedly uttered, Why is that bitch over there completely fine anyway? She didn't catch poison, did she? The priest didn't believe yet. Impossible for someone to be immune to my spores indeed. Certainly it's that mage guy who took action. Catch her. I need captives. Must definitely dig out where that mage is hiding. Hakham agilely caught this point. Mage, huh? They are chasing a mage, are they? Suang Mei received orders aggressively stepping over, okay. I will tie her up. Vines immediately swarmed to surround Mokvan's place. She used the sword to chop severed each one. Hakham directed her. Mokvan, attack using the flame system to counter it! She knew I did think of it, but I don't have equipped skills of this attribute. Suang Mei, hearing that, was complacent. Then you truly are unlucky already. Quickly, obediently fold arms and accept being tied up anyway. Hakham pleaded with the system. Quickly draw anyway. Van Tuan was out of means. How can I help everyone anyway? She had better pray for her own blessings. He began to entice. Forget it, that's also good. She kicked the bucket, then, just right, I also reduce one person. Van Tuan only now paid attention, right, huh? She cannot die. A magic treasure had been thrown toward Mokvan. Compensate you this. Mokvan easily severed each single vine. This aftertaste of easily winning is addictive indeed. Her blade was also added with strength from the system's treasure. Suang Mei slammed the handful of vines down on her. Game over. Hakham shouted up, Mokvan, don't give up! Quickly fight back anyway. Mokvan closed eyes, exerting strength to do a slash down. The strength from her blade was powerful to an unbelievable degree, sweeping through Suang Mei, who was burned in blazing fire. They could not believe it. What? Looking at the blade glowing with hot fire in the hand, even the main person found it hard to believe. Hakham joyfully cheered her. Just comfortably fight anyway. With me here, guaranteeing you will win. Suang Mei, being burned an arm, then already held a grudge. That detestable woman. Again playing a tiger while pretending to be a pig. Hakham reminded, don't give him a chance. Continue to attack anyway. Mokvan agreed. Okay. She bravely held the blade, rushing up. Die! Take this! Suang Mei sent an SOS signal to its comrade priest. Quickly withdraw or what? The priest launched poisonous mushroom spores and then said, Rest assured. My cooperating with you is to cope with this type of situation anyway. A sword strike of Mokvan severed in half the shield that Suang Mei created. Useless anyway. When being hit, it screamed up. Why does she have no reaction at all? My okay. Taking advantage, a victory bonused it another slash further. Suong Mei uttered, "Good indeed." Crucial moment again, selling out comrade. Afterward, it fell down. The priest was stunned. You after all are what sacred being from where? Why are you immune to my unique poisonous spores? Ham answered in her place. Still fortunately cleared out one guy. Ban Tuong revealed further. My antidote can hold out for 3 hours. At this time, no type of toxin can invade. He felt lightened in heart, fortunately destroyed one guy. That poisonous mushroom guy over there is troublesome instead. If I could break free, then it would be good. Moi secretly thought that Creeper Demon could still use fire to restrain, while this spore guy, how to solve him anyway? Sensation he is even more harder to cope with. The priest also said to itself, "Calm down. Even if she is immune to spores, then I still have another way. Anyway, the opposite side is only her alone. The problem is not big." Suong Mei in a corner uttered, I still have hope." Mo Fei Van surprisedly turned back to look at it, to think that it is still alive, huh? Seeing it crawl toward himself, Ham secretly had a bad presentiment. Why is he rushing toward me anyway? The priest anxiously shouted up, "Don't tell me you are wanting to. Don't mess around." Hear your command? This grandpa's life, this grandpa himself thinks of a way. Each vine thread behind Ham already had movement. They were sucked back to Suong Mei's person. Ham being freed then uttered, "Truly effective indeed, huh?" Unexpectedly he could help me break free. While the priest was furious, foolish guy losing calm. The new arm of Suong Mei had grown out. Its body had been complete. This grandpa revived already. Come on anyway, this grandpa will beat you guys. Having just finished speaking, Ham had already swung the sword, flashing past. Many thanks indeed. Good person safe for life. Being tied stiff by freezing threads. Suong Mei was stunned. This... impossible. He calmly said, "Even if without fire, then still can destroy you easily." Mo Van infatuatedly looked at him. Cool, cool, exploding hot. Ham pointed the sword toward the remaining guy. "Next, it's your turn already." The priest still talked tough, foolish. Don't think destroying that useless guy over there means being able to be arrogant before me. Dark, poisonous gas streams from it launched out, causing visibility to be blocked. Ham vaguely guessed out. This is wanting to... The priest directed the finger toward the target. "Go!" Countless spore gas streams bringing along toxin launched over. He tensely realized, is this pure physical damage, huh? Trouble already. A shield had been erected protecting the two of them, but damage still penetrated through the shield. A hole equal to a hand had appeared. Ham secretly thought, not good. The Azure Dragon's sacred armor also can't hold out. Another stream of toxin had launched over, but all were blocked by a mysterious strength. He uttered, "The purification skill is too strong. Who arrived anyway?" While the priest then complacently said, "You cunning mouse!" The mage whom they were tracking had appeared. Moke Van was quite curious. Is it another contestant participating in the competition, huh? Ham then knew right away this only is the attack target of these two monsters. In the end, what has he done? Why didn't he run away, conversely taking action to help right at the crucial moment? The priest shifted the attack target toward the newly appeared person. "Don't hope to escape," he disdainfully said, just like a mad dog. Seeing people then biting wildly. The shield from the magic staff had been erected. Toxin from spores powerfully invaded, causing the shield to appear with cracks. Ham reminded, "Clean like just now one more time." He shouted up. "If I could repeat the move just now, then also wouldn't need to be chased to run anyway. Still not quickly withdrawing." Ham prepared the mindset to fight. Already said beforehand already, yet still thought you could scoop up the whole batch. The priest with the other hand launched poisonous mushroom spores toward him. "Don't come to obstruct." Ham didn't submit, agilely dodging through each stream of toxin to rush over. The priest secretly felt not good when seeing him approaching near, sped up already. Ham bounced up high, a sword strike landing down. Eat this of mine. The priest increased its protection layer. Ridiculous move indeed. You completely can't chop-severed my spore protection layer anyway. When seeing his freezing divine element sword, only then did it realize, wait a minute. In the end, what did you give me to eat? A sword strike landed down, he replied. Eat the staff of this Ham here. Freezing cold invaded into the priest's body. That mage breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh, saved already. While the priest was invaded by the ice system, causing the body to be stagnant. Taking advantage of this time, Ham took advantage of victory to rush up. Good opportunity. Continuous sword strikes landed down, causing the priest to be in a wretched state. Its body broke into each section. Mokvan joyfully cheered up, one already. Ham carefully said, Don't lack vigilance. Don't forget that beforehand he also had been chopped into 2 sections already, also revived already. She understood. Oh, okay, be more careful. Ham launched fire to burn it. Until on the ground only ashes and dust remain. Ma Danayi. Van thought that this time surely no problem anymore. Ham replied, Check further anyway, must not leave any dregs. That mage came over to say, Thank you very much, Ham. Fortunately, having the 2 of you here, otherwise I single-handedly being caught would be dead for sure. Again, someone knowing his name caused him to be surprised. You know me? He friendly said, You are a character of wind and cloud. Who doesn't know anyway? I am also a contestant participating in the competition, Tumin level 19 mage. If possible, we form a group to continue going forward, also convenient to help each other. Ham curiously asked, In the end, what did you do that these 2 experts just insisted on wanting to kill you? Tumin recounted, saying it out, then, It's very long indeed. I am also unlucky. Before finishing recounting, the voice of Mokvan had already echoed, What? The poisonous mushroom spores of the priest were recreating the body for the owner. Ham, with astonishment, uttered, This guy is immortal, huh? The new body of the priest had been recreated. It wrathfully screamed up, You all die entirely for me. Chumin established a shield. He was extremely anxious. Failed completely already. He wants to kill us using poisonous spores. The shield protected them from the space completely covered in poisonous mushroom spores. Chumin reminded, touching them means certain death. Ham asked, Can you use a barrier to suppress him? He took out some colorful crystals, I don't know, let me try. Chumin's magic staff absorbed the energy from the crystals, channeling full power. The priest above had enclosed himself in an icebox. Yet it disdainfully said, Foolish. You drawing out too much of your own mana for an external object serves no purpose at all. When your strength is exhausted, I can tear you guys to pieces easily. Ham coordinated the attack. Serves no purpose at all. Not necessarily. The priest uttered in terror, Could it be that you intend to? No. Following that scream was a stream of ice launching from the divine element sword. He said, Since you can't be killed, I will imprison you. A sturdy icebox formed. The priest inside could no longer move. Ham said, This ice block won't melt for a month. Just let that guy freeze to death inside. Tumin was regretting the treasures pressed at the bottom of my chest are all burned up. Ham patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't lose heart. Below there must definitely be better treasures. We'll earn it all back with interest. Let's go. Quickly go check how Tian Fong's group is doing. Moshe replied, Right, they probably have automatically detoxified by now. Tumin smiled coldly and uttered, I'm not disheartened at all. After all, if you don't lose a minnow, how can you catch a herring? The other 3 people finally woke up. They were all bewildered. What happened? I don't know either. Mark Fan was glad to see them all safe. Great. Everyone is fine. Tian Fong and Tian. Min shouted, Oh boss, you guys finished off those 2? He replied, Correct, and we also made a new friend, Tu Min. He also wants to join us. As a mage, he will be a great help. Tu raised his hand to greet them. Hello, everyone. He continued the previous topic. Now you can briefly introduce the situation to everyone. After all, only you have been down there. He replied, Yeah, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare believe the situation is this serious. I penetrated to the final floor thanks to the Huyen Lin tunnel, but that place has no purple crystals at all. Instead, it's a mysterious alternate world stronghold. Aham was surprised. A stronghold? Liu Manhwa anxiously asked, What is it like inside? Have you gone inside to check? Qie Min continued. I originally intended to sneak inside to check if the people in that stronghold took the purple crystals. But before getting close, I detected very strong enemies. I had absolutely no chance of winning. Being able to luckily escape was already a great stroke of luck. Aham guessed. If that's the case, the current situation is definitely different from the controlled situation on the surface. We must carefully scout and consider the next step in the plan. Tian Min remembered, turning to ask Lu Mang, Right, can't you recall similar scenes? Help see what the situation below is like. He replied, I can only recall events that just happened. I don't have clairvoyance to see underground. Qianfeng bluntly said, Forget it then. Then this ability of yours isn't that extraordinary, is it? Liu Mang didn't bother to argue with him. Oh, you're capable. You're the absolute best, okay? Aham stepped in to mediate, all right. Now is not the time to argue about this. The situation is quite serious. The enemy's pursuit troops are so strong, so the opponents on the lower floors will be even more ferocious. Continue forward or return to the surface. Everyone raise hands to vote. After all, the situation has exceeded our control. We can't blindly take risks. Mo Feifan spoke up. I'm going forward. Having come all this way, if I return empty-handed, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The other three were also very brave. Me too. After all, this life has been picked back twice already. Maybe Lady Luck is on my side. It's Old Boss who is on our side. That's right. With Old Boss here, we fear nothing. Follow Old Boss and risk it. Aham turned to ask the remaining person. What about you? Do you want to continue? Qie Min excitedly said, With you guys here, I am at ease. No matter what, my crystals cannot be consumed in vain. There must definitely be a worthy reward. He agreed. All right, then we continue into the bottom of the cave. The whole team was extremely enthusiastic, all right? Qianfeng reminded Qie Min, right? Do you want to join our team? During combat, it will noticeably increase efficiency. Qie Min refused. No. I still want to continue acting as a free agent, but rest assured, I will also do my best to help everyone. Qianfeng didn't force him further. That's fine then. Won't force you. Wait until we survive and get out, then we'll see. Qie Min replied, Yeah. Aham requested, You've been to that bottom floor. Can you take us there again? He reported back, My magic staff has been ruined. There's no way to open the Huyen Lin cave anymore, but I know a shortcut that can go straight down there. Aham was surprised. A shortcut? He pointed to the pit in the distance. I saw with my own eyes the pursuit troops coming up from this place, meaning this passage can lead straight down to the bottom floor. Aham looked down and couldn't help but utter, Bottomless. It is indeed very long, but we can't confirm whether the exit is guarded or not. Going down like this could be dangerous. Tian Min stood up to accept the task. My movements are agile and flexible. Let me go down and check. If there's an issue, it'll be easier to run. Everyone just wait here for my signal. Qie Min said, I'll go with you. I know where the enemy sentries are, so it'll be easier to guard against. Liu Mang said, I'll go along too. You're good at long-range attacks. We can coordinate closely. Liu Mang agreed. All right, I'll go down with the two of you to check. Qianfeng above told them, Be careful. Tian Min confidently replied, Just wait for our good news. Mok Fan was very worried. Don't know what it's really like down there. While Hakham was vigilant, what do you think of this Jiang Tumen guy? Oh, Van asked blankly. Is there something wrong with him? He answered in detail. Can't say exactly what the problem is, but I always feel something is strange somewhere. Especially just now, Lu Mang's long-range attack capability isn't strong to begin with. It would have been better to pick someone good at surprise attacks and agile like you. Why did he specifically name Lu Mang to go down with him? Deep below, a frog guarding the mouth of the passage stretched tiredly. It grumbled in frustration, boring to death. Guarding here every day, when will it ever end? But it didn't know a knife was already right behind. Slash! In a flash, the frog was destroyed. Chimu-Min's group crawled up from the mouth of the hole. Tian-Min doubted. There's only one guard at the exit. Chimu-Min added, that's good. Hide the corpse first. I'll take the two of you to that castle. The group arrived at that mysterious stronghold. Tian-Min was extremely astonished. Oh my God, how was this castle built? Lu Mang also marveled as expected. There are no purple crystals like they said. They really might have been taken inside the castle. Let's withdraw and report the situation to Old Boss first, then plan a long-term strategy together. Chiu-Min told them, don't be in a hurry. Let's go down to find the purple crystals first. There are still no clues right now. Tian-Min agreed, all right. Chiu-Min pointed to the boulder ahead and said, do you see that boulder on the high ground ahead? Tian-Min, go up on that rock. Perhaps you can see the situation inside the castle. At least we must understand the terrain before returning to tell them. Tian-Min immediately accepted the order. All right, let me go check. Are there any enemy sentries over there? Chiu-Min added, I went that way before. It's completely safe. He immediately acted you to wait here. Prepare to provide cover at any time. Lu Mang instructed, all right, watch out for your safety. Arriving at the designated location, Tian-Min felt, this is a great position, and there are no sentries. The enemies are really foolish. It seems the monsters occupying this place are just a ragtag bunch. Only Lu Mang was vigilant. The evil energy here is too strong. I just want to leave this place quickly. What kind of monster do you think is actually hidden inside this castle? Chiu-Min replied, I don't know either. He secretly thought, I shouldn't have exposed myself this early, but this brat's ability is time. Recall, so he absolutely cannot be kept alive, as long as someone above alerts the sentries. I'll take the opportunity to strike, then escape and say that the two of them ran into an ambush. That'll do it. I am truly a genius. Seeing his knife prepared for assassination, Hakham from behind asked, What are you doing? Chiu-Min startled and shouted, Why did the two of you come down here? While Lu Mang was suspicious, Old Boss? Tianfeng questioned, Why did Tian-Min run over there? Chiu-Min didn't know how to explain. Tian-Min, having just crawled onto the ledge, reported back, Arrived! 2 bats detected him and hissed a few warning sounds. Tian-Min froze and shouted, What? A sword strike from Mokfan destroyed them. She reassured her teammate, Don't fear, it's safe. Tian-Min felt entirely relieved. Too dangerous. Luckily, you arrived in time. Tian-Min returned to report. Looking from above, the internal structure of the castle can't be seen either. To find the purple crystals, the only way is to go straight in. Mokfan added, The enemy situation inside is unclear. Charging in like that is very dangerous. Hakham also said, right? I was afraid everyone down here would run into danger, so I came down. Luckily, I made it in time. Tianfeng asked, Old Lu, can you use your time recall ability now to check the situation? He agreed. All right, let me try. Chiu-Min thought tensely. Can't let him recall, otherwise my identity will be exposed. He tightly gripped the small knife in his hand. It seems I can only risk it all now. Right at that moment, the side exploded. Hakham curiously looked over. What's that? Tian-Min was also unclear. Where did the explosion come from? Chiu-Min felt quite lucky. Before leaving, I left a few explosive trap charms. Didn't expect them to come in handy at this moment. There was movement in the stronghold ahead. Aham urgently urged, "We've been discovered. Retreat quickly!" But the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. Mokvan and Tian Min both gaped. What? Oh my God! Looking at the giant monster in front of them, they couldn't believe it. What kind of devilish thing is this? They were surrounded by giant stone monsters. Chu Min grew tense. This battle formation is too massive. I only wanted to alert them. Didn't expect to poke a hornet's nest. Aham ordered, "We've fallen into a trap. Retreat quickly." The stone monsters wouldn't allow them to leave. Its fist swung up, landing a punch down. But luckily, Aham dodged it. A purple crystal flew out and was spotted by him. He immediately caught it. Then excitingly reported to the whole group, found a purple crystal. This giant stone man had pressed the purple crystal into the ground while hiding itself. Tianfeng and Lu Meng were very surprised. What? Turns out it's like that. While Tumin tried slashing the ground and shouted, "Damn it! The ground is too hard, can't slash through." Aham directed, "Find a way to lure them into attacking." Tianfeng received the order, standing out to taunt one. "Come smash me! Come on!" He joked a bit too far. A crowd of stone monsters surrounded him, bringing their fists down on Tianfeng at the center. Tian Min angrily shouted, not confronting them like that. "You fool." Aham used extreme speed, sweeping his sword across the crowd of stone monsters. They obtained another purple crystal next. Tianfeng, with a swollen face, tremblingly uttered, "I found one too." Tian Min was utterly shocked. "Your face is deformed from being beaten already." Seeing that although the stone monster was frozen, it could still attack him, he panicked. Freezing has no effect on them. Aham didn't stay greedy. Withdraw. Don't look for purple crystals anymore. Preserve your lives first. Follow closely behind me. Only now did Tian Min realize, wait a minute, why didn't Mokvan follow? Aham immediately became vigilant. What? He saw that off to the side, the crowd of stone monsters was concentrating punches down on one spot. 2 more purple crystals were exposed. Mokvan, alone holding 3 crystals, escaped the monster's pursuit. She secretly thought, this is enough, but where can I run to escape them? The monster punched over, causing Moe Svan to fall. The whole team was worried. Oh no! Aham, defying difficulties, charged forward. They were very worried, old boss. It's very dangerous. While he blamed her, you dummy! The stone monster dealt a strike down. The stronghold behind glowed brightly. Mokvan struggled to dodge. She continuously retreated backward. Aham shouted, "Mokvan, hold on! I'm coming!" Mokvan tossed 3 crystals toward them. Catch! Aham instinctively caught the item she risked her life to seize. Facing an overwhelming number of monsters, Mokvan selflessly said to her teammates, "Go quickly! Ignore me!" The other 2 also held Aham back. Old boss. "Let's go quickly. Any more delay and there really won't be a chance." He was still unwilling, calling her name. "Mokvan!" The whole group escaped back to the original place. Ju Min uttered, "Scared me to death. Currently we have a total of 5 people. Just happens to be 5 purple crystals. Does that mean we can return now?" Aham replied, "You guys go ahead. I have to go back to save Mokvan." Tian Min disagreed. "Are you crazy, old boss? Mokvan is certainly dead already. Why do you need to go down to throw your life away?" He explained, "If she were dead, why haven't we received a notification of decreased combat capability?" "We are a team." Liu Mang realized. Right, we haven't suffered any influence at all. Tian Min also hoped, could Mokvan still be alive? Aham resolutely looked at the whole team. "I can't just leave her behind and depart. As for you guys, I won't force you." Liu Mang was struggling deeply. Tianfeng was too. They heard Aham giving them a choice. Decide for yourselves. Tian Min's heart was also very conflicted. Aham waited for their answer. Liu Mang was the first to speak. "Sorry, old boss. I feel it's truly unnecessary to go down and risk it. Perhaps they want to use Mokvan as bait to lure us down." The remaining two agreed. That's right. We couldn't even beat the stonehead surrounding the outside, let alone what's inside that castle. Who knows what other monsters are there? I also feel going down isn't very wise. Aham didn't force them, I understand. I understand your worries clearly. If that's the case, you guys just return. If you meet other contestants on the way, you can advise them. Afterward, he immediately departed, leaving the three behind shouting, "Old boss!" Qian Feng was helpless. Why is this guy so stubborn? Tian Min was worried. What do we do now? While Chiu Min got his wish, loyal indeed, but I was afraid you wouldn't go down. Aham returned to that dangerous place alone. Van Tuong anxiously asked, "You don't intend to go single-handed, do you?" He replied, "Otherwise what? Pretending to be cool just now, if I crawl out like a coward now, how would that be worthy of being old boss?" Van Tuong reported a piece of news to him. The closer to the castle, the more disrupted the magnetic field becomes. I can't provide support or card draws for you. Next, you can only pray for your own blessings. He asked, "Do you think this place is a dungeon instance? Otherwise, why would this castle appear? Of course it can't be. An instance in the alternate world needs a special entrance, and, moreover, the combat mechanisms of these guys are clearly not an instance model." "What is the combat mechanism of an instance?" Van Tuong explained. "In the instances I design, regardless of whether it's the boss or minions, they will prioritize attacking challengers of the highest level. Like those stone people just now, they didn't focus on you at all, proving they are characters with ordinary intelligence." He had to accept it, all right. It seems when running instances later. Next time I'll have to find someone with a higher level than me to go along. Van Tuong praised Hakam. Although this thought is a bit absurd, it is very accurate. The next problem is how to sneak into the castle without anyone knowing. Suddenly sensing movement behind, Hakam immediately drew his sword. Chiu Min, with the sword held to his neck, said, "It's me, it's me." Hakam looked at him in surprise. "Is it you? Why did you come down too?" He replied, "You're too unfair. Those three refused to go, but that doesn't mean I refused too. You didn't even bother to ask me and just went over there single-handed." Hakam wondered, "You want to risk it with me again? Why?" He answered, "I've come this far twice. I won't be satisfied if I don't go in and check. Most importantly, I feel there's definitely a bigger treasure inside. No matter what, it's worth a try." He knew the problem. Even getting close is difficult. There are certainly many stone monsters hiding outside the castle. In case we wake them up, a fierce battle will be hard to avoid. Chiu Min calmly said, "Relying on you alone is of course not enough. That's why I came here." A layer of special energy covered the ground, lifting Hakam's footsteps to float in mid-air. He felt quite interested. This skill is neat, not stepping on the ground at all. Chiu Min replied, "I was exposed before, so now I have a plan." A moment later, they approached the stronghold. Hakam uttered, "Arrived?" Chiu Min used the hidden void method to create a teleportation gate. The gate led to a room inside the stronghold. Stepping out of the teleportation gate, Hakam said, "Enter." The gate completed its mission and gradually disappeared. Hakam assessed the surroundings. "I thought these guys didn't need normal food and drink." Unexpectedly, a food storage place still exists in this castle. Chiu Min urged him, "Quickly, go find her." The two of them then sneakily poked around to find her. Stepping into the inner corridor, Hakam was stunned. The space inside here was much larger compared to observing from the outside. Chiu Min thought, this castle was originally bizarre. Presumably there is another dimension inside. He had a plan. Searching blindly like this is also not the way. First, we must find a captive to question and see where Mok Van is imprisoned. Ahead was a monster. Hakam immediately hid behind a pillar. Poking his head out to look, he curiously asked, "Who was that guy passing by just now? Three Brothers Dream Lover?" Chiu Min didn't know either. Let it be. Go check it out. The monster had carried the box into a room. They heard a scream echoing, "Let me go!" Inside was exactly Mok Ven being tied up on a chair. She screamed, "Let me go! If you want to chop or kill, just do it right away. Don't use this kind of method to torture me." The monsters advised, "Oh my lady, don't move around. It took a lot of effort to tie your hair up neatly. Our master thinks highly of you. It's a blessing you cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Tonight is the wedding. Tomorrow you will be our grand lady. Her temper is too violent. No wonder master likes her." Chumin frowned and said, "What on earth is the situation inside? Are they using torture on Mok Van?" Her voice sounds very broken. "Ham couldn't bear it. Let me check. Is this boss's hobby, forcing civilian women?" Inside, Mok Van was still shouting, "Let me go!" A stone monster was annoyed. "Don't move around." Another one swung its hand up, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, huh? Want to die? But its hand was tightly grabbed. That person was exactly Ham. He lowered his voice and said, "Want to die?" The remaining 2 were surprised by Ham's sudden presence. Where did this mongrel come from? "Ate a tiger's liver, did you?" He gifted the first guy an uppercase punch, straight to the throat. Moise looked at him with emotion. He actually watched Ham beat up the 3 monsters by himself. Only now did she dare believe he had returned to save her. The trembling hand of the monster reached for the bell nearby. "Quickly sound the alarm!" Chumin launched his special energy to stop it. Don't hope to. Its entire body was beaten stiff. As a result, it was beaten unconscious. Ham comforted Mok Van. "It's fine. I came to save you out," she emotionally said. "You dummy, didn't I tell you guys to leave already? Why did you come back?" He honestly said, "Since we formed a team, how could I leave you behind here alone?" Chumin urged the 2 of them, "Don't talk anymore. Let's leave here quickly." All 3 ran out of the corridor. Ham asked, "Can't we find a nearby wall to pass through to the outside?" Chumin replied, "I don't know what's behind the wall either. Running back the old way is still the safest." Seeing 3 bats flying over, they cursed. "Damn it, we're discovered." The 2 of them held swords, slashing toward the bats, while Chumin held his head screaming, "Danger!" Seeing the stone monsters rushing over, Mok Van uttered, "Not good! It's those stone monsters again." Ham prepared his mindset. No more time to beat around the bush. Mok Van curiously asked, "What do you want to do? Hurry up! Persist a bit more and we can get out." His sword radiated a blazing flame. A rolling stream of firepower launched forward. A hole was blasted through the wall. All 3 took the opportunity to escape. All 3 returned to the cave. Right at this moment, Chumin shouted, "I sprained my ankle!" Ham pulled him up. "Hurry up! Persist a bit more and we can get out." Mok Van watchfully looked toward the back. "Be careful." The entire crowd of soldiers on top of the city wall had drawn their bows. She screamed, "There are archers!" Ham activated the Azure Dragon's sacred armor. The shield was erected in time, blocking every incoming arrow. Chumin joyfully thought, finally waited for it. His magic staff attacked the off-guard Mok Van. She was blasted out of the shield. Ham couldn't believe it. What? He was speechless. The next target, Chumin, struck straight into Ham's back. He spat out syrup, already having a guess in his heart. This was, Chumin's face became malicious. "I waited for so long, finally caught this opportunity." The sacred armor on his body peeled off. Mok Van, looking at Ham suffering his torture, was full of resentment. "You bastard!" She swung her blade and said, "Die!" Mok Van's blade shattered upon hitting his armor. She couldn't believe it. What? While Chumin complacently said, "The Azure Dragon equipment. I have finally collected enough." Ham was beaten to the point of flying backward. Mok Van anxiously rushed over, calling, "Ham!" Looking at the armor on his body, Chumin was very satisfied. Truly a treasure, so beautiful. Ham couldn't figure out. "Who on earth are you?" He slowly removed the mask. "I once recruited you. But a pity you didn't know better, so I could only use a few tricks." Ham remembered. "Are you X?" X burst out laughing. Consider you still quite smart to remember me, but what a pity it's too late. Aham, being set up, hated it deeply. Turns out your target was the Azure Dragon's sacred armor. But even if you obtain the sacred armor, it's useless. We have already surrounded the perimeter. No one hoped to escape. X confidently said, that's not for sure. He summoned the Azure Dragon Blade to manifest. Aham was astonished. The Azure Dragon Blade? Isn't he a mage? X coldly smiled, looking at the monsters. A sword strike swept through them. Mokvan guessed, this movement technique, could it be he has dual classes, being both a mage and a warrior? Aham added, too careless. He actually hid it for so long before revealing his true intention. In front of X was a stone monster about to punch down. A sword strike of his slashed straight into its chest. The monster split in half, and he also took the opportunity to slip away. Before leaving, X didn't forget to leave a message. Wish you luck. Farewell. Through the teleportation gate he escaped after setting them up. Van angrily cursed. That bastard. I certainly won't let him off. Aham anxiously looked toward the back. Better find a way to escape from here first, and then we'll see. We're too far from the exit. Charging there is truly very difficult. Suddenly, there was a call. Old boss, Sister Mokvan. Their entire group had brought along. Countless participants behind, charging in. We came to save the two of you. Liu Mang said to them, Brothers, I didn't lie to everyone, right? This final floor is indeed the monster's lair. While there's a crowd, everyone quickly split up and find crystals yourselves. They enthusiastically replied, All right. Luckily we have many people. If it were one by one, it would be courting death. Mokvan was surprised. Why are there so many people? Aham felt very warmed in heart. They must have gathered all the other contestants here so everyone could come down to find purple crystals together. Just right to share the pressure. Rare opportunity, quickly charge out. She replied, Okay. A free-for-all battle broke out immediately after. Aham forcefully slashed each one. He turned to ask them, Why did you guys come back? All three knelt on one knee and said, Previously the three of us failed Old Boss's trust. Truly a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Hope Old Boss gives us a chance to atone for our crime. Aham helped them up. Good brothers, your being able to come back has proven everything. The monsters were beaten to the point of exploding into stone fragments. Aham watchfully looked over what's happening. Mokvan reported back. The monsters have all burrowed into the ground. The entire crowd of monsters slowly sank down. A beam of light flashed at the stronghold ahead. Mokvan uttered, What is that? The Dark Demon Emperor majestically stepped out, you mice. Where do you want to take my bride? Aham silently said, Finally appeared, the final boss. The Dark Emperor gestured toward Mokvan. My bride, come over here quickly. Her entire body was lifted into mid-air, sucked toward him. Mokvan shouted, What? What's wrong with me? The distance with the Dark Emperor gradually narrowed. He screamed loudly, Let me go! Aham reminded the team, Save her! The Dark Emperor disdainfully looked at them. Not knowing your own strength. The whole crowd was instantly blasted backward. Aham used his sword to plant deep into the ground to hold his ground. He tensely thought, the difference in strength is too terrifying. What do we do now? Other participants fearfully uttered, What kind of monster is this? Too terrifying. The Dark Emperor continued to attack. A whole group of people was blasted, flying all over. Aham called the system. Is there any intelligence information about this guy? Van Tuong replied, I completely don't remember ever creating this guy, but a boss of this level certainly has a weakness. As long as we can find his weakness, there's no fear. Aham was so angry that he shouted, The problem is, how do I know what this big brother's weakness is? He suddenly realized, wait a minute, why did the demon god send subordinates to chase and kill X? Always wanted to eliminate Liu Mang. Could it be because he's afraid we'll know the demon god's secret? Aham immediately directed his teammate Liu Mang. Quickly use your recall ability to see what on earth happened when Chu Min first came here. He agreed right away, all right. Liu Mang's skill was cast. Hak Ham accepted the task to attract the demon god. That guy, come over here quickly. Brothers, no matter what, we must block him to buy time for Liu Mang. Qian Fong shouted, all right. His divine element created a freezing vortex launching toward the target. The Dark Emperor disdainfully said, petty tricks. Each stone block on the cave wall was pulled out by him to block it. Qian Fong coordinated, dodging past the stone blocks, holding his blade to charge over. He loudly said, sharp precious blade, activate sunburn mode. A powerful blade strike landed down, making even the Dark Emperor surprised. He looked at the wound on his chest and said, sacrificing the weapon's lifespan in exchange for a high burst damage strike, huh? Qian Fong didn't care about that issue. He again used the blade to slash down. Kill, kill, kill! The Dark Emperor calmly said, naive. His footsteps thudded, advancing toward Tian Fong with an unstoppable momentum. The radiating aura alone was enough to make Tian Fong spit out syrup. Tian Min hurriedly charged up to rescue. Let me! He used strength to slash a sword strike down. The Dark Emperor retreated a few steps backward to avoid the blow. But that sword intent still pursued to the end. A corner of the stronghold was slashed to the point of exploding. The Dark Emperor praisefully said with interest, oh, this move is interesting. Tian Min replied, the more interesting part is still behind. Another strike of his landed down. Countless sword-light rays intertwined like a net rushing over. Let's see how you hide this time. Those sword strikes cut onto the Dark Emperor's sturdy body. Tian Min gaped looking when seeing his attacks were just like an itch-scratch for the opponent. He lost strength, his entire body trembling trying to stand firm. B. The Dark Emperor mocked, exerting strength to death, huh? Then let me send you on your way. Aham rushed over, pushing Tian Min back. Be careful! But his leg was still pierced by a streak of power. Using his last bit of strength, Tian Min finally advised Aham. This guy is no match for us. Old boss, run quickly. He told him, don't say any more. Liu Mang, have you traced it yet? He replied, not yet. Liu Mang became the next target of the Dark Emperor. You are very suspicious. To ensure safety, I will destroy you first. Mokfan launched a sneak attack on him from behind. Don't dream of it! But the Dark Emperor's body was like bronze and iron, causing her blade to bend sharply. Mago came as stunned. What? The Dark Emperor grabbed her neck. This woman truly doesn't know how to listen. Liu Mang reported back at this moment. I saw it, Before he could finish his sentence, he was attacked by the Dark Emperor. Aham anxiously screamed, Liu Mang! He put on an air and said, pity you will never be able to speak it out again. Liu Mang's entire face was beaten black, with only a shred of life left. He struggled to hand the ring to Hak Ham. He guessed, could it be that the demon god's secret lies within that ring? The Dark Emperor also shouted, damn it, don't you dare! Hak Ham urgently charged forward, must obtain the ring. While he was much calmer, I only need to crook my finger to break you into pieces. Mokfan immediately used her leg to sweep his hand away. Being hindered, the Dark Emperor increased the force on her wrist, making her extremely uncomfortable. But suddenly he was pushed down by an invisible force, and Mokfan escaped accordingly. The Dark Emperor uttered, not good. It was Hak Ham who had obtained the ring. Mo Sevan, well done. The ring radiated a dazzling light. He was very surprised looking at it as the memory was reenacted. He saw the scene of X fighting countless stone monsters alone. Is this the battle that happened the first time X came to the final floor? The Dark Emperor was also present back then. X at that time was still very calm attacking the opponent. While the Dark Emperor at that moment had said, clearly its master's disguise and moves, yet he has the agility and physical skills of a warrior. Truly strange. De Tu, from behind, spoke up. Lord Demon God, your subordinate will go settle him. He refused. No need. I also want to stretch my muscles a bit. Just leave him to me. X began to become urgent. Professor, haven't you found the exit yet? The scan results show there's a secret passage over there. Ham realized this point, Professor. Scan? It seems he has always kept in touch with the outside world. There should be a team always providing support for him. If that's the case, by observing this battle, I can also grasp X's origin. Wait until getting out. I must definitely go find him to settle the score. X cursed! Damn it! The organizers are truly useless. They built an underground castle and didn't even know it. The Dark Emperor appeared in front of him, blocking X's way. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Have some fun with this master first. X was still connecting with the outside. The boss blocked me. I need his intelligence info. He received the information, "Oh, a dragon-fearing constitution?" The Dark Emperor was stunned and uttered, "How? How do you know?" Ham doubted. A dragon-fearing constitution, meaning he can turn into a dragon. X at that time had his own plan, I see. I only wish to buy time, not engage in combat. The Dark Emperor didn't understand from beginning to end and shouted, "Who on earth are you talking to?" A magic treasure was thrown out by X. Right at this moment, a dragon appeared. The Dark Emperor was dazed, seeing this. The dragon roared a few times. It launched firepower straight into the Dark Emperor's chest. He was struck without being able to resist. X quickly made his escape, leaving it to you. "Block them for me." The Dark Emperor gloomily ordered, "You actually know my weakness. Absolutely cannot be kept alive. Capture him back for me." Ham had grasped the situation by now. Van Tuong anxiously asked from the side, "What's wrong? What did you see?" He replied, "Not a dinosaur, it's fear. This demon god guy actually has a dragon-fearing constitution, facing a dragon attribute opponent. His combat power will be suppressed, even decreased." Van Tuong was also surprised upon hearing it, a dragon-fearing constitution. The Dark Emperor coldly said, "It seems this master's secret has also been learned by you. However, knowing it is also useless. That dragon was also killed by this master already. It only took a bit of effort. How many dragons do you have in your hand? Just release them all." He asked the system, "Do you have a dragon?" Van Tuong retorted, "You tell me, how could I have such a thing?" The Dark Emperor grew even more complacent. "It seems you don't have one." Then that's truly a pity. Next up, this master will slowly enjoy the pleasure of killing. Ham muttered, "This time it's truly a bust. I have the title of Dragon Slayer, but can't turn into a real dragon." "Wait a minute, Dragon Slayer." His unusual attitude made Van Tuong curious. "What's wrong?" He replied, "I have a bold idea. If we can't bring a dragon before him, then can we bring him to where the dragon is?" Van Tuong had guessed his intention. You plan to drag him into the instance of the golden-armored Earth Dragon." He asked, "Is it possible?" The girl wasn't sure either. "This I don't know either. Never before have I thought about letting a non-player character enter an instance, so we can only try." Ham took a gamble. "All right, wait for my signal." Van Tuong uttered, "No making a plan beforehand?" He immediately slashed a sword strike down to act first. The Dark Emperor was temporarily unable to dodge in time. Looking at his arm frozen into ice, he disdainfully said, "Isn't this method a bit too naive?" Immediately the ice shattered. "Only this little trick. You also disappoint this master too much." Ham faintly smiled and said, "Just checking to see how long you can be frozen for, that's all. The time is also enough." A final freezing vortex move exerted full power. The Dark Emperor didn't guess his opponent's intention. The freezing vortex had pulled over. His entire body was frozen into an ice statue. The Dark Emperor mockingly uttered, stalling for time. Ham jumped down from above onto his body. Right at this moment, A magic array had been arranged behind the Dark Emperor. Van Tuong shouted, "Done!" He used force to shatter the ice blocks, but it was already too late, damn it. Both were dragged into the instant's dungeon. Aham was very joyful. Succeeded. The Dark Emperor launched a streak of special energy straight toward him. Want to die. Aham didn't dodge in time and was struck by the move. The two of them fell into a forest inside the instance. Aham fell straight onto the ground. And Tuong carringly asked, "How are you? Don't force the golden-armored dragon to manifest yet. First, destroy the guys in the instance. Look at this, such a large movement has attracted quite a few goblins over there." He immediately regained his confidence. "I remember you once said that the combat mechanism in the instance is prioritizing attacking the highest level first, right?" Van Tuong doubtfully asked back, "What?" He replied, "My level is not as high as his." The Dark Emperor still hadn't adapted in time. This bastard actually brought this master to this god-forsaken place. The goblins had concentrated their attack on him. But before they could act, they were beaten to pieces. The leader goblin gave a signal to the pack, and the entire crowd of goblins kept an eye on the Dark Emperor. Aham cheered them on. "Go for it." He calmly asked him, "Are these your helpers?" A huge blade appeared in his hand. He didn't bother to care about those goblins, a pack of ugly, disgusting things. Not enough to fill this master's teeth gap. A blade casually swung out was enough to make the goblins bathe in syrup. Van Tuong saw that and grew tense. No way, these small fry are completely no match for him. On the contrary, Aham remained calm. "Let them be. First, find medicine to help me. I must quickly adjust my power to the best state." The girl flung open her medicine cabinet. "Let me search, tonic, or kidney tonic." Aham was provoked to anger by Van Tuong. "You didn't prepare useful medicine beforehand." The girl announced, "Found it! Continuous violent pill. After taking it, power can increase threefold, but the duration only lasts 30 minutes, and moreover, it produces severe side effects." He immediately swallowed it. "That's it." Van Tuong hadn't even finished speaking. "Listen to me, finish before taking it." Aham was waiting for the medicine to take effect. The Dark Emperor propped his blade in front of him. "Hey, brat, whatever moves you have now, use them all at once." He replied, "Use them all. Next is fighting desperately to the death." He laughed out loud, huge tone. "Fighting desperately to the death, huh? Do you have the ability to fight desperately to the death with me?" He pointed to one side and said, "I indeed don't have that ability, but what if we add it?" The Dark Emperor felt something was wrong and turned his head to look. "What?" A majestic dragon appeared. He continued, "Rock, paper, scissors? Don't know yet who wins and who loses." The dragon slowly crawled toward them. Aham reminded him. "The helper has finally arrived." The Dark Emperor finally lost his composure. "Damn it! This master intentionally chose an underground castle because I wanted to avoid this filthy creature. Unexpectedly, it's still lingering around." Activating the dragon-fearing constitution. Facing the dragon clan, attack power, defense power, speed, and life force are all reduced by 30%. He guessed. "It seems your constitution is not only afraid of dragons, but also summons dragons, huh?" He vexedly replied, "Don't be complacent. This dragon is merely level 10. Even if suppressed, this master doesn't fear it." The ferocious dragon extended its claws over. The Dark Emperor nimbly jumped up high. To avoid it, he bitterly kicked straight at the dragon's face. "Get lost!" The huge body of the dragon heavily crashed down, causing the ground to shatter. Aham secretly thought. Admittedly, at this level, even if it can suppress the demon god, it doesn't matter much. While the Dark Emperor tiredly panted, he was even more surprised. Clearly, he has gained the upper hand. Why is he still so tense? Could it be the fear of the Dragon Clan is not only shown in attributes, but also a psychological obsession? The dragon, after the highly insulting kick just now, had been provoked to anger. It looked at the Dark Emperor calculatingly without rushing up yet. Aham was also curious. What on earth is thinking inside that big head of its? Feels very smart. Mokfan from behind spoke up. Seems to be deliberating. Seeing the dragon rushing toward him, Aham only now understood. Is it deliberating over which enemy to handle first? The system reminded, activating the title Dragon Slayer. Buffing damage X2 for dragon attribute opponents. He coldly looked at it. Who gave you the confidence to make you feel I am easier to bully, huh? The dragon was instantly left dumbfounded by this aura. Aham decided to let this foolish dragon know what manners are. A sword strike slashed straight into its neck. Am I easier to bully, huh? The dragon was beaten to the point of rolling backward. He spoke with blazing anger. In the final analysis, it's just a beast. Must make it afraid. It won't run away out of fear, right? Van Tuan replied, No, originally it's the boss of the instance, so it is forced to risk its life in a life-and-death struggle with intruders. The dragon went dazed, looking to see who to choose. Aham keenly discovered right away, hey, that small head is starting to think again. The Dark Emperor threatened it. Beast, you better not come over here. Aham teased him. If it's still not clear, there's no need to keep that small life for anything. The dragon seemed enlightened. It began to roar, preparing to breathe fire. A streak of firepower carrying destructive strength sprayed toward one side. The Dark Emperor thought in panic, rushing to my place, huh? Aham grew complacent seeing this. As expected, the wild beast will eventually choose the one afraid of destruction as the attack target. Your dragon-fearing constitution is exactly the reason it attacks you. The hot fire was close. The Dark Emperor cursed. Damn it! He continuously retreated backward, uttering, What? Aham gave a well-intentioned reminder. Why is the demon god so frightened? What are you running for? Block it! The Dark Emperor was so scared that he lost control of his words. You son of a— The blazing fire rushed over. An entire forest was pierced through by the firepower. The dragon was very satisfied with this blow of its. The Dark Emperor, after enduring enough, coldly spoke up. Damn beast! Demon energy from his 5 fingertips launched out. I must kill you first! While the dragon was dazed, Aham used his sword to shatter these streaks of demon energy. The dragon was perfect, without the slightest injury under his protection. Aham reminded it, Hey, little dragon, you should understand my words, right? Cooperate. Defeat that guy, and you can level up. Antoine reminded, This is an instance. Its level has already been pre-designed. He calmly suggested, Then change the setting for it. Go invent a new body posture. Van Tuong excitedly agreed right away. Okie dokie. Aham asked it. How about it? Want to cooperate? Receiving a signal from it. He uttered, Great. Then next up is the time to kill the demon god. Aham forcefully ordered it. Go! The Dark Emperor insulted. Relying only on 2 pieces of trash like you, and you want to win against this master. Clearly an absurd illusion. The rolling demon energy launched over. Aham felt quite troubled. Shoot! The dragon used its tail to shatter that demon energy, getting to safety. He was very satisfied. Well done, worthy of being the golden-armored Earth Dragon. But its tail also wagged into him. Aham was blasted flying far away. Turns out it is moving him away from the danger zone to continue fighting the Dark Emperor. He had to praise it, truly a good teammate. The Dark Emperor struggled to hold his ground, while Aham brought down a sword strike. He used reverse psychology on him. You can actually resist this, he replied. Did this already make you panic? This master's true strength has only just been shown. Before he could finish speaking, the dragon opened its mouth and spat a stream of firepower straight through the Dark Emperor's chest. Looking at his empty chest, he was stunned. What? After that blow, the dragon also collapsed from exhaustion. The Dark Emperor bitterly screamed, You beast! While Ham seized the opportunity to gather all his strength and strike down. This sword strike left the Dark Emperor in a wretched state, forcing him to drop to his knees as the sword cut deep into his shoulder. He pulled the sword out and said, "Things have come to this point. Do you have any last words to say?" The Dark Emperor tactfully begged immediately, I beg you to spare my life, I will definitely. Right at that moment, a movement behind attracted Ham's attention. The Dark Emperor took the opportunity to extend his hand, wanting to strangle him, you mongrel. Die for this old man. Ham's reaction was very agile. His sword slashed across, leaving him with only enough time to utter his last words. This master is unreconciled. The Dark Emperor's entire body was cut into pieces. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Right at that moment, the medicine also took effect, making him cover his mouth and spit out a mouthful. Ham collapsed to the ground. Van Tuong explained, "This is exactly the side effect after taking the medicine. Right now, your entire body's functions have exceeded the limit. You absolutely cannot fight anymore. Otherwise, it will be life-threatening." He wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "So this is the after effect. I thought I would explode and die right away." Unexpectedly, a goblin took the opportunity to swing its club in a sneak attack. Ham tensely thought, "Not good. Right now, I completely cannot move." Unfortunate for the goblin, it was incinerated by a large fire. Ham escaped danger in the nick of time. It was the dragon that saved his life. Ham sincerely thanked it. "Thank you, brother." The dragon also gradually faded away. Even they were doing the same. That was the sign of leaving. Van Tuong reminded, "The instant's mission has ended. You can leave now." Outside, Tien Phong let out a sigh of relief after settling everything, finally killed them all. Liu Mang, who was bandaged, spoke up. "The problem is, where did old boss go? Could it be that he—" Xian Min interrupted him. "Don't talk nonsense. Old boss is so strong, how could anything happen?" Liu Mang replied, "I know, but after all, he single-handedly challenged the demon god." "Shut up!" Mok Fan silently sat to one side. She was so anxious that she had no heart or strength left to talk. Right at that moment, she heard Ham's voice. "It seems I returned just at the right time. And here I thought everyone had left already. The three of them joyfully walked over, old boss. Knew right away you'd be fine." X, through his earpiece, also received this news, and uttered an "oh" sound. He was quite surprised. Ham actually survived and came back. "Fine, I'll wait for him at the cave entrance. He must surely miss me very much, too." The entire group from the supervisory board stood waiting in front of the cave entrance. Director Tran anxiously looked at his wristwatch. So much time has passed already. Still no one has returned. "It seems the remaining people have all—" X reminded him, "Don't be anxious, Director Tran. There will be a surprise. You have to believe in these contestants," the assistant reminded. He was exactly the first person to enter the bottom floor. Director Tran greeted him. "Is it him? Even we couldn't determine the direction of the bottom floor. How could you do it? Could it be you have some secret weapon?" X replied, "Since you already mentioned a secret weapon, if I say it out, can it still be considered a secret?" Director Tran loudly scolded. "Don't think having a few tricks means you can be arrogant. Once you've come here, you all must obey discipline, otherwise you will learn what manners are." Suddenly, there was movement at the cave entrance, causing everyone to stir. What's the situation here? Someone is about to come out. The first footsteps stepped out. Ham and the remaining participants had returned. "Demon uttered, are you all waiting here for us?" Director Tran clapped his hands to congratulate them. "Welcome, welcome, welcome back, brave explorers." Everyone worked hard. Mohan gifted him a punch that knocked him flat on his back. Afterward, a crowd of assistants was stunned and screamed, "Oh my God, Director Tran!" She loudly cursed him. "You bastard! What kind of intelligence did you provide, huh? Wanted to get us killed, didn't you?" Director Tran ordered, "Insolent! To dare launch a sneak attack under such chaotic conditions, guards, arrest her for me. The subordinates then received the order, yes, arrest her. Lu Man coldly said, let me see who dares to touch her. The assistants watchfully looked at them. Why, you guys? Director Tran understood clearly. These few people all stepped out from that pile of corpses inside. If they faced off directly, there would certainly be no match for them. Making a scene wouldn't be easy to report to higher-ups either. In the end, he had to smooth things over. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Quickly arrange for the kitchen to cook. These contestants here must surely be tired and hungry. Quickly go rest. At that time, a group of 3 people from behind walked up and said, What eating and drinking? The competition has ended. Director Tran blankly asked, What? Ended? He pointed at them and questioned, Where did these lunatics crawl out from? Do you know how high the standard of this competition is? What on earth do you think you are to dare? A person beside him held up a Dragon Organization badge. Director Tran stammered, Speechless? The Dragon Organization? X was also surprised. Why did the highest-level Special Energy Organization suddenly appear here? Ham was curious. What is the Dragon Organization? Why do I have a bad premonition? Lang Min, the person standing in the middle, announced, Emergency situation. I will take over the scene now. Director Tran submissively complied. Yes, understood. I will certainly cooperate with all my strength. He said, You guys here are all elite warriors who excellently passed the first test. Normally you should receive stricter training, but the current situation is very urgent. Everyone needs to go to a new battlefield. Just 5 hours ago, a new alien realm invasion occurred. After the defense forces desperately resisted, they have almost stabilized the defensive line. However, it's unknown when it will fall, therefore it's necessary to deploy you to participate in the battle. Execute indication plan. Ham's team was surprised upon hearing this. Invasion? Defensive line? Decapitation? What on earth is all this? Liu Mang spoke up, our leader. What you mean is that landing event, right? Isn't it just dropping a few pieces of equipment, and at most some alien beasts might appear? Why does it have to be such a big battle? Lang Min ordered his subordinate. They still don't clearly understand the severity of the matter. Show them. The subordinate replied, Yes. A projection lamp was turned on. The full view of the battle appeared. The subordinate revealed, this time it's not a landing, but an invasion. At the center of Jinjiang City, a huge crack suddenly appeared. A large volume of alien monsters invaded the city through that crack, and are showing signs of frantic expansion. The enemy keeps attacking, which is extremely disadvantageous for our city control and recovery efforts. Ham added, which means the enemy has applied human wave tactics. In that case, even if the few of us participate in the battle, it won't be of any use. Lang Min replied, after the command headquarters studied it, they believe there must be a leader commanding behind these monsters. Therefore, the only way is to send out the most elite army to invade the alien realm through that crack to execute a decapitation action. Ma Sifan indignantly said, telling us to enter the alien realm? You're not joking, right? Lang Min knew clearly. Of course not. To ensure safety, the command headquarters requires dividing into Team A and Team B to execute this plan together. I see you all seem to have finished dividing your groups already. X's side replied. No, we only came to assist in the fight. Lang Min settled it right away. Then you guys are Team A. Turning toward Ham, he allocated, as for you guys, you are Team B. Depart with me immediately. I will explain the specific situation on the way. X uttered, Can I refuse? After all, I'm not someone from the organizing committee. I have no obligation to risk my life for you guys, right? Lang Min replied, You can refuse, but we will proceed according to the emergency manpower deployment order to strip your right to use alien realm equipment and hand the armaments to those who protect the fatherland. Really? Ham secretly thought, which means the Dragon Organization also has the ability to strip the right to use equipment. The Azure Dragon's sacred armor, even my Azure Dragon sword, can they all be stripped away? An airplane brought the entire group to a military base. Lang Min immediately brought them into an emergency meeting room. He pointed at the map and said, "The crack is here. The closer to the crack, the stronger the guarding monsters. Everyone must definitely be careful." Akham's entire group intently looked at the place he marked. X also silently observed. Akham asked, "Can the satellite map provide the route of action? It's best if we can avoid guards." Lang Min was also helpless. "We already tried, but approaching the crack will cause magnetic field fluctuations. Detailed images cannot be captured. We can only rely on everyone to search freely." Moshevo angry upon hearing that. "Why is it like that? Without intelligence, how can we fight?" X was much calmer. "Fine. Send the images over to me, the clearer the better." Akham raised his hand to speak. He announced a piece of news. "I already know how to get clear images." Lang Min was curious. Even the most precise satellite couldn't capture them. "So what method do you have?" He pointed at X and said, "He has the means. When we waited in the mine, he would firmly grasp the clearest 3D map. Right now, he can certainly investigate clearly the situation around the crack." X was startled and denied. "I don't have it. Don't talk nonsense." He questioned him, "If there's no full panoramic image?" "How did you dare enter the bottom floor relying on space magic? Weren't you afraid of being trapped in magma? Right now the enemy is right before our eyes. I advise you to quickly speak out that trick." The subordinate whispered a report to Lang Min. "Indeed, the competition history has been checked. He leaped past 5 floors, straight to the bottom floor." He confirmed, "What skill are you holding in your hand after all? Quickly share it." Being asked directly, X still kept his mouth shut. I don't have anything at all." Lang Min threatened him. "You only have 2 choices, either hand it over here or drop down." X began to feel afraid. His personnel, after receiving the order, hesitantly asked, "Checking the situation around the crack, sir?" X scolded, "Nonsense. If I tell you to check, just check. Target all falling thunder at that area. Quickly give me the results." The personnel confirmed, "Understood." "I will readjust it. It needs time." The image of the building appeared clearly. On top, 3 bat monsters were guarding. They were very alert to everything around. When discovering an intrusion, sound waves launched out from their mouths. Sound waves covered the entire mountain range, then spread to the entire city. Bats at the crack immediately sensed the signal. Relying on that trace, the security personnel found the location of the crack. "There's a photo. Sending the photo to you right away." X reported back, "All here." Lang Min ordered, "Immediately transfer it to the main command headquarters to search for a breakthrough point." Akham interestedly said to X, "It looks like you found a new skill. No wonder you were so familiar with the mine. The logistics team is indeed very strong." X vexedly replied, "Be less complacent. This Grandmaster is wearing your Azure Dragon's sacred armor. No matter what, I will win. Just swallow that lump of anger." Akham sighed, looking at him. Truly a narrow vision. He turned to discuss with Mokvan. He actually still considers the Azure Dragon's sacred armor a treasure. Mokvan put on a mysterious air and uttered, "He doesn't know you already have." Akham gestured to remind her, "Shh, keep a low profile." Seeing their secretive appearance, X instantly fell into the trap. No way, right? Did he obtain some other treasure? Could it be the demon god dropped more high-level equipment? Langman's personnel reported back. Done. We have arrived at the target airspace. He directed, Team M land at this point. Team B at this point. Remember, must infiltrate into the crack at all costs. Execute the action! Both teams shouted, Clear! The helicopter brought them to the allocated positions and then let them skydive down. Aham asked Van Tuong while floating high above. Can we enter through this? The girl asserted, certainly we can, but it's unknown what on earth is happening on the opposite side. Aham asked further, This time don't work against me anymore. Can you draw a card normally, huh? Van Tuong guaranteed. The pouch is on my body. Watching a teammate being attacked straight through the chest, the remaining person urgently reported, Not good. We've been discovered. Each stream of power shot up from below, making them panic and hide. Quickly hide. Turns out that was special energy launched from the bat's 2 eyes. The other people didn't dodge in time and sacrificed themselves. X joyfully laughed out loud. So refreshing. Just like that, kill them all. The clown behind reminded, Big brother.